Chapter 1, Divorce at the Start. Sister, I don't want to try anymore, I want a divorce. Wu Feng sent this message to the WeChat group chat with his 9 sisters. At this moment, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. 3 years ago, in order to fulfill an old man's promise, he gave up the glory of being an underground champion, abandoned everything he had, and became the son-in-law of the Shao family. In these 3 years, he did the dirtiest and most tiring work, ate the worst food, and received the worst treatment. He got up earlier than a rooster and slept later than a dog. He did his best for the Shao family. But in return, he received nothing but the Shao family's scorn and ridicule. His wife never looked at him properly, and his mother-in-law either beat or scolded him. Wu Feng's status in the Shao family was even lower than that of a dog. 3 years have passed, and Wu Feng has fulfilled the promise the old man made back then. At this moment, he has no regrets. At this time, the WeChat notification tone sounded. The peerless CEO and eldest sister Gu Xinqing said, "Feng, you have finally made this choice. Starting today, I will immediately give you the position of group chairman." The peerless warlord and second sister Longyan said, "Damn the Shao family. Feng, if you ask, I will lead 3,000 warlords into China overnight to destroy them." The peerless movie star, third sister Xia Xinchuan, "Brother Feng, don't cry, I'll put the villa that hasn't been transferred yet in your name." The cool police flower, fourth sister Mu Jejia, "Brother, it's okay, you can drive my sports car, don't be too sad." The beautiful school principal, fifth sister Wen Yue, "Brother, I'll introduce you to 10 beautiful schoolgirls right away, they'll definitely be 10 times prettier than that Xiao girl." The goddess of the stock market, sixth sister Chen Duo, "Sixth sister doesn't have anything to give you, so I'll just give you a few 100,000 shares of stock." The sweet anchor, seventh sister Su Xianyan, "Stop it, seventh sister will drive over to pick you up right now, and you're mine tonight." The beautiful doctor, eighth sister Wan Qian, "Don't listen to seventh sister, come to my hospital first, I'll give you a body check." Beautiful writer, ninth sister In Chi, "I won't let you two go. Wu Feng and I grew up together, and even if we get divorced, he'll still be mine." The 9 sisters responded one after the other, arguing endlessly in the group. Wu Feng's heart instantly grew warm, and he became more determined than ever. Divorce. Resolutely divorce. Without hesitation, divorce. Wu Feng had so many beautiful sisters spoiling him. He was the son-in-law of his sisters. The old man must have had a brain fart when he let me marry into the Shao family. Wu Feng shook his head and laughed bitterly. He recalled the old man with his yellow teeth and his love of dirty movies. Wu Feng and his 9 sisters, who were not related by blood, were all raised by the old man. Perhaps because of the old man's favoritism, only Wu Feng inherited the old man's extraordinary skills in both medicine and martial arts. At the age of 16, Wu Feng was thrown by the old man into the Middle East to become a mercenary. For 5 years, he lived a life of danger and death, and with his extraordinary abilities, he became the king of the underworld. That was the day the old man took him away from the Middle East without warning. He was thrown directly into the Shao family, making him an honorable son-in-law. As for the reason, the old man had also said. The old master of the Shao family had saved his life back then, and now Wu Feng was marrying into the Shao family to repay the old man for his kindness back then. Wu Feng, who has always been loyal and righteous, did not hesitate to agree. After marriage, his wife would not let him touch her or sleep in the same bed with her, just like a virgin. Soon after Wu Feng moved in with the Shao family, the patriarch of the family passed away. The 9 sisters could not bear to see this and asked Wu Feng to divorce Xiaoying. But the patriarch had given strict orders. Wu Feng must work hard for the family for 3 years, even if he had to work like a slave. So, Wu Feng had this 3-year humiliating life as a son-in-law. 3 years felt like a lifetime. "Wu Feng, you son of a bitch, what are you still doing? Hurry up and come in and pour my mom's foot bath." The roar of his wife Xiaoying came again from the living room. She was half lying on the sofa, brushing up on her Weibo feed, her belly as big as a 3-month-old fetus. She was a gluttonous layabout who dieted with her mouth every day. Wu Feng's mother-in-law Hu Yuping was soaking her feet when she suddenly smelled smoke and her face turned pale. "Who told you to smoke in the living room?" Wu Feng remained indifferent. Hu Yuping turned to her daughter Xiaoying and said, "Xiaoying, what are you waiting for? Go and control your useless husband." Xiaoying didn't even look up and said, "Wu Feng, put out the cigarette, empty the foot bath, and then kneel on the washing board in the living room until dark." In the past, Xiao Ying's words were like imperial edicts to Wu Feng, and he dared not disobey. Even very plain words carried an invisible killing power. Wu Feng threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it out with his toes. Hu Yuping snorted in contempt, and then, the next moment, Wu Feng took out his cigarette case again and lit another cigarette in front of them. Provocation, blatant provocation. Hu Yuping exploded. How dare you smoke, you piece of trash? Are you provoking us? Wu Feng laughed. Have you always felt that I, Wu Feng, have the cheek to marry into your Shao family? As soon as these words came out, the mother and daughter were furious. Xiaoying got up and came forward, flinging her hand and slapping Wu Feng. Wu Feng grabbed her wrist directly. Let go of me. Xiao Ying's wrist was in pain, and she never expected that this loser actually had such strength. Wu Feng let go of her hand and pushed Xiaoying onto the sofa. Xiao Ying's wrist was red and she shed tears of grievance. Mom, I can't live like this anymore. This good-for-nothing dares to bully me. Hu Yuping roared, have you gone crazy today? How dare you hit my daughter? Even a dog raised in the Xiao family knows how to be loyal to everyone. Wu Feng snorted, you're right. In the past 3 years, I've really been no better than a dog in the Xiao family. You go on trips, eat and drink, but I eat leftovers every day, never leave the house. You sleep in the bed, the dog sleeps on the sofa, but I can only sleep on the floor. You make me kneel on the washing board, not because I've done something wrong, but because you want to show off in your friend's circle. Is this how a human being lives? Is what you do human? Xiaoying was furious. You son of a bitch, who do you think you are to compare yourself to my dog? Hu Yuping yelled in the same way, you animal, I can see that you don't want to live anymore, so we'll get a divorce tomorrow. Wu Feng crouched down and suddenly lifted the footbath. Seeing this, the mother and daughter let out a sigh of relief, thinking that he had given in. Wu Feng got up and spoke again, listen carefully, the divorce is because I, Wu Feng, don't want her, Xiaoying, anymore, and I'm divorcing her. The mother and daughter were shocked. The next moment, Wu Feng suddenly poured the entire basin of foot bath water over the mother and daughter's heads. Ah! Rebellion! Xiaoying didn't expect it, and neither did Hu Yuping. How dare Wu Feng? Not only did he pour the foot bath water over their heads, but he also yelled about divorce? It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. Hu Yuping jumped up and yelled, her entire body smelling of foot wash. Wu Feng, you son of a bitch, who gave you the nerve? How dare you rebel against your mother? Xiaoying stamped her feet on the ground furiously. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng, who was smoking a cigarette, revealed his first smile in the Xiao family in 3 years. You can still laugh? Wu Feng, you're dead. Xiaoying yelled. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Wu Feng turned around and opened the door. A beautiful girl in a short skirt, who was still wearing an earpiece and was live streaming on her phone, walked in. Xiaoying and Hu Yuping were dumbfounded. Who is this? Chapter 2, My son-in-law has actually cheated on me? This person was Wu Feng's 7th sister, Su Xianyan, a beautiful anchor woman with millions of followers. Today, while Su Xianyan was live streaming, her fans heard about how Xianwan's younger brother had been suffering for 3 years. And they urged Su Xianyan to help her brother get back at him. So, Su Xianyan came to the Xiao family's house while live streaming. At this time, the live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Holy shit, the battle is fierce. I thought it was a show, but it looks like there's really going to be a divorce. Holy shit, how come I feel like Xianyan's brother is holding the footbath over his wife and mother-in-law's heads? Holy shit, stop it, I can feel the smell through the screen of the phone, it's so pungent. Seeing the sudden intrusion of a stranger, the mother and daughter of the Xiao family both changed expression. Who is she? Xiao Ying's keen sixth sense told her that this woman had hostility in her. She is my. Wu Feng hadn't finished speaking when Su Xianyan directly wrapped her arms around Wu Feng's neck, and then gave him a strong kiss. Su Xianyan let out a sweet voice, stupid brother, it's this time of day, and you still haven't told them about our relationship? In an instant, the mother and daughter were dumbfounded, and they felt like their brains were blank. The live broadcast room exploded. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I'll just say one thing, good guy. Xiaoyan is so ruthless, now it's fine, if you don't divorce, you will. Ha ha, you're killing me, this trick is awesome. Xiaoyan, you're broadcasting your life. The one who knows is the younger brother, and the one who doesn't know must think Xiaoyan is the mistress. Hu Yuping pointed at Wu Feng and yelled, Wu Feng, you bastard, you actually cheated on me. Wu Feng cheated on you. How is that possible? That's impossible. I didn't even cheat on you, so why would he? Xiaoying began to doubt life. Wu Feng, the honest person who never hit back or cursed back and was willing to work hard and take responsibility, actually cheated on her? The problem is, Wu Feng has no money, no ability, who would look at him? Xiaoying feels that all the men in the world can cheat. But Wu Feng alone is not worthy of cheating, because he is not qualified. Is that woman stupid? Would she look at Wu Feng? Su Xianyan tightly wrapped her arms around Wu Feng's arm. When Wu Feng and I were together, Yu Xiaoying didn't even exist. Boom! Xiao Ying's head buzzed, and she fainted directly from the shock on the sofa. Daughter, are you okay? Hu Yuping yelled while hugging the sofa. Xiaoying, don't pretend to faint. We'll meet in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. After saying that, Su Xianyan pulled Wu Feng and turned to run. You sons of bitches, come back here! Hu Yuping yelled, taking out her phone to call her husband while chasing after them into the hallway. Through the windows of the corridor, she clearly saw Wu Feng get into a BMW with the woman. Xiaowen asked, what's the matter with the phone call? Something's happened, an affair, being kept, this little white face won't die a good death. What did you say? Who's having an affair? Who's the little white face, and who's being kept? Xiaowen on the other end of the phone was confused. Hu Yuping yelled, it's Wu Feng. At this moment, Wu Feng was already speeding down the road in Qijie Su Xianyan's BMW. With a cigarette in his mouth, Wu Feng let out a hearty laugh, ha ha ha. So? Did Qijie do a good job? Su Xianyan asked Wu Feng. Wu Feng said, they must have misunderstood our relationship. Su Xianyan laughed, you're my brother, of course I'll call you a stinky brother. We grew up together as siblings since we were young. I said we've been together for a long time, so what's the problem? Ha ha ha. Wu Feng nodded and laughed, no problem. Su Xian parked the BMW at the barbecue restaurant. She took out her phone and waved it around, smiling. There was a live broadcast this afternoon, and the proceeds from the gifts exceeded 100,000 yuan. You deserve half the credit, so seventh sister is treating you to barbecue. Wu Feng's face turned an embarrassed red. Seventh sister, family scandals should not be broadcast. Hey hey! Su Xianyan gave a wicked smile, put her hands around Wu Feng's neck again, and leaned into his ear, breathing in his ear. Xie knows she was wrong, otherwise I'll kneel down for you when we get home tonight, okay? Wu Feng's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly waved his hands. Xie, don't do this, I can't take it anymore. Stupid brother. Su Xianyan turned around and got out of the car. She took Wu Feng's hand and walked into the barbecue city, looking like a sweet young couple. In an instant, they attracted the attention of countless people in the barbecue city. Oh my, this beauty has long legs, so hot. Isn't the man she's holding hands with the useless son-in-law of the Xiao family? What's going on? The useless son-in-law of the Xiao family is actually hitting on girls? And such a pretty girl? This doesn't make sense. This loser is notorious. Which woman would be blind to fall for him? Boom! A bald guy slammed a bottle of wine on the table, got up, and blocked the two of them. Beauty, do you know who this guy is? He's a married man. You're with her. Su Xiaoxian smiled slightly. I know she has a wife, but what's the problem? Of course there's a problem, a big problem. The bald guy roared, his facial muscles trembling. The bald guy was nicknamed Bald Tiger and was a junior member of the boss of the barbecue city, Ma Yunlong. He had a dozen junior members under him, and they never paid for the barbecue and beer. Bald Tiger not only ate without paying, but also demanded money from the boss. He had two mottos. I come to your house to eat, which shows that I respect you. If you don't agree, go talk to my boss, Ma Yunlong. I never charge the restaurant for my meals, everything is clearly marked on the menu. There is one word to describe Bald Tiger, notorious. Although Bald Tiger is not a member of the elite, he is Xiao Ying's lapdog. His brother, Ma Yunlong, has also done many dirty deeds for the Xiao family. Bald Tiger often regards himself as half of the Xiao family, and similarly despises Wu Feng, a son-in-law who comes from a poor family. Bald Tiger angrily said, he is the useless son-in-law of the Xiao family, a gigolo who can't even get into his wife's bed. If you stay with him, you'll be the mistress. The Xiao family can get rid of you with just a word. Do you know that? After saying that, Bald Tiger grinned, you and I can protect you with just a word. Don't even mention barbecue, I have everything I need here. Why make things difficult for yourself? Wu Feng is trash, he's not worthy of you. Only a handsome guy like me can be worthy of you. Come home with me tonight. After saying this, the bald tiger was about to take Su Xiaoxian's hand. Chapter 3, A Gift from the Sisters. Su Xiaoxian quickly hid behind Wu Feng. She gripped Wu Feng's hand tightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on the palm of her hand. Wu Feng snorted and asked the other party, "You said I was trash?" "Yes." The bald guy nodded. Wu Feng snorted, "Then do you know why she would rather hold the hand of a piece of trash than walk with you?" "Why?" The bald guy scratched his bald head, pondering the question. Wu Feng smiled slightly, then his face suddenly grew serious. "Because you are even worse than trash, you are not worthy." Ha ha ha. Within the barbecue city, the explosive laughter of countless men could be heard. That's a sharp comment. Zhao's son-in-law is tough. Bald tiger, you're just digging your own grave, you deserve it. Damn, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Su Xiaoxian, who was hiding behind Wu Feng, was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down her face. You. Bald tiger pointed at Wu Feng, his face full of wrinkles trembling. He is a person who cares about his appearance, and how could he bear being ridiculed in front of so many people? Wu Feng continued, "I'm fine. If you have time, go to the door, take a leak, and look at yourself. Look at your appearance, do you feel ashamed of your mother?" Ha ha ha. The barbecue city once again resounded with bursts of laughter. "Ah, you little white face, I'll fucking kill you." This time, Bald Tiger could no longer hold back, and he picked up the bottle of wine on the table and smashed it over Wu Feng's head. Pop. A crisp sound. Bald Tiger's head was opened, and wine and blood flowed horizontally down his head. Suddenly, he let out a piercing scream, "Ah!" Onlookers were shocked. Holy shit, what's going on? Wasn't Bald Tiger the one who just took the bottle? Why did Bald Tiger get his head blown off? Is this kid that awesome? There were countless men, women, and children present. But no one could see clearly how Wu Feng had acted. And how he had grabbed the bottle and broken Bald Tiger's head. In fact, in the eyes of many people, Wu Feng was just a spineless son-in-law who could do nothing. Anyone could trample on him. But Wu Feng's true identity was the king of the underworld. Not to mention a petty local thug. Even the world's top strongmen would crumble in front of Wu Feng. At this moment, Bald Tiger, still unconvinced, roared, "Wu Feng, you fucking dare to hit me, you piece of shit, you're dead, my big brother, my Yunlong, won't let you go." Thud. Wu Feng delivered a hook punch that knocked Bald Tiger's jaw straight off. Ow. The Bald Tiger let out another miserable scream. "Wu Feng, you." Thud. Wu Feng threw another roundhouse kick, sending the Bald Tiger flying directly out of Barbecue City. This time, the Bald Tiger was completely demoralized and got up, staggering and running away. Good, well done. Someone in Barbecue City let out a shout. Then, there was a thunderous applause in the Barbecue City. Most people despised Wu Feng, but they hated the bully Bald Tiger even more. Wu Feng had beaten Bald Tiger, which was like taking out the anger for everyone. Wu Feng smiled faintly, "Everyone, Xiaoying and I have divorced. From now on, don't call me the Xiao family's useless son-in-law. I, Wu Feng, don't like to cause trouble, but no one should bully me." Everyone was amazed when they heard this. What? Divorced? So awesome? No wonder Wu Feng is holding the hands of a beautiful woman. This Wu Feng is really something. He just got divorced and already found a beautiful woman. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Wu Feng and Su Xianyan took their seats. The skewers of fatty pork, beer, peanuts, and edamame. All kinds of delicious food filled the entire table. The two siblings drank beer and ate skewers. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The phone kept beeping with text message alerts. Wu Feng picked up his phone and saw that they were all alerts for successful stock transactions. Congratulations on your successful purchase of 10,000 shares of National Liquor Mutai. Congratulations on your successful purchase of 100,000 shares of Wuliangye. Congratulations on your successful purchase. Wu Feng gave a helpless wry smile. Sixth sister is serious. Sister Lu is very wealthy and is known as the #1 goddess of the stock market, constantly moving between the major securities companies. At this time, Sister Lu sends a voice message. "Feng, congratulations on your divorce. I'm in the city and can't come back to give you my blessings, but this stock is my gift to you. Wu Feng picks up his phone and replies to the voice message, "Thank you, Sister Lu. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Don't just think about work, come back and visit when you have time." Xian Duo then replied to the voice message, "Xia xia. When you're done with your work, I'll be the first one to visit you when I go back." "Okay, I'll talk to you later." Wu Feng sent a message back to Qian Duo. Then, Xia Chuxin, the third sister, directly answered the phone, "Brother, the villa will be delivered soon. I've already discussed it with the salesperson, and the name will be in your name." Wu Feng shook his head helplessly, "Sister Chuxin, I'm just getting a divorce. When we got married, no one made such a big deal about it." Giggle. Xia Chuxin on the other end of the phone laughed, "Silly brother, for us, your divorce is the biggest celebration, of course your sisters want to congratulate you." Wu Feng said, okay, it's better to obey than to be respectful, thank you, Sister Chuxin." "Xia Chuxin, my sister is filming a movie abroad, and I'll go see you when it's finished." "Goodbye, Sister Chuxin." Wu Feng hung up the phone with a smile. Su Xiaomian raised her glass, "This toast is from seventh sister to you, wishing you a successful divorce tomorrow and a return to singledom." "Okay, I'll drink it, thanks seventh sister." Wu Feng raised his glass and drained it in one go. That night, the two got drunk. Wu Feng woke up again the next day. Seventh sister Su Xiaomian next to him was wearing only a skimpy bra. Her beautiful legs were stretched out in front of him, her pink toes coated in translucent nail polish, looking crystal clear. Then came the sound of Su Xiaomian's whisper, "Brother Feng, have another drink, and tonight you will be my man." "Xie, it's dawn, wake up." Wu Feng reached out and patted her pert buttocks, suddenly looking out the door and sensing a breath of agitation. His years of experience in the business told Wu Feng that there must be someone at the door at this time. Wu Feng instantly raised his guard. He quietly got out of bed and grabbed a fruit knife from the kitchen. Then he tiptoed over to the door. He held the fruit knife in his left hand and grabbed the doorknob with his right hand. Chapter 4, I've gone into hiding, so don't disturb me with war. Clunk. The moment the door opened, Wu Feng darted out. The black-clad man who had been lurking by the door had a shocked expression on his face. The next moment, Wu Feng's knife was pressed against his neck. "Boss, it's me, Heizhan." The man spoke, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "You're not on the battlefield in the Middle East, and you're here spying on my house?" Wu Feng gave him a dirty look and slowly put away the fruit knife. "Yan Luo, I heard that you got divorced and came over to ask you to return to the underworld, but I didn't dare to disturb you as I saw that you were busy." Heizhan scratched his head. He was the deputy head of the 10 halls of the underworld, nicknamed the Black Flame King, and a meat grinder on the battlefield. However, in front of Wu Feng, he was always the obedient little brother. It was because Wu Feng had given him his life and everything he had now. Wu Feng questioned Heizhan, "What return? What underworld?" Heizhan was shocked. "Boss, you are the lord of the 10 halls, the eternal king of the underworld, have you forgotten?" Wu Feng shook his head, "I chose to retire 3 years ago, and now you are the lord of the 10 halls." Heizhan's face was grave. "Boss, Heizhan, will always be your deputy, how can I be worthy of the position?" Wu Feng patted him on the shoulder, "Then you, Heizhan, will take care of the 10 temples for me, and look after your brothers and sisters, especially my second sister." 3 years ago, after Wu Feng became the head of the 10 temples of the underworld, he married into the Xiao family, while Long Yan went to the Middle East battlefield to hone her skills. Wu Feng had been married for 3 years, but Long Yan had been killing on the battlefield and eventually became the head of the Tianfeng temple. However, to this day, the second sister, Long Yan, and even the other sisters, do not know that Wu Feng is the lord of the 10 courts. And Wu Feng has no intention of telling them. What's past is past. I understand. Heizhan nodded, turned around, and walked away, his figure carrying a touch of despondency. Wu Feng shook his head and sighed, keeping his eyes on Heizhan as he walked away. Of course, he also misses those brothers, but he has made a decision and will not regret it. Since he has chosen to retire, he will not return. "Xiaofeng, who's here?" Sister Qi's voice suddenly came from inside the door. Wu Feng hurriedly entered the room and said casually, "A friend of mine heard that I got divorced and came to see me." "How does he know you're here?" Su Xianyan, wearing only her underwear, showed off her hot body, especially her big white legs, which were really dazzling. Wu Feng smiled and deliberately changed the subject, saying, "Xia, would you mind getting dressed? Is this how you start your morning?" "Why?" Su Xianyan asked in return, "Usually I sleep at home without clothes." Wu Feng said, "You're so unrestrained." Su Xianyan laughed, put her little hand on his shoulder, and breathed in his ear, "Xia, I can be even more unrestrained in front of you. Do you want to see?" Creak. The door opened and a beautiful woman in a police uniform with an impressive figure walked in. "Fourth sister," Wu Feng hurriedly said. It was Wu Feng's fourth sister, the cool police officer Mu Jejia. The house had 4 bedrooms and a living room, but only 2 sisters lived here. The 7th sister, Su Xianyan, and the 4th sister, Mu Jejia. The 8th sister was busy at work and lived in the hospital most of the time, occasionally coming home to visit. The eldest sister, Gu Xinqing, lived alone. The 5th sister is a teacher at a university in the provincial capital, and the 9th sister is traveling abroad. The 2nd, 3rd, and 6th sisters are all busy with their own careers away from home. With 9 sisters, they are basically all in different places. "Fourth sister, you have so much free time today to visit me?" Su Xianyan said with a smile. Mu Jejia said, "Don't flatter yourself, I came back to see my brother, it's rare that he got divorced." Su Xianyan rolled her eyes, "You came back empty-handed in the morning?" Mu Jejia held up the Porsche car keys in her hand, "Is this empty-handed?" Wu Feng was shocked, "Oh my, a Porsche. It's a gift for you, a divorce gift." Mu Jejia threw the car keys directly to Wu Feng. "Thank you, fourth sister." Wu Feng took the car keys, a little unable to laugh or cry. Everyone else gave gifts for weddings, but her sisters were giving him gifts for a divorce. However, Wu Feng was used to it, and Mu Jejia was not the first to give him a gift. "Get your divorce certificate done early and enjoy your free life. Fourth sister is on a mission these few days, and will come back to hang out with you." Mu Jejia finished speaking and turned around to leave. Fourth sister waves. Wu Feng waved goodbye. After changing clothes, he had breakfast with his fourth sister Su Xianyan, and then the two of them went out. Downstairs, there was a fiery red Porsche 718 parked. "So cool." The two siblings got into the sports car. The moment he gripped the steering wheel again, Wu Feng felt his lost youth gradually returning. His once surging blood began to boil. Wu Feng said, "I never thought that my fourth sister, who is so down to earth, would actually drive a Porsche." Su Xianyan said, "It's all the New Year's money that the old man has given us over the years." Wu Feng was dumbfounded. "What? New Year's money? Why didn't I get any?" "You don't?" Su Xianyan was surprised. "Every New Year's Eve, the old man gives us tens of thousands of dollars in pocket money. Fourth sister saves and saves, and when she saves up, she buys such a sports car. Usually she won't let me touch it, but now she's just giving it to you, she's really biased." Su Xianyan looked jealous. Wu Feng shook his head, "The problem is, the old man hasn't given me a penny for New Year's Eve." "Really?" Su Xianyan laughed, "No way?" "Wu Feng, the old man has gone too far, he's so biased, I'll have a word with him when I get the chance." Su Xianyan covered her mouth and giggled. On the remote path in the backyard of the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were more than 10 private cars parked. The men sitting in the cars were all burly men with tattoos and tattoos. The Shao family of 3 sat in the back of a second-hand Land Rover. The person sitting in the passenger seat was none other than Bald Tiger. After being lectured by Wu Feng yesterday, his head was as swollen as a mummy's, very creepy. Bald Tiger said, "Brother, that son of a bitch Wu Feng is a little white face. Look at me, he beat me up all over." The person sitting in the driver's seat was Bald Tiger's boss, and the person in charge of the barbecue city area, Ma Yunlong. He didn't rush to speak, but turned his head and looked at the Shao family of 3 in the back row. Shao inside, Hu Yuping was silent, and Xiaoing bowed her head in silence. Ma Yunlong spoke, "Uncle, Auntie, Ingmei, how should we handle this matter today?" "I'll listen to you 3. Bald Tiger, you 3 can rest assured, my eldest brother has brought along more than 50 of his brothers today." Yunlong patted his chest and said, "If you 2 nod, I promise to cut him into pieces." "That's too much. Ing is so good to Wu Feng, and he still dared to betray you and cheat on you. I went up to argue with him, and he even hit me." "Stop it." Xiaoing suddenly spoke, a wave of anger rising in her heart. "I'll shut up." The Bald Tiger obediently covered his mouth. Xiaoing looked up and slowly said, "Brother Yunlong, please break Wu Feng's legs for me later. I want him to kneel in the Shao family's cage for the rest of his life and be my Xiao Ying's dog." Yunlong slapped his chest and said, "No problem, fuck him to death." Chapter 5, Live Streaming Divorce in Front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The fiery red Porsche 718 drove into the parking lot, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Xiaoying, in particular, was originally looking down at her phone, but when she saw the Porsche, her eyes went wide. She secretly fantasized that it would be great if she could marry such a rich second generation. However, the next moment, Xiaoying's fantasy was shattered. Because the person who got out of the Porsche 718 sports car was Wu Feng. Why is it him? Xiaoying was completely stunned. Who's in the sports car? Hu Yuping asked. Wu Feng? Xiaowen was stunned. Get out of the car. Hu Yuping, who was full of anger, yelled. The five of them quickly got out of the car and left. Xiaoying was stunned when she saw Wu Feng for the first time. In the past, Wu Feng was ragged, wearing the same t-shirt for 3 years, and his hair was unkempt. Yet just one day later, Wu Feng had already become radiant. Not only had he changed into a new suit, he had also had his hair styled, and he looked handsome enough to be a movie star. Of course, Wu Feng didn't really like the way he looked, and it was Su Xiaoxian who had forced the change. Her idea was that since they were getting divorced, they should do it in style and not lose face. Wu Feng asked, Xiaoying, did you bring the household registration and marriage certificate? Before Xiaoying could reply, Hu Yuping started shouting, Wu Feng, you son of a bitch, you're dressed up like a human, but what kind of work are you doing? Xiaoying's eyes widened in anger. It seems that I, Xiaoying, really underestimated you, Wu Feng. You're a good-for-nothing who lives off women, and you've really become a gigolo. Bold Tiger was the first to speak. Yesterday, it was Wu Feng who was carrying on with that little tart in the car at the barbecue city, shoulder to shoulder. Not only did he hit me, but the pair of dogs went to a hotel room that night and must have slept together. Shut up. Xiaoying slapped Bald Tiger's face with the back of her hand. Bald Tiger covered his mouth and shrunk his head, only then realizing that his words seemed to have irritated Xiaoying. Ma Yulong stared at Xiaoying. Sistering, should we get divorced first or get him first? Divorce? Xiaoying snorted, her gaze fixed on Wu Feng. Do you think that if you want to divorce me, I will divorce you? Wu Feng was a little shocked. You don't want a divorce anymore. I remember that in the past, it was you, Xiaoying, who was yelling for a divorce every day. Hu Yuping yelled, you want to get married, you want a divorce, where does that leave the Xiao family's face? Xiaowen said, our Xiao family is not to be trifled with. You cheated during the marriage, and a divorce is a given, but before the divorce, some things must be made clear. Wu Feng shook his hand, I didn't cheat. That was my sister. If you have anything to say, you Xiao family can say it. Hu Yuping jumped up and cursed, you animal, how dare you say you didn't cheat? Who was that vixen in the car? She came looking for you yesterday. At this moment, Su Xianyan, sitting in the sports car, was live streaming the drama on her phone. The number of people online for the live stream had unexpectedly exceeded 100,000, and the barrage of comments simply could not be stopped. Oh my, the war is raging again, the younger brother is really in trouble. This is the second live broadcast of the divorce of the son-in-law, it's so exciting. Xianyan's move yesterday was ruthless, and today the Xiao family really sees her as the third party. Xianyan, you have to protect yourself, I can see that things are about to get physical. Su Xianyan ignored the anger of the Xiao family and instead gave the camera a slight smile. Don't worry, babies, my brother is here to protect me. After saying that, Su Xiaoxian deliberately blew a kiss to Wu Feng. You pair of dog-s, you're driving me crazy. Xiaoying exploded on the spot, and as she spoke, she was about to rush over and tear them apart. Wu Feng reached out and stopped her directly. Dare you even try to touch her? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiaoying yelled, it's like this already, and you're still calling her your sister. Do you take me for a fool? Wu Feng didn't bother to explain, and said directly, think what you want, I came here to get a divorce, not to argue with you. Xiaoying jumped up in anger, pointing at Wu Feng and yelling, divorce? You want me to help you get a divorce with this bitch, is that it? You can just dream about it. I will never divorce you in my life. Never. Not only will I not divorce you, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life living in the cage that the Xiao family has built for you. Because of you, Wu Feng, you are only worthy of being a dog in the Xiao family, a dog that can't even be seen in public. At this moment, Wu Feng was truly enraged, more so than ever before. He slapped Xiaoying directly onto the ground with a slap. Ah! Xiaoying let out a strange wolf-like howl. Wu Feng shook his head, looking at Xiaoying in disbelief. I know that you have a strong desire for control, but I never imagined that your heart was actually so sick. I'm telling you, even if you never divorce me, I will never get back together with you. You, Xiaoying, are not even worthy of being a human being. From now on, don't even think about having the slightest connection with me, not in this lifetime. After saying this, Wu Feng turned around and got into his car. Ah! Xiaoying then threw herself on the ground and cried, her grief reaching its limit. Hu Yuping let out a loud yell, Ma Yunlong, what are you still doing? Do something. Yes. Ma Yunlong immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said, brothers, get off the car and get to work. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the private cars that had been parked along the roadside opened one after the other. More than 20 burly men with painted faces jumped out of the cars. They quickly surrounded the Porsche sports car, forming a 3-layered cordon. Ma Yunlong turned to them and said, Uncle, Auntie, Ying, you guys stay back, I'll take care of this. Kill him. Xiaoying yelled, then pulled Xiaowen and Hu Yuping back to a safe position. Wu Feng, in the driver's seat of the sports car, remained calm and collected, leisurely lighting up a cigarette. These rotten fish and rotten shrimp were really not worth mentioning to him. However, Su Xiaoyan was, after all, a girl, and it was impossible to say that she wasn't scared, surrounded by so many thugs. The live broadcast on her phone had been turned off, and the screen displayed Mu Jiejia's number, with her finger hovering over the dial interface. Wu Feng gently patted the back of Su Xianyan's hand. Seventh sister, don't be nervous, it'll be fine. Su Xianyan nodded, then tightly grasped Wu Feng's hand. Ma Yunlong parted the crowd and came to the front of the car. Wu Feng, you're really something, after eating the soft rice of the Xiao family, you can still pick up the beautiful rich girl. Bald Tiger said, brother, yesterday you really messed up that Wu Feng brat. Ma Yunlong sneered, you insulted and beat up my brothers, what do you take me for? Bald Tiger said angrily, brother, we have to beat up that Wu Feng brat today until he can't even pee standing up. Ma Yunlong nodded slightly, brothers, break his 3 legs for me, and bring the girl from the sports car back to my house to play with. Yes. The brothers yelled, rubbing their fists together. Wu Feng immediately jumped out of the car. Seventh sister, lock the car door, I'll take care of the rest. Then be careful. Su Xianyan locked the car door first. Just then, a nearly 200-pound fat man came flying at Wu Feng like a cannonball. Chapter 6, The Joys of Divorce You Can't Imagine. How fast things happened. Wu Feng kicked the fat man square in the chest. Thud. The fat man flew backwards, knocking over a few punks before crashing to the ground in a heap. Wu Feng had practiced martial arts since childhood, and at the age of 16 he had enlisted overseas, eventually becoming the ruler of the 10 hells. The eternal king of the underworld. Not to mention these street punks. Even mercenaries who have killed countless people on the battlefield can't last more than 3 rounds against Wu Feng. The next moment, Wu Feng charged into the crowd like a beast. He used both hands and grabbed the arms of 2 people at the same time. Ka! The sound of a bone snapping was heard, and the 2 punks' arms were broken on the spot. Wu Feng continued to advance, heading straight for Bald Tiger. Perhaps because he had been beaten before, Bald Tiger subconsciously dodged Wu Feng. Wu Feng rushed forward at great speed and slammed a punch into Bald Tiger's face. Ow! Bald Tiger screamed. Wu Feng swung 3 more punches. Thud, thud, thud. Murder! Bald Tiger wailed like a ghost, his entire nose caved in and his mouth was full of broken teeth. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, like a continuous menstruation. Wu Feng had completely entered killing mode. He defeated 1 person with 1 move, and kept advancing with each step. Ah! Help! The screams resounded throughout the parking lot. In the last moment, Wu Feng grabbed Ma Yunlong's neck. Snap, snap. With a few crisp sounds, Ma Yunlong's arms were directly removed, and even his jaw was dislocated. Plop! Ma Yunlong fell to his knees. Spare my life, hero spare my life. There was wailing and howling all over the place. Ma Yunlong and his 50 or so minions didn't even last 3 minutes before they all collapsed. Thud. Wu Feng kicked out with a flying kick, directly kicking Ma Yunlong aside and walking straight towards Xiao Wen's car. At this time, the Xiao family was completely shocked. In the past, the gentle Wu Feng would never fight back or respond to insults. How could he suddenly become so strong? Is he still human? Mom, Mom. Xiaoying was shaking all over, clutching her mother's shoulder. Xiaowen, trembling, took out the car keys and stabbed them several times without inserting them into the keyhole. Boom! Wu Feng smashed the driver's door glass with a punch. Ah! Xiaowen trembled with fear. Wu Feng leaned on the car window with one hand, and a slight smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that your family would also be so afraid of me at times. Hu Yuping, what do you want? Xiaoying said, don't be rash, let's discuss this properly. Wu Feng said, get a divorce quickly, or I'll never let your family live in peace. Yes, yes, yes. Hu Yuping nodded frantically. Xiaowen urged, hurry up and get the household register and marriage certificate. Xiaoying took out the documents with trembling hands and said, here, take them all. Wu Feng glared at her and said, get out of the car and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Okay, okay. Xiaoying nodded repeatedly and got out of the car with Wu Feng. An hour later, the two successfully completed the divorce procedures. Wu Feng walked out of the front door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He suddenly realized that the outside world was vast and boundless. He opened his arms wide and yelled, I'm free. Wu Feng got into the Porsche sports car. It left the scene like a flash of light and never looked back. Where to? Wu Feng asked. Su Xianyan said, to the mall, I'll buy you a watch. Wu Feng laughed, really? Your fourth sister gave you a sports car, how could your seventh sister treat you badly? Su Xianyan said. Wu Feng nodded, I just wish I had gotten divorced sooner. Su Xianyan said, when your sister broadcasts you, she makes a lot of money from gifts. Whatever. Wu Feng gave her a dirty look and parked directly in the city center. Su Xianyan got out of the car and put her arm around Wu Feng's arm. The two of them walked into the European-style shopping mall like an intimate young couple. In the lobby on the first floor, there were all kinds of imported luxury goods such as jewelry and accessories. The two of them joined hands and came to the watch counter. Su Xiaomian said, Beauty, help him pick a suitable watch. The saleswoman smiled slightly, you want to pick a watch for your boyfriend, right? Sort of. Su Xiaomian nodded slightly, her pretty face turning red. Wu Feng tilted his head and gave Su Xiaomian a white look, you're my sister. Su Xiaomian immediately reached out and pinched the soft flesh of Wu Feng's waist, shut up. The saleswoman carefully took a watch out of the counter and said, you two should take a look at this Vacheron Constantine. It just arrived in our store today. Su Xianyan took the watch and put it directly on Wu Feng's wrist. Not bad, it suits your temperament. Su Xianyan said. Wu Feng flipped his wrist and casually looked at it. It was just the right size, how much? The saleswoman said, the retail price of this Vacheron Constantine is 230,000 yuan. That expensive? Wu Feng was a little surprised. Handsome guy, smart and dashing, wearing Vacheron Constantine, it brings out your handsome even more. The saleswoman's sweet mouth was very sweet. Hey, isn't this our fast-talking anchor woman Su Xianyan? A flirtatiously dressed woman slowly walked over, arm in arm with an older man. The woman was scantily dressed, heavily made up, and exuded a scent of dodgy from head to toe. Su Xianyan recognized the other person as Zayatawawa, a host on the same platform. Both were top female anchors in Kuayin and belonged to the same union. However, Su Xianyan's traffic and fame were above Zayatawawa's. Su Xianyan's style was sweet and girlish, with a beautiful appearance and a sweet voice that was super cute. Zayatawawa, on the other hand, is constantly making dirty jokes and has become famous by playing on the edge of the line. Zayatawawa is jealous of Su Xiaomian's talent and, rather than compete head-on, always likes to pull pranks behind the scenes, shamelessly so. I hear that you, Su Xiaomian, are an old cow-eating tender grass and have picked up a younger guy. Su Xiaomian is displeased. Where do I look like an old cow? Ha ha ha. Zayatawawa laughs so hard that she can't help covering her mouth with her hands and bending over. Su Xianyan, you're younger than me, you're prettier than me? You're tender and you're flirtatious? I've never met anyone as brazen as you. Su Xianyan was speechless. Wu Feng sneered, Zayatuovua, right? Do you think you are a tender young grass? Isn't this nonsense? Of course I am tender. Zayatuovua looked disdainful. Wu Feng laughed, then the man next to you is an old cow. You're full of shit, this is my handsome uncle, and also my husband. Zayatuovua's face was stretched out in anger, and the old man's face didn't look good either. Wu Feng said, your husband? I thought he was your father. How come he looks older than your father? Chapter 7, Why is an old cow eating tender grass? Su Xianyan also said, if your husband is okay, I'm afraid he has a wife, and in the end you'll be the one who gets the short end of the stick. You. Zayatuovua gritted her teeth and stamped her feet in anger. Zayatuovu pointed angrily at the two of them and said, You two bastards, husband, you help me. The old man then spoke, disdainfully, What's there to say? Two poor people running to see Vacheron Constantine, can you afford it? Su Xiaomian immediately slapped his bank card on the counter, We'll take the watch, just swipe the card. Zayatuovu directly snatched Su Xiaomian's bank card, They can't afford it, please try that watch on my husband. Su Xiaomian held out his hand, Hurry up and get my bank card. I'm not giving it to you, we're keeping the watch. Zayatuovu finished and deliberately rubbed against the old man's arm, Really, honey? The old man nodded, Young man, don't pretend to be rich if you don't have any money. It's useless to try to impress people with your words, it will only make people laugh at you even more. Wu Feng shook his head, Old man, I advise you to go home and take your medicine quickly. You two are sick. The old man's face changed, What did you say? Say that again? Wu Feng said, You are sick, and you have kidney deficiency. You smell like Viagra, it's suffocating. You. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. You're the one who's sick, and your whole family is sick. Zayatuovu was completely furious and cursed. Wu Feng laughed, You're right, but it's not me who has a sick family, it's you too. Are you looking for death? The old man flared up. Wu Feng said, Old man, fill your Mediterranean Sea well, how much savannah is there? Zayatuovu yelled, What are you talking about? How could I let my husband wear a green hat? Wu Feng said, If you didn't wear a green hat on him, are the red marks on your neck and thighs dog bites? You have at least 18 kinds of man smell on you, don't you know what you have done? Old man, your girlfriend said she had something to do today and wouldn't make out with you, right? She didn't have something to do, she was afraid of being caught cheating on you. Zayatawa jumped angrily, Bullshit, shut your stinking mouth. The old man pulled Zayatawa's scarf away, and red strawberries were planted all over her neck. Pop. The old man was furious and slapped Zayatawa in the face. Zayatawa was scared and covered her red face, begging for mercy, Husband. The old man was furious and slapped her again, I feed you, clothe you, buy you a car and a house, and you screw around behind my back? Zayatuovu cried and looked sad, You're always impotent, so it's not my fault, is it? Honey, I really only love you, and I was just fooling around with them. Wu Feng laughed, That's all secondary. The most important thing is that Zayatuovu has already been infected. There are red spots all over your arm. I'm serious when I say you're sick, so hurry home and take your medicine. When you hear this, the old man's anger shot to the sky, I'll kill you bitch. Zayatuovu was so scared that she turned around and ran away, Honey, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Kiki. Su Xiaoyan covered her mouth and laughed, leaning her whole body on Wu Feng's arm, her heart felt warm. Wu Feng asked, How is it, are you satisfied? Brother, you're amazing, sister loves you to death. After Su Xiaoyan finished speaking, she took back the bank card. The saleswoman who had just witnessed everything was dumbfounded at the moment. Su Xiaoyan gave a small smile and said, Swipe the card, we'll take the watch. Okay, just a moment. The saleswoman then recovered her smile and quickly swiped the card. The brother and sister then continued upstairs. Su Xiaoyan went on a shopping spree and bought a large number of bags. Wu Feng carried all kinds of bags, while Su Xiaoyan skipped happily, holding onto his arm. As the sun set, the brother and sister drove home. They threw their bags into the living room, and Wu Feng immediately stretched out on the sofa, I'm exhausted. Su Xiaoyan lay on the sofa, her long, thin legs resting directly on Wu Feng, Give your sister a leg massage. Okay. Wu Feng nodded, and gently kneaded her long legs with his hands. Su Xiaoyan picked up her phone and opened the QuickTune app to start watching short videos. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The phone's notification sound kept going off. 7. Is your phone infected? Wu Feng frowned. No, it's all the fans at ING me. Su Xiaoyan suddenly changed her expression as she spoke. Wu Feng asked, What's wrong? Is this little peach crazy? Su Xiaoyan said. What's wrong? Wu Feng asked. Su Xiaoyan said, She challenged me to a live streaming competition tonight, and the loser has to call the other person dad. Wu Feng, so sassy. Su Xiaoyan pouts, I'm too lazy to argue with a loser like her. Apart from stealing my popularity, she's got no skills at all. Wu Feng says, Then just ignore her. Su Xiaoyan, but this topic has already made it to the homepage of Quain, and the official account has even made an announcement. My fans have already started fighting with Zayatuovua's fans, and now the private messages are all asking me to PK with Zayatuovua. Wu Feng frowned, this Zayatuovu is really cheap, this is not roasting you on the fire. Su Xianyan pouted and asked, brother, what should I do? Wu Feng said, if she wants to humiliate herself, then let her, just do it. Domineering, worthy of being my brother, I'll go live now, remember to give me a boost later. Su Xianyan smiled and turned around to run back to her room. Good. Wu Feng took out his phone and turned on the fast sound. He knew about fast sound live broadcasts. The so-called PK is a competition between the fans of the two anchors to reward them. The losing anchor has to accept the punishment proposed by the other party. The punishment proposed by Zayatuovu was to call the other party daddy. This punishment is quite cheap. Su Xianyan must not be allowed to lose to Zayatuovu. Wu Feng immediately sent a WeChat message to Heizhan, transfer some money to me. The phone immediately beeped, ding dong, the payment bitch has arrived with 30 million yuan. This son of a bitch, Heizhan, is quite rich. Chapter 8 Su Xianyan's live broadcast competition. In fact, Wu Feng is not poor. He has earned several 100 million yuan after years of fighting abroad. However, the money is all in the hands of the old man. The old man said, I won't touch a penny of this money, and I'll save it for you to marry a wife. Later, he married into the Shao family. The old man said, this money is your joint property with your wife. In case you get divorced, the money will have to be split equally between the two parties, so I can't give it to you. The old man's attitude was, you Wu Feng have a lot of money, but you can't use it. I have to go find the old man and get this money back. Wu Feng immediately entered Su Xianyan's live broadcast room. Inside the broadcast room, Su Xianyan's fans were very active, with constant comments. At. Su Xianyan on the phone screen was wearing a black suspender dress with a white short-sleeved blouse draped over her shoulders. She was already pretty, but under the beauty filter she looked like a fairy. Su Xianyan said, thanks, family. I didn't want to compete, but she was pushing me, and my brother was right, so I did it. Soon the phone screen split in two. On the left was Su Xianyan, and on the right was Zayatangua. As usual, Zayatuovu was wearing very little and looking very slutty. It was more like she was wearing a few thin pieces of fabric than clothes. The beauty camera made her look all white, and no one noticed her red face at all. Zayatuovu smiled without any joy, Su Xianyan, we meet again. You made me lose face in the mall at noon, and tonight I'll make you red all over the internet. Su Xianyan, Peach Blossom, aren't you afraid of suffering the consequences? If I were, I wouldn't be playing with you. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat yourself. Call me daddy and I'll let you off. Peach Blossom gave a confident smile. She broke up with the old man in the afternoon and threw herself into the arms of Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao had a wide network of connections and strong relationships, and shared both good fortune and misfortune with his brothers. That afternoon, Huang Xiao and his brothers had a multiplayer sport with Zayatuovu. Huang Xiao promised her full support in her battle against Su Xianyan. Not only would Su Xianyan's image as a pure goddess be overturned, she would also be completely humiliated. Su Xianyan spoke, I have never been afraid of my defeated opponents. If you are willing to humiliate yourself, I will mercifully help you. The button to start the battle was pressed. A 5-minute countdown appeared on the screen in the broadcast room. The number of viewers on both sides of the broadcast room began to soar, and small gifts kept appearing. User 2142 sent a gift of a rocket ship to anchor Su Xianyan, increasing her firepower by 5,000. User Leagwozi sent a gift of a plane to anchor Su Xianyan, increasing her firepower by 10,000. User Your Second Uncle's Aunt sent a gift of a tank to anchor Su Xianyan, increasing her firepower by 8,000. In just half a minute, Su Xianyan's firepower reached 100,000. This is equivalent to a gift of 10,000 yuan being sent in the broadcast room. As for Zayatuovu, her firepower was only 10,000, which was obviously a disadvantage. Guys, Zayatuovu really wants it, so hurry up and give it to her. Zayatuovu squeaked. The next moment, gifts came pouring in, and her firepower quickly reached 100W, instantly crushing Su Xiaoxian into dust. Zayatuovu excitedly kissed the screen. Thank you so much, brothers, you are so generous and magnanimous, really awesome. Netizens in the chat bubble on Su Xiaoxian's live broadcast screen were all swearing. Isn't Zayatuovu being a bit cheap? That's disgusting, is she literally begging for gifts? I almost thought I was in a brothel. Su Xianyan's fans also started to send gifts like crazy, and their firepower instantly reached 150W. However, Xiaotang's firepower increased to 300W, twice that of Su Xianyan's. Su Xianyan was speechless. She knew Xiaotangwa well, and her firepower in every PK was only around 30W. Even at her best, Su Xianyan's firepower was only 200W. Xiaotawawa became arrogant and said, Su Xianyan, your fans aren't giving you their best today, are they? The countdown to the PK was down to just 1 minute. Xiaotawawa was still in the lead. Xiaotawawa said, ouch, come on. Is Su Xianyan going to call me daddy? Su Xianyan suddenly became nervous and her heart rate quickened. The gifts were increasing, but her firepower was clearly unable to catch up with Xiaotawawa. The countdown began, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. It's over, I'm going to lose. Su Xiaoxian covered her face with her hands, afraid to witness it. Just in the last 3 seconds, an aircraft carrier gift suddenly floated in the live broadcast room. The value of an aircraft carrier is 500,000, and its firepower is 500W, instantly killing Xiaotuohua in seconds. The competition was over, and Su Xiaoxian won. Yay! Thank you for helping my big brother Longfeng. Su Xiaoxian jumped up excitedly. There was a burst of cheers in the live broadcast room. Wu Feng, sitting in the living room, let out a sigh of relief. When he was topping up his points to play, there was all sorts of binding and face recognition, and it took ages. By the time he'd finished topping up, the competition was almost over, so he simply swiped for the aircraft carrier with the highest price. At this point, Xiaotuohua's face on the phone screen went black. Su Xiaomian's fans formed a group and ran over to send barrage of comments. Your Xiaomian's dad's fans have come to see their son. Hurry up and call him dad. Little girl, hurry up and call him dad. Xiaotuohua said angrily, Lingfeng sneaked up on me, despicable. Su Xiaomian, cut the crap, you win, you lose. Xiaotuohua, I'll call him, who's afraid? Su Xiaomian, then go ahead and say it, I'm listening. Xiaotuohua opened her mouth and said, Xiaomian daddy. Su Xiaomian, have you eaten? Speak louder. Xiaotuohua shouted again, Xiaomian daddy. Su Xiaomian smiled, haha. That's a good girl. The chat bubbles in the live broadcast room all turned into ha. Xiaotuohua said, I'm not convinced. If you're good at it, let's play again. The loser has to crawl on the ground 3 times and bark like a dog. Su Xiaomian said, why be a human? You want to be a dog? Xiaotuohua snorted, if you don't avenge this, you're not a gentleman. If you're scared, don't play. Su Xiaomian, you. Xiaotuohua, you're scared, aren't you? If you're scared, just call daddy, and I'll let you off. In the live broadcast room, the #1 celebrity, Longfeng, spoke up, Xiaomian, play with him, I'll back you up. Thank you, my big brother Longfeng. Su Xiaoyan smiled, we'll start the second game of PK right away. Xiaotuohua said confidently, this time, I won't hold back, and don't even think about sneaking up on me again. The PK began, and then at Longfeng directly built another aircraft carrier. Su Xiaoyan's firepower instantly reached 500W. Xiaotuohua and his fans were instantly dumbfounded. Su Xiaoyan happily covered her face, thank you, Longfeng, you're so handsome. Xiaotuohua once again displayed her flirtatious skills. Husbands, do you really want to watch Xiaotuohua climb? If you like, I can show you alone, as long as I win today. Yeah, big-hearted brothers, come on. The gift quickly rose to 550W, and Xiaotuohua immediately overtook Su Xiaoyan. Chapter 9, This Big Brother is Inhumane. Wu Feng, sitting in the living room, casually pressed the gift button for an aircraft carrier. Swish! An aircraft carrier immediately appeared on the screen. Su Xiaoxian's firepower value became 1200W. Yay, brother Longfeng, I love you. Su Xiaoxian excitedly blew a kiss at the screen. At Ironhead Dog, damn, this Longfeng is inhumane. At my name is as long as my dick, this is only the second match, and already 3 aircraft carriers have been purchased, 1.5 million yuan. And I'm an old lapdog, oh my, could it be that Xiaoyan is being supported by a mysterious rich man? Netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked and kept making all kinds of guesses. Xiaotangwa cried into the screen, husbands, your little wife is going to lose, can you bear to see me being bullied? The fans were unmoved, mainly because the gap was so great. The opponent's move was an aircraft carrier, and ordinary people could not afford such spending. Zayatuova quietly picked up her phone and added Huang Xiao in a small group chat. Huang Xiao, you promised to help me. Huang Xiao replied to her, you'll lose this round, but I'll let you win the next. Why should I lose? That's not what you said in the hotel this afternoon. Zayatuova sent an unhappy emoticon. Huang Xiao replied, are you not sure what kind of person you are? Do you not know why I support you? Zayatuova's face suddenly changed. Huang Wen, what do you mean? Are you going to deny me after you've put your pants on? Huang Wen replied, you still can't tell your own position, can you? What is my goal? Don't you know? Zayatuova didn't dare to provoke the other party and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Huang Xiao, I'll do whatever you say. Huang Xiao, in the third game, the loser strips. Zayatuova, what if I lose again? Huang Xiao, I'll ban Lung Feng's account, you'll win for sure. Thank you, Huang Xiao, I understand. Zayatuova smiled, her heart filled with joy. Huang Xiao, whose real name is Huang Wen, is a rich second generation in Xinjiang. His father's company specializes in live streaming unions, and the company's market value is tens of millions. Local famous female anchors, including Su Shaoxian and Zayatuova, are all anchors under this union. Relying on this relationship, Huang Wen has not spared any effort to get under the skin of the female anchors in the union. But this young man has never touched Su Shaoxian, and even his repeated invitations have been rejected. But the more this is the case, the more Huang Wen is motivated, the more he wants to get this Su Shaoxian. This is how today's PK came about, his aim being to bring Su Shaoxian down from her pedestal. If he attacks Su Xiaomian at this time, he can achieve his goal. Zayatuova took the opportunity to vent her anger, and the two sides hit it off. The 5-minute countdown ended, and Zayatuova unexpectedly lost. On the screen of her phone, Su Xiaomian smiled. Zayatuova, why did you do that? A bet is a bet. I, Zayatuova, keep my word. Zayatuova immediately got up and directly imitated a dog crawling in her room. Woof woof woof. Puff. Su Xiaomian laughed with her hands over her mouth. Sitting back in her live streaming chair, Zayatuova said, Su Xiaomian, do you dare to have one last competition with me? Su Xiaomian was surprised. Zayatuova, are you drunk? Zayatuova said, I'll remember this. Zayatuova and you are enemies forever. Speechless. Su Xiaomian shook her head. Zayatuova said with a cold face, in the last game, the loser has to take off their clothes. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Su Xiaomian said, have you gone crazy? You'll be disqualified for dancing like that. Zayatuova nodded, I know that. Today, it's either you or me. I'm not playing. Su Xiaomian refused directly. Zayatuova became proud, afraid of losing? No guts? Scared? Su Xiaomian, you really are trash. You've only won 2 games, and you're already getting timid. If you're afraid to play, then bark like a dog, and I promise I'll let you off. Otherwise, I'll find you every day and play until I'm sick of it. Su Xiaomian's little face turned red with anger. You're shameless. Zayatuova, to put it simply, dare you? Such a crazy provocation directly angered Su Xiaomian's fans in the live broadcast room. At Barbara de Gigi, Xiaomian, let her die. At Deep Cave Unfathomable, I've been unhappy with her for a long time. Let her die a painful death. At Catfish Enters the Hole, Xiaomian, we support you, come on. At Lingfeng, Xiaomian, just do it. When Su Shaoxian saw Lang Feng's comment, a sense of familiarity suddenly came over her. Why did this sound so familiar? Could it be that Lang Feng was Wu Feng? Had her younger brother been silently supporting her all along? Su Shaoxian suddenly felt full of courage. Okay, last game, life and death PK. Zayatuova laughed, let's get started. The audience watching this live broadcast all erupted. Holy cow, a once-in-a-century show. Crazy, Zayatuova is really crazy, she's asking for death. No matter who loses, they'll be ruined. So exciting, no matter who wins the striptease, it's a sure win. In the third match, Zayatuova's firepower value began to soar, directly jumping to 2000 W. Zayatuova was extremely proud. Su Xiaomian, you're going to lose this round. Su Shaoxian's face looked a little bad, she didn't expect the opponent to be so fierce. However, she believed Lung Feng would continue to support her. The barrage was also at Lung Feng, but Lung Feng didn't respond. Damn, Lung Feng won't run, will he? War Wolf, are you okay? Don't drop the ball at a critical moment. Could it be that Lung Feng was sent by Zayatawawa? Deliberately cross-dress and mess with her? It's over, Xiao Nian is going to lose. Su Xiaonian began to become nervous, and fine sweat appeared on the palms of his hands. In the living room, Wu Feng suddenly discovered that his Kuai-in account had been banned. Ban it. The reason was suspected of logging in from a different location, and it was banned for 30 minutes. Go to hell. Wu Feng cursed under his breath, and quickly ran back to his room and turned on the computer. As the underworld's king of hell, Wu Feng is not a pushover. He is skilled in everything from using firearms to flying planes, tanks, and artillery. He is also well versed in wiretapping and anti-wiretapping, as well as offensive and defensive cyber hacking techniques. Without breaking a sweat, Wu Feng accessed the background of the Kuai-in server and directly lifted the ban on himself. At this time, there were only 30 seconds left in the live broadcast room's PK time. Zayatawawa's firepower had increased to 3,500W. In contrast, Su Xiaomian's fans had only managed to reach 2,500W. Ha ha ha. Zayatawawa laughed. Su Xiaomian, your brother Lingfeng must really want to see you striptease, you're going to lose. How can this be? Su Xiaomian's face turned red. There were only 10 seconds left in the competition. Su Xiaoxian's heart hung in the balance. In the live broadcast room, Zayatawawa's unrestrained laughter echoed. Chapter 10: Zayatawawa's downfall. Swish, swish, swish. The user Lang Feng sent a gift of 100 aircraft carriers, with a firepower value of 500 million. The competition ended, and Su Xiaoxian won. In the live broadcast room, Su Xiaoxian's fans were cheering wildly, and gifts were flying all over the screen. Holy cow, Lung Feng is awesome. No wonder he's a werewolf, he's invincible. We look up to Brother Feng, he's so awesome. The barrage of comments was full of praise for Lung Feng. Even Su Xiaoxian herself was still holding her mouth open in disbelief. She couldn't believe it. She had almost lost, but then there was a miraculous turn of events. What was even more terrifying was that the opponent had spent 100 aircraft carriers. Each aircraft carrier cost 50,000, so 100 of them was 5 million, in cash. Su Xiaoxian was completely dumbfounded. She had never received such a large reward. Could this person really be Wu Feng? Su Xiaoxian asked herself in her heart. While some people were happy, others were sad. The proud Zayatawawa had become a depressed person. Even through the beauty filter, her terrible expression was still visible. Su Xiaoxian's fans started causing trouble again, and they all rushed to Zayatawawa's live broadcast room. Dance, dance, dance. The screen was full of these words. I actually lost? Zayatawawa couldn't believe it. Just now, Huang Wenming clearly said that he would ban the account of Lung Feng, but why did he reward it again? Su Xiaonian spoke up. Zayatawawa, it's not that I have to force you, but you have to keep your word. If you dare to say it, you dare to do it. I'll get ready and dance right now. Zayatawawa finished and got up to leave the camera. She hurriedly at Huang Wen in the group chat. Huang Xiao, what's going on? Huang Wen replied, I don't know either. I clearly had someone ban the account of Lang Feng, but who knew he went ahead and rewarded the comment anyway? So what do we do now? Zayatawawa sent an expression of grievance. Now she was in a difficult situation. If she didn't jump, she would definitely be hammered to death by all these people watching the live broadcast. If she jumped, she might end her career as a live streamer prematurely. Huang Xiao said, you can jump as much as you like, the company will never ban you, and you might even become popular. Okay, I believe you. Zayatawawa put away her phone and immediately changed into a sexy lingerie set. She switched off the chandelier, turned on the room's laser lights, started the DJ music, and began to spray smoke in the room. Zayatawawa twisted her waist and arched her backside, slowly walking towards the camera. The number of fans in the live broadcast room instantly soared to millions, breaking her all-time online audience. Zayatawawa was secretly pleased, thinking that perhaps tonight she could find a new way to step on Su Xiaoxian's head in the future. She let go completely and took off her clothes directly. Half a minute later, the screen went black and the broadcast was shut down. Zayatawawa was dumbfounded and quickly picked up her phone. Then she saw the prompt. The host Zayatawawa is suspected of live sex streaming. Your account has been permanently blocked. If you have any questions, please contact Kuai-in customer service. Zayatawawa was dumbfounded and hurriedly at Huang Wen in the group chat. Huang Xiao, are you messing with me? Huang Wen immediately sent a long voice message. What the fuck? I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on you, you bitch. You think I want to watch you dance? I want to watch Su Xiaoxian, so die. Huang Wan, I. Zayatawawa was about to swear, but the next moment he was kicked out of the group. Huang Wan on the other end of the phone was also very depressed. He had spent a lot of money, but he hadn't gotten the girl, so he was very upset. The union manager by his side quickly said, Mr. Huang, Zayatawawa is a bitch who is good for nothing. I've already called the police to have her arrested. Arrest her. Huang Wan still looked unhappy. The union manager said, tomorrow night, we can arrange a celebration. As long as Su Xiaoyan dares to come, she will drink too much and climb into your bed. Huang Wan laughed, good, I'll leave this to you. Meanwhile, Zayatawawa heard a knock at her door. Who is it? Zayatawawa shouted. A voice came from outside the door, police station. You are suspected of live sex streaming. Go back and assist in our investigation. Oh. Zayatawawa cried, and half an hour later, she got into the police car that was heading to the police station. On the Kuayin platform, the mysterious tycoon rewarded 50 million Kuai coins overnight, and the female anchor Su Xiaoyan became instantly rich. After the broadcast, Su Xiaoyan's phone kept ringing non-stop. Her followers had instantly increased from 3 million to 10 million, and her value had increased several times over. Meanwhile, in the chat group of the trade union, the female anchor and the trade union manager congratulated Su Xiaoxian. Su Xiaoxian hurriedly replied, thank you, sister. The trade union manager said, Xiaoxian has broken the record for rewards for local live broadcasts, and the company has decided to hold a small celebration tomorrow night. Xiaoxian, you must be there. Okay, I'll listen to the company's arrangements. Su Xiaoyan, who was in the middle of a high, didn't think much about it. Holding her phone, Su Xiaoyan skipped and jumped to Wu Feng's room. Stinky brother, you must be Lung Feng, right? Su Xiaoyan asked. What Lung Feng? Wu Feng pretended not to know. Huh? Su Xiaoyan frowned, didn't you watch my live broadcast? Wu Feng shook his head, I just played a game, what's wrong? No way? Su Xiaoyan walked up and saw that Wu Feng was indeed playing a game on the computer. Are you sure you're not Lung Feng? Su Xiaoyan was doubtful. Is the game over? Wu Feng asked. Su Xiaoyan said, I won. That little peach blossom dancing and stripping was banned, and it seems like she was arrested by the police station. Wu Feng said, evil people get their just desserts. It serves her right. Su Xiaoyan said, that Lung Feng gave me millions of views during the live broadcast. He's ruthless, he must be a big fan of yours. Wu Feng said. Su Xiaoyan said, I thought it was you. Wu Feng laughed, look at your brother, is he the kind of rich guy? Okay. Your unreliable brother. Su Xiaoyan pouted, and added, there's an offline celebration at the company tomorrow night, you can go with me. What company? Wu Feng asked. Su Xiaoyan said, it's the company I signed with, called the Starfish Union. It's a gathering of beautiful female anchors. This is a good thing, I have to go. Wu Feng laughed. Stupid brother. Su Xiaoyan muttered, turned around and walked out of the door, but suddenly came back and snatched Wu Feng's phone. He directly opened the Kuaishou app to check his username, but found that Wu Feng had never logged in. What are you doing, seventh sister? Wu Feng asked. It's fine, go to bed early, and tomorrow get ready to help me block the wine, the bitches, and the scum. Su Xiaoyan put the phone on the bed and tiptoed out. Clunk. The moment the door closed, Wu Feng laughed. Luckily, he had wisely logged out of the account, or else Su Xiaoyan really would have found out. Wu Feng was not afraid of her knowing his real identity, as he was retired anyway. If Su Xiaoyan knew that her brother had rewarded the money, she would definitely not want to spend it. She might even return it to Wu Feng. For Su Xiaoyan, it was the reward of the million followers that would give her a stronger sense of self-confidence and take her further down the road of live streaming in the future. The next evening, Wu Feng drove a sports car to take Su Xiaoyan to the Qincheng International Hotel. The private room on the top floor was covered in all kinds of flowers, and the female host sitting next to her was envious and tearful. Huang Wan was dressed in a handsome suit and holding 99 roses in his hands, waiting for Su Xiaoyan to come to him. On the surface, this gathering was initiated by manager Wang. Behind the scenes, however, it was all planned by Huang Wan. As for the purpose, naturally there was no need to say anything. Huang Wan wanted to get Su Xiaoyan. He wants the innocent goddess Su Xianyan to sing her conquest under his crotch. The door to the private room opened, and Su Xianyan walked in. She was wearing a pure white dress and high-heeled sandals. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and although she was only wearing light makeup, she was still pure and lovely. Huang Wen took a step forward and went straight to one knee. Xianyan, from the day I met you, I've fallen in love with you. This is a very abrupt way to do it, but I still want to say it, be my girlfriend. Chapter 11, the anchors gather for a party and show off their skills. In an instant, Su Xiaoxian froze. How did the offline gathering suddenly turn into a scene of confession? Petals were falling in the room, and the bubble machine was activated to blow out countless dreamy bubbles. The other anchors began to cheer, say yes, say yes, say yes. Xianyan, I really like you, be my girlfriend. Huang Wen spoke again, his feelings were extremely sincere. Su Xianyan suddenly got goosebumps all over. Huang Wen seemed romantic, but in reality he was a womanizer. His nickname was Huang Qianzhan, and the girls he had victimized could fill a train. Just as Su Xianyan was hesitating how to politely reject the other person, Wu Feng walked into the private room. He took the flowers from Huang Wen's hands and said, "Sorry, I'm late." "Who are you?" Huang Wen's face changed. Wu Feng smiled and reached around Su Xianyan's waist. "You're a little late with your confession, but Su Xianyan belongs to me now." In an instant, no one made a sound, and Huang Wen's face turned as ugly as a purple eggplant. Wu Feng smiled and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wu Feng, Su Xianyan's boyfriend." Su Xiaoxian nibbled her red lips lightly, leaned towards Wu Feng deliberately, reached out and pinched his thigh, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Stinky brother, well done." Boyfriend? Huang Wen stared at the two of them intently, and his mentality directly collapsed. A good confession party, why the hell did a boyfriend suddenly come? Su Xiaoxian gave a slight smile, "Sorry everyone, I was going to announce the news with you tonight, but I didn't expect." Manager Wang hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Congratulations to Xiaoyan for finding her true love." The others then came back to their senses and congratulated Su Xiaoyan one after the other, gradually easing the awkward atmosphere in the private room. Huang Wen, who was extremely embarrassed, walked into the bathroom, grinding his teeth in anger. Manager Wang quietly walked in. "Mr. Huang, what's the next arrangement?" The original plan for the day was to confess on the spot and then directly kiss Su Xiaoyan. Then he would take her by force that night, and the next day he would just pull up his pants and leave. Unexpectedly, a brat named Wu Feng suddenly intercepted him and disrupted all his plans. Huang Wen gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "If the gentle approach doesn't work, then I'll use the violent approach." Manager Wang asked, "What do you mean by the violent approach?" Huang Wen said, "Get that Wu Feng drunk first, then find a female host to keep him company for the night, and sue him for rape tomorrow, to get him killed." Manager Wang gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant, that's brilliant. Dare to ruin my good thing, looking for death." Huang Wen stared, his eyes full of murderous intent. Manager Wang asked again, "What about Su Xianyan?" Huang Wen turned around and glared at him. Manager Wang hurriedly nodded, "I understand, get him drunk and send him to your room." "Mm." Huang Wen nodded with satisfaction, stubbed out his cigarette and walked out of the bathroom. Everyone took their seats, the food and drinks were ready, and the party officially began. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the offensive against Wu Feng and Su Xiaoyan officially began. 7 or 8 men surrounded Wu Feng. "Brother, you were able to win Xiaoyan away from so many people, so I toast you with this glass of wine. To be honest, I'm jealous of you, so you have to drink this wine. Brother Feng, you are the senior, I bow to you, here's to you." Su Xiaoyan waved his hands. "Wu Feng is not suitable for drinking, so please let him off." Manager Wang immediately spoke up, "A man has to drink, and he has to drink strong spirits, am I right?" Manager Wang is absolutely right. A man can't be weak, whoever doesn't drink is a coward. Alcohol is the essence of food, the more you drink, the younger you feel. While saying this, Manager Wang took out a box of Wulianye liquor. 72% alcohol by volume Wulianye, whoever drinks it says it's good. Xiaoyan's boyfriend, you must drink a whole glass first. After Manager Wang finished speaking, he opened a bottle and poured a big glass for Wu Feng. Wu Feng nodded, "I can only drink 3 cups. Please bear with me, I'll drink 3 cups in respect." After saying that, Wu Feng drank 3 cups in a row, and then picked up the bottle to fill the glasses of the others. "Everyone, I've filled your glasses, 3 cups each." That guy was right, a man can't be weak, whoever doesn't drink is a coward. Now, the young men present were dumbfounded. This is 72% pure Wolianye, and a glass is about 2 small cups. An elephant could get drunk for days after drinking 3 cups. If you can't drink, you'll throw up after just half a glass. Who would have thought that Wu Feng would drink 3 cups straight away? Instead, he put them all on the spot. If you don't drink, you're a loser, and if you do, you're doomed. Wu Feng raised a glass of wine and said, "Manager Wang, you go first." Manager Wang immediately looked crestfallen. "This wine, you can't drink it too quickly." Wu Feng said, "Are you a man? So weak? Do you want to be a grandson?" "I'm a real man, the one who doesn't drink is the grandson." Manager Wang's temper flared up, and he directly finished 3 glasses in a row. Wu Feng said, "Manager Wang has set an example, can't you guys be weak? Drink, I'll risk my life to keep you company." "If we drink, who's afraid of whom? Those who don't drink are the losers, there's nothing wrong with that." 7 or 8 men, each of them finished 3 glasses. Before 5 minutes were up, a few of them had crawled under the table. The others went to the bathroom one after the other, vomiting until they turned pale. When they sat back down in the private room, Wu Feng came over again with a bottle of wine. Wu Feng said, "Guys, let's get some more." No, Feng, I was wrong." "Feng, what kind of drinking capacity is that? You said you could drink 3 cups, and we all threw up after 3 cups, but you're fine?" Wu Feng laughed. When I said 3 cups, I was referring to the big enamel tank in the countryside." One of the brothers threw up right there and then. At this moment, no one dared to look directly at Wu Feng. Is this still a human being? The 1 glass of enameled tank was 1.5 pounds. Wu Feng is a real drinker, and at least 3 or 5 pounds of white wine is the minimum amount. None of the young and old present dared provoke Wu Feng. There was no way around it, Wu Feng had been drinking with the old man since he was a child. Not to mention the original Wulianya, even stronger spirits were no problem. Wu Feng sat back down at the table again, and a group of young women surrounded him. "Brother Feng, you really can hold your alcohol. No wonder you were able to woo Shanyan, you really can hold your alcohol. Brother Feng, tell us how you wooed Shanyan." Wu Feng laughed and chatted with the female anchors, and suddenly noticed that Su Shanyan was gone. Looking across the table, Huang Wen was also gone. An ominous feeling came over him. Chapter 12, Shanyan is in danger, and Wu Feng goes crazy. Su Shanyan did leave the private room, but she went to the bathroom in the hotel lobby. As soon as she walked out of the bathroom, she met Manager Wang at the sink. "Shanyan, I have some good news for you." Manager Wang's face was as usual. He had just drunk 3 glasses of Wolianye, but then he ran to the bathroom and vomited it all out by pressing his throat. "What good news?" Su Xiaoxian's face lit up with joy. Manager Wang said, "The guy who is #1 on your live broadcast platform is in this hotel." "Ah? That Lung Feng?" Su Xiaoxian's curiosity flared up. Manager Wang laughed, "Yes, this person is staying in the hotel upstairs, and just contacted the platform to want to meet with you." Hearing the word hotel, Su Xiaoxian's face changed, and she subconsciously thought of the word's unspoken rules. Manager Wang added, "Don't worry, it's just a simple meeting to chat. I'll be with you the whole time." Hearing this, Su Xiaoxian felt much more at ease. Manager Wang had always taken good care of the company's anchors, so he shouldn't do her any harm. "Okay, let's meet." Su Xiaoxian nodded slightly and followed Manager Wang to take the elevator upstairs. Lang Feng had spent a fortune in one night, so even as a matter of courtesy, he should say hello to the other person. After going upstairs, the two arrived at room 888, and Manager Wang knocked on the door. "The door is not closed, come in." A man's voice came from inside the door. Su Xianyan was taken aback, as the voice seemed somewhat familiar. "Go in." Manager Wang pushed open the door to the room. "Okay." Su Xianyan nodded, and slowly walked in. Bang! The room door suddenly closed, and Manager Wang did not come in. Su Xiaoxian's heart sank, and she was about to turn around when a man walked out of the room. It was Huang Wen. "President Huang, why are you here?" Su Xiaoxian was taken aback. "Ha ha ha." Huang Wen laughed. "Are you Long Feng?" Su Xiaoxian suddenly felt an ominous feeling. "Yes." Huang Wen nodded with a smile. "I'm so handsome, can't I be Long Feng?" Su Xiaoxian subconsciously backed away, her right hand quietly grasping the doorknob. "Mr. Huang, can I see your account?" "Sure." Huang Wen took out his phone and slowly walked up to Su Xiaoxian. Su Xiaoxian looked down, and suddenly Huang Wen embraced her and threw her directly onto the bed. Su Xiaoxian, you know what I'm going to do now, right? Huang Wen grinned evilly and immediately unzipped his pants. Mr. Huang, don't be impulsive. There are some things you can't do, and you shouldn't touch the bottom line of the law. Su Xiaoxian tried her best to remain calm, but she was still very, very scared. Ha ha ha. Huang Wen laughed, I like your innocent appearance. I'm going to fuck you tonight, whether you agree or not. Su Xiaoxian's body began to tremble, and she subconsciously took out her phone and directly called Wu Feng. Huang Wen hurriedly ran to the window, hung up the phone in one go, and threw the phone directly into the trash can. You. Su Xiaoyan got out of bed and ran towards the door. But she was after all a girl, and before she reached the door, she was blocked in the corner by Huang Wen. Su Xiaoyan spoke with trembling lips, Huang Wen, don't do anything rash, you're committing a crime. I'm going to do whatever I want, ha ha. Huang Wen laughed maniacally, like a demon. Ah, help. Su Xiaoyan let out a scream, while the phone in the trash can kept vibrating. This call was Wu Feng calling back. At this time, Wu Feng had already walked out of the private room and came to the outside of the bathroom in the lobby. Have you seen Su Xiaoyan? Wu Feng asked a female newscaster he caught. No, there's no one in the women's bathroom. The female newscaster shook her head. Wu Feng's anger immediately flared up. Su Xiaoyan was not in the bathroom, and he was not answering his phone. Years of experience told him that Su Xiaoyan was in danger, and it was very likely that it had something to do with Huang Wen. Before coming, Su Xiaoyan had told him about Huang Wen, and in particular, to pay attention to him. Just then, Wu Feng suddenly saw manager Wang, who had a sneer on his face, walking out of the elevator. Where is Su Xiaoyan? Wu Feng rushed up to him and asked. Manager Wang's smile suddenly disappeared, and after a quick glance around, he said, I think she went downstairs with a girl to do some shopping. Do you have something on your mind? Wu Feng was furious. He grabbed manager Wang by the neck and held him against the elevator door. Liar, the other person is lying. From Wu Feng's many years of knowing Su Xiaoyan, he knew that she would never leave without saying goodbye, and it was even more impossible for her to suddenly not answer her phone. Ah! Manager Wang's entire body hung in the air, and breathing became difficult. Thud, thud, thud. Wu Feng pounded out 3 punches. Click, click, click. There was a continuous crisp sound, and an unknown number of ribs were broken. Ow! The intense pain caused manager Wang to spit out acid water. Wu Feng's eyes were burning with rage. I'll ask again, where is Su Xiaoyan? Manager Wang had already rolled his eyes, as if he had seen hell, and quickly pointed upstairs, Hotel 888. Wu Feng flung manager Wang aside and rushed straight upstairs along the fire escape. Thud! With a loud noise, Wu Feng kicked open the 888 room. Inside the room, Huang Wen was shirtless, and Su Xiaoxian's long skirt had been torn into a short skirt, her eyes full of tears. I'll fuck you! Wu Feng roared, charging over like a beast and kicking Huang Wen into the bathroom with one kick. Bang! The ceramic sink was smashed to pieces by Huang Wen. Ah! Huang Wen, who had almost broken his back, sat on the ground, struggling, his face in agony. Wu Feng rushed into the bathroom, grabbed Huang Wen's head, and slammed it directly into the toilet. Thud! The toilet was smashed to pieces, and Huang Wen's head was full of blood. Thud! Wu Feng gave another kick, directly kicking Huang Wen in the groin. This kick is called the leg-breaking kick. No matter who it is, if they take this kick, they will never be able to get an erection again in their lives. Dare to touch Su Xiaoxian, I'll make you wish you were dead. Wu Feng crouched down and directly broke both his arms and legs. Ah! Huang Wen's screams resounded through the entire building. Wu Feng finally picked up the half of the broken toilet and slammed it directly onto Huang Wen's head. Clang! The toilet shattered, Huang Wen was covered in blood, and he finally fainted. The moment Wu Feng turned around, Su Xiaoxian threw herself into his arms, tears falling like rain. Seventh sister, are you okay? Wu Feng asked, holding her in his arms, never wanting to let her go. Su Xiaoxian choked back her tears and wiped them away. I'm fine. It's all my fault. Wu Feng's eyes were burning red, and he took off his suit and draped it over her back. Then, Wu Feng cradled her in his arms and carried her out of the hotel. After a long time, manager Wang, who had finally recovered, finally ran into private room 888. When he saw Huang Wen lying in a pool of blood, he was instantly paralyzed with fear and hurriedly took out his phone and called Huang Haixing. Hey, Mr. Huang, something terrible has happened. What happened? Huang Haixing on the other end of the line was calm as can be. Manager Wang stuttered, young master has been killed. What? Huang Haixing let out a loud roar on the other end of the line. Chapter 13, the whole city is on alert as Yan Luo is in danger. Late at night, at Qincheng Hospital. The red light in front of the emergency room is flashing. Huang Haixing is sitting on a bench in the corridor smoking, while Manager Wang is kneeling in front of him. A burly man with a hulking back is standing nearby, silent and imposing. Manager Wang says, Mr. Huang, that's what happened. Su Xianyan, Wu Feng. Huang Haixing murmurs these two names. Manager Wang asked, Mr. Huang, what do you think about this matter? Huang Haixing spoke up, whether my son is dead or alive, you are involved in this matter. Yes. Manager Wang nodded repeatedly, it's all my fault. Huang Haixing rolled his eyes and turned to the big man and said, Xiangzi, take him out and break both his legs. Understood. Xiangzi pulled Manager Wang up from the ground. Spare my life, Mr. Huang, spare my life. A moment later, the cries of Manager Huang could be heard outside the emergency room. Xiangzi, covered in blood, stood in front of Huang Haixing again. Xiangzi said, both legs are broken. Huang Haixing nodded, go and get someone to do it. Wu Feng, the job needs to be done neatly, without anyone finding traces. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. You won't be implicated in this. After saying this, Xiangzi quickly left the emergency room. Wu Feng took Su Xiaomian home. Lying on the bed, Su Xiaomian still held onto Wu Feng's hand tightly. Sister Nian, it's okay. Wu Feng patted her back gently. I'm fine, I'm very strong, you don't have to worry about me. Su Xiaomian gave a bitter smile. Wu Feng nodded, that's good, you go to sleep. Su Xiaomian nodded, but she refused to let go of Wu Feng's hand. Wu Feng said, sleep peacefully, I will be by your side. Su Xiaomian said, then, get into bed, can you sleep with me tonight? Wu Feng's words were not finished when a loud knock came from the door. I'll go and see. Wu Feng got up and gently patted the back of her hand. Then be careful. Su Xiaomian said, biting her lip lightly. Wu Feng got up, left the room, and went to the door to open the peephole. There were 4 men in police uniforms standing outside the door, and the one standing in front had a broad back and broad shoulders. Hello, we are police officers from the police station. Please open the door and assist us in our investigation. Who's there? Su Xiaomian stood in the doorway, her head shrunk. The police. Wu Feng said. Police? Su Xiaoxian's face changed. Knock. The knocking on the door sounded again. Wu Feng said, you go into the room first, I may have to go to the police station, don't worry about me. But? Su Xiaoxian wanted to say something, but her worries kept growing. Wu Feng opened the door, and the police officer put the handcuffs on his arms without saying a word. Come with us. The 4 police officers immediately took Wu Feng away. You. Su Xiaoxian rushed out of the room. Bang! The door closed, and the 4 policemen had already taken Wu Feng downstairs. Su Xiaoxian's heart was pounding, so she hurried back to her room and called her 4th sister, Mu Jejia. Mu Jejia's phone didn't go through, but Wu Feng's phone, which was on the bedside table, vibrated first, and the caller displayed on the screen was Eradicating. Hey, boss, I transferred it to you last night. Su Xianyan, you're Wu Feng's friend, right? I'm his sister. Something happened to him, so he can't call you back for now. We'll talk later. After hanging up the phone with Wu Feng, Su Xianyan called Mu Jejia again. Hey, 4th sister, something's happened. On the other end of the line, Mu Jejia didn't get worked up when she heard about it. Instead, she comforted Su Xianyan, don't worry. We're the victims in this. Wu Feng's actions were to stop a crime. Su Xianyan asked, then what are the police going to do when they arrest him? Mu Jejia said, which police station is the other party from? Did you write down the police number? Su Xianyan hurriedly shook his head, they didn't say which police station it was from, and it didn't seem like they had a police number on their chest either. No way, the police must wear their police numbers when they respond to a call. Mu Jejia shook her head. Hold on, I'll send you the surveillance footage from the entrance. Su Xianyan hurriedly opened the computer, downloaded the latest surveillance footage, and sent it to Mu Jia. In the police compound, Mu Jia repeatedly reviewed this video and felt more and more strange. None of the 4 police officers were wearing police badges, and from their expressions and tone of voice, they didn't seem like police officers either. I have to go now, take care of yourself, I'll handle this. Mu Jia hung up the phone and rushed out of the office. She called the police chief Zhang Yan directly to report the matter to him. Chief, I have something important to report to you. In the headquarters of the Jizhou Middle War Department, the chief Wan Shanhu, who had just gone to bed, put down the intercom and his face was as grave as autumn water. He had received a shocking piece of news. Yan Luo, the king of the underworld who had disappeared for 3 years, had suddenly appeared in Xincheng. Just now, a group of unidentified people had captured Yan Luo. Yan Luo had repeatedly led the 3,000 war gods to defeat the dark forces outside the realm many times. He had silently guarded the people of the Tianlong kingdom overseas. More importantly, Yan Luo saved Wan Shanhu's life back then. Wan Shanhu would never allow Yan Luo to be harmed in his own territory. Order all units to enter combat mode. Yes. The messenger shouted. 10 minutes later, the soldiers, who had already gone to bed, gathered at the War Department training ground in a hurry. 15 minutes later, 3,000 soldiers set off in chariots from the War Department. On the other side, Wu Feng was arrested by a few so-called police officers in the backyard of a house in the urban village. After the car stopped, nearly 100 burly men with tattoos quickly poured out of the courtyard. They surrounded the car and pointed at Wu Feng. The burly police officer took off his hat, spat on the ground, and completely revealed his true nature as a thug. This person was not a police officer, but Xiangzi, one of Huang Haixing's men. Xiangge walked up and pulled open the car door. Wu Feng, sitting in the car, gave a harmless smile and said, "Do you know what the crime of impersonating a police officer is?" "You can tell I'm not a police officer?" Xiangge was taken aback. Wu Feng said, "From the moment you handcuffed me, I knew you weren't a real police officer. A police officer, at the very least, should wear a neat uniform and a badge, and their words and actions would never display a hooligan's temperament. So what if you recognize me? You're fucking dead tonight." Brother Xiong was furious, and the muscles on his face began to tremble. Wu Feng asked, "Aren't you curious as to why I knew you were fake cops and still followed you here?" "Why?" Xiangzi asked in return. Wu Feng snorted, "Because I don't want to spill blood in front of my house, and besides, I don't take you stinking fish and rotten shrimp seriously at all. Fuck you, I'll show you hell now." Xiangzi flew into a rage, reaching out to pull Wu Feng out of the car. Thud. Wu Feng gave a kick. "Ah!" Xiangzi screamed, flying backwards and crashing into the wall. "Boss, are you okay?" The henchmen swarmed over, quickly helping Xiangzi up. Xiangzi gnashed his teeth and his entire lower back was broken. "Get him, kill him." The thugs instantly moved, picking up all kinds of weapons and closing in on the van. Wu Feng jumped out of the car and kicked the big man in front of him over with one kick. Click. With a crisp sound, Wu Feng ripped off the handcuffs and activated combat mode. Chapter 14. Overnight, the Huang family was destroyed. Wu Feng flew forward and smashed the punk's face with a punch. Another kick sent the man flying into the air. The opponent swung a knife, and Wu Feng broke his broken arm. The opponent swung an iron rod to attack, and Wu Feng kicked the opponent's leg off with one kick. Block the enemy's attack with your own weapon. When Wu Feng took a long knife from the enemy, he completely entered killing mode. Swish, swish, swish. The courtyard was filled with flashing blades and spilling blood. Countless screams echoed through the noisy urban village. 15 minutes later, the campus was in complete disarray, and no one was standing except Wu Feng. Xiangzi knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Spare my life, hero, spare my life, it was Huang Haixing who told me to do it, please spare me." Swish. Wu Feng slashed down with a single stroke, and Xiangzi fell to the ground. The whole world fell silent. Xiangzi was a notorious tough guy in Xincheng, and had acted as the Huang family's protective umbrella for many years. His way of doing things was simple and brutal. He would first pretend to be a policeman and arrest someone, then beat the other person to death in a group, and finally destroy the body and cover up the evidence. Even if something went wrong, the law could not be applied to the crowd. Even if the brothers who took action are caught, they will only be sentenced to 8 to 10 years in prison at most. After they get out, they will be just fine. This routine has never failed, and it has helped Huang Haixing kill more than a dozen people. However, Xiangzi has put his life on the line today. Because the person they are facing is Wu Feng. Once the king of the underworld, the fearsome Yan Luo. When the War Department arrived in the urban village, it was half an hour later. 3,000 heavily armed soldiers surrounded the entire urban village. People shouted, dogs barked, and chickens flew and jumped in every street and alley. When Wan Tianhu pushed open the courtyard gate with his men, he saw only Wu Feng sitting alone in the courtyard smoking, and the ground was covered in bloodstains. "You go out first and close the door," Wan Tianhu immediately ordered. "Yes." The men quickly exited the courtyard. Wan Tianhu stepped forward and, taken by surprise, knelt before Wu Feng. "Lord Yama, I'm sorry I'm late." Wu Feng smiled. "Wan Tianhu. It's me." Wan Tianhu nodded, his eyes red. "Without you back then, Wan Tianhu, would be dead. As soon as I learned you were in Xinjiang, I brought people here as fast as I could." Wu Feng stubbed out his cigarette and laughed. "Get up. My name is Wu Feng now, not Lord Yama." Wan Tianhu slowly got up and asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" He noticed that Wu Feng was covered in blood. Wu Feng shook his head and said, "It's all other people's blood." After hearing this, Wan Tianhu let out a sigh of relief. "Since you're here, help clean up the scene." Wu Feng stubbed out his cigarette. "Yes." Wan Tianhu nodded and quickly walked through the gatehouse and arrived in the backyard. The ground was covered with fallen thugs, half alive and half dead, and the scene was extremely horrific. Wan Tianhu exited the backyard and asked Wu Feng, "Who is targeting you?" "Huang Haixing, Huang Wen's father." Wu Feng walked out of the yard, and Wan Tianhu followed closely behind. The two men got into the chariot, and Wan Tianhu personally lit Wu Feng's cigarette. As he smoked, Wu Feng related the events of the night. After listening, Wan Tianhu nodded emphatically, "I'll take you home to rest first, and leave the rest to me." Wu Feng nodded. Wan Tianhu instructed his subordinates to guard the courtyard strictly, and then drove away. The soldiers guarding all the major roads were shocked. No one had seen Wan Tianhu drive personally in many years. "I'm afraid there are no more than 3 people in the entire Jizhou who can make Wan Tianhu drive personally. Who is the person sitting in the car?" The soldiers secretly asked themselves. At 1 a.m., Wu Feng returned home. At 1:30 a.m., 3,000 soldiers surrounded Xinjiang Hospital. Huang Haixing and Huang Wen, who had just been wheeled out of the operating room, were arrested on the spot by the people from the War Department. At 2 a.m., Huang Haixing's wife, who was cheating on him in bed, was arrested along with her lover at the Huang family villa. At 3 a.m., Xinjiang, which had been noisy all night, returned to peace. The next morning, Mu Jia took Wu Feng and Su Xianyan to the police station. To prevent any unexpected accidents, they first filed a case against the two men, so that they would not be implicated afterwards. Of course, Wu Feng did not tell them about his relationship with Wan Tianhu, and cleverly lied about it. When he walked out of the police station, it was already noon. The Porsche sports car was blocked by a large Land Rover Range Rover and couldn't be driven away at all. Dong, dong, dong. Wu Feng knocked on the car window. "Beauty, please move your car." The door opened and a young woman in a red dress and high heels got out. Wu Feng was stunned. The young woman's car was very impressive, and so was she. If you describe other women's figures as having an S-shaped body, then this young woman in front of him had a super S-shaped body. "Rascal, what are you looking at?" The young woman walked up to him and put her arms around him. Wu Feng felt a sense of suffocation coming over him, and quickly pushed the other person away. "Sister Qing, it's you." It was none other than Wu Feng's peerless CEO sister Gu Xinqing, a woman of strength worth over 100 million. "Ah, don't you recognize your sister Qing?" Gu Xinqing laughed, her face crinkling with joy. Wu Feng shook his head. "I haven't seen you for a few years, and it feels like you've grown up again. I didn't recognize you." "Gu Xinqing, what's grown up? Your sister has always been this tall." Wu Feng grinned. "I didn't say anything about height." Gu Xinqing looked down and her face instantly turned red. Wu Feng asked, "Seventh sister said you've been busy at work these few days, so how did you find time to come and see me? I heard that you and Shan Yan had an accident, so how could I possibly be in the mood to work?" Gu Xinqing pouted, a little upset. "We're fine, Xing, don't worry." Wu Feng gave a bright smile. Gu Xinqing said, "I'll take you 3 out to lunch, and I have something important to tell you." Wu Feng asked, "What's so important, Cheng?" Gu Xinqing laughed. Of course it's about you becoming a shareholder in the company. It's your divorce gift. No, no. Wu Feng hurriedly waved his hands. I can't do that, I appreciate your kindness. Gu Xinqing laughed. Man, you can't say you can't do it. The Land Rover pulled up in front of the barbecue restaurant, followed by Su Shanyan and Mu Jiejia in the Porsche. 2 luxury cars, 3 beautiful women, all revolving around Wu Feng. The men in the entire hall cast envious glances at Wu Feng. Chapter 15: Poison gas bombs in the coffee shop. At the dinner table, the 3 of them told their eldest sister Gu Xinqing about what had happened last night. Mu Jiejia said, this time, the Huang family, even if they don't die, will have to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Gu Xinqing raised her glass. As long as Shanyan and Wu Feng are fine, Shanyan, Jiejia, you take care of things here. Mu Jiejia smiled. Don't worry, eldest sister, I'll move back in with Shanyan tonight. Gu Xinqing took out her phone. Big sister, there's no need for you to do anything. I'll send you 2 sisters a big red envelope. After she finished speaking, Mu Jiejia and Su Xiumian's phones vibrated. Su Xiumian was stunned. Oh my god? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. Such a big red envelope? Mu Jiejia was also stunned. Gu Xinqing smiled. This is just a little something from big sister. Go buy some bags and new clothes. Thank you, sister, you're so kind. Su Xianyan turned around and hugged her eldest sister, Gu Xinqing. Gu Xinqing said again, okay, you're fine, and I'm at ease. If you're missing anything in the future, just let me know. Let's eat. The 3 sisters began to use their chopsticks. Wu Feng looked embarrassed and said, elder sister, won't you give me a red envelope or something? Giggle. Mu Jiejia and Su Shanyan both laughed. Eat first, we'll talk about your business later. Gu Xinqing also laughed. After lunch, Su Shanyan dragged Mu Jiejia out shopping. Gu Xinqing took Wu Feng to a secluded coffee shop. The 2 sat facing each other when Gu Xinqing looked up from her coffee cup and saw the company's vice president Zhao Ping stagger in. Hey, it's Mr. Gu. Zhao Ping, with his greasy hair and shiny face, came over with a smile and, without any pretense of politeness, sat down next to Wu Feng. What are you doing here? Gu Xinqing turned her head away, disgusted with this Zhao Ping. Although they were colleagues, they could not stand each other at the company. Zhao Ping didn't care about Gu Xinqing's attitude and said teasingly, Auntie Gu, you are frustrated in the workplace, but you are successful in love. Gu Xinqing gave Zhao Ping a fierce glare and said, please get this straight, I'm only 3 years older than you in terms of age. Stop calling me auntie, or people might think you're a baby. Zhao Ping's face suddenly turned red, and he snorted, Ms. Gu is sharp-tongued, I can't argue with you. But don't blame me for not reminding you that your new product, Blossom, has been in development for over 3 years with no results. You'd better explain clearly at the group board meeting tomorrow, or else you can just wait to hand over the CEO position. Gu Xinqing said coldly, that's my own business, so don't worry about it. Stubborn as a dead duck. Zhao Ping rolled his eyes, then patted Wu Feng on the shoulder. Brother, even though you're quite ugly, you still need to choose the right person to eat soft rice off. Gu Xinqing might step down tomorrow, so what are you eating for? Eat, I'm eating your mother's soft rice. Wu Feng had never spoken up before, but that didn't mean he didn't have a temper. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Zhao Ping was furious, standing up and looking down at Wu Feng. Wu Feng snorted, don't you understand? If I'm eating soft rice, I'll eat your mother's soft rice first, and then I'll be your unrelated biological father. Are you saying tongue twisters to me? Zhao Ping's head was buzzing, and it took a while before he got the taste. Are you cursing me? Wu Feng laughed, cursing you? You're thinking too much. Don't flatter yourself. I don't have a stupid son like you at all. You're crazy. I'll give you a slap in the face today to teach you a lesson. Zhao Ping finished and reached out to slap Wu Feng's mouth. But how would Wu Feng let him? He used a counter grapple and immediately locked Zhao Ping's wrist. Ah! Zhao Ping's wrist was in pain, and he gnashed his teeth and said, let go of me. If you don't know how to speak, just shut your damn mouth. Gu Xinqing spoke up, there's no need for my brother to get into it with him, let him go. Humph. Wu Feng snorted, and only then let go of Zhao Ping. But Zhao Ping was not at all convinced, and pointed at Wu Feng and said, handsome boy, don't try to be a hero. I'll find someone to fix you later. Wu Feng walked up to him, put a hand on Zhao Ping's shoulder, and said, I advise you not to talk nonsense, or you might lose control of your bowels and bladder. Are you crazy? How could I lose control of my bowels and bladder? Your whole family could lose control of their bowels and bladder, and I still wouldn't. Zhao Ping pushed away Wu Feng's arm and turned to walk away with crab-like steps. Wu Feng snorted, 1, 2, 3. Ouch. Zhao Ping suddenly covered his abdomen as if there was a flood of energy waiting to be released. Where is the toilet? Zhao Ping shouted as he rushed to the counter. He had been constipated for 5 days, so why did he suddenly have diarrhea? The waiter shook his head, we don't have a toilet here. There is a public toilet 30 meters outside the store. Zhao Ping turned around and started to run out, but he was still a step too late. Pooh! With a loud noise, Zhao Ping suddenly stood still. A pale yellow fluid flowed from the hem of his trousers to the ground. The stench filled the entire cafe. The waiter covered his nose at once. What's wrong with you? You actually urinated everywhere. It's so ugly. Wu Feng shook his head, looking at Zhao Ping with contempt. I didn't think you were this kind of person. Zhao Ping pointed at Wu Feng and said angrily, You. Let's go. Gu Xinqing didn't want to say another word, and directly pulled Wu Feng away from the coffee shop. The other guests also left. Don't go. Zhao Ping spoke up. Just as he was about to go out, another venomous bomb came. The waiters in front of the counter couldn't hold back anymore, and they all ran outside the coffee shop to hide. Even passers-by passing by the door of the coffee shop would pinch their noses and flee faster. This time, Zhao Ping was really embarrassed. The Land Rover started to go to the commercial street. Gu Xinqing curiously asked Wu Feng, Brother, you didn't just do that, did you? Wu Feng laughed, I just gave him a needle in his heavenly gutter point to help him with his constipation. When the two fought, Wu Feng knew that Zhao Ping would not be convinced, so he gave him a light punishment. Puff! Gu Xinqing burst out laughing, with all your medical skills, you have truly inherited your father's legacy. Trivial skills, not worth mentioning. Wu Feng smiled modestly and said, Let's go to your company now. Chapter 16, A Divorce Gift from My Sister. Huh? Gu Xinqing was taken aback. Go to my company? What for? Wu Feng laughed. To sign the contract, of course. I'm going to be the majority shareholder, I'm going to be the boss, I'm going to secretly take advantage of my female subordinates. Gu Xinqing laughed too. Rotten kid, didn't you just refuse to do it? Wu Feng leaned back in his seat and put his head in his hands. Fighting against the heavens, endless joy. Fighting against the earth, endless joy. Fighting with people is also a lot of fun. If I had known that your company had such scum, I would have gone there a long time ago. Good, then let's go to the company. Gu Xinqing beamed with happiness. The Land Rover stopped in front of the company building, and Gu Xinqing took Wu Feng directly to her office. Gu Xinqing said, Brother, after signing this contract, you will be mine. Have you thought it over? Of course. Wu Feng nodded decisively. He is not a greedy person, and he doesn't care about becoming a shareholder of Xinqing Group. Wu Feng only cares about one thing, whether Gu Xinqing is happy. From Zhao Ping's arrogant attitude just now, it can be seen that the situation of Xinqing Group is not optimistic. With a flourish of the pen, Wu Feng signed his name directly. At this point, he became the largest shareholder of Xinqing Group, with a 51% stake. Gu Xinqing smiled and said, The contract is signed, come and report for work tomorrow morning, and I'll assign you a job. No problem. Wu Feng smiled, sat down next to Gu Xinqing and asked, Big sister, I'm now part of your company, so you can tell me about the company's business. Gu Xinqing said, This has to do with 8 years ago. Wu Feng shook his head, Big sister, that's not what I want to hear. Gu Xinqing lightly pursed her red lips and slightly lowered her head. Wu Feng grabbed her hand and asked seriously, Who is that Zhao Ping? And what's going on with the shareholders meeting tomorrow? It's hard to explain. Gu Xinqing shook her head, and the expression on her face changed from happy to bitter. Wu Feng said, Then take your time, the company can talk about it at home. Okay, I'll tell you. Gu Xinqing shook her head helplessly. She knew that her younger brother Wu Feng was just the kind of person who wanted to get to the bottom of things. 8 years ago, Gu Xinqing founded the Xinqing Group single-handedly and owned more than half of the company's shares. She is both the chairman and the president of the group, and has become a famous businesswoman in Xinjiang. But when a tree is beautiful, the wind will surely blow it down. The company shareholders all think they are capable, and repeatedly disagree with Gu Xinqing. Zhao Ping and his father are the first to bear the brunt. Because his father is a director of the group, Zhao Ping is arrogant and domineering in the company and never takes Gu Xinqing seriously. Not only does he openly disagree with Gu Xinqing, he also colluded with other shareholders within the group to oppose Gu Xinqing. Half a year later, Gu Xinqing's 3-year research and development of the cosmeceutical product Blossom Bud was completed and was waiting to be launched. However, the shareholders collectively opposed it without asking for reasons. Every time the general meeting voted down the proposal, the company's performance declined for 2 consecutive quarters. Many of Gu Xinqing's decisions could not be implemented, and there were many obstacles. They oppose everything you do, they're basically trying to push you, the chairman and CEO, out of office. Wu Feng saw the key problem. They're forcing me to give up power, otherwise if things continue on their current course, the company will end up going bankrupt. Gu Xinqing shook her head helplessly, her eyes slightly red. She rarely talked about these things with others. A bunch of shameless people. Wu Feng said firmly, since I am now the majority shareholder of the group, I will unconditionally support my eldest sister. Thank you, little brother. Gu Xinqing excitedly embraced Wu Feng in her arms and shed tears. According to the company's rules and regulations, the chairman of the board has a veto. However, all shareholders have the collective power to veto the chairman. Wu Feng's entry directly broke this rule. As long as he votes in favor, the opposition of other shareholders is invalid. Wu Feng patted Gu Xinqing's back gently. Since we were kids, it was always my sister helping me out, and today it's my turn to help you. Wah wah wah. Gu Xinqing burst into tears, tears of happiness. That night, Gu Xinqing went home and had a good night's sleep. She even had a dream. The next morning, Wu Feng put on a smart suit and reported to work at the Xinqing group early. A beautiful woman greeted Wu Feng. Hello, I'm Xiaoya, General Manager Gu's assistant. Xiaoya smiled at Wu Feng, revealing a row of white teeth. Xiaoya had just graduated from university, her face was pure and innocent, with a hint of blush on her cheeks. Although she was petite, her figure was just right, with a little bit of a tummy and a nice round bottom. She was the kind of girl that men would compliment as being cute. Hello? Wu Feng smiled and shook her hand. My sister is already incredibly beautiful, and her assistant is also so pretty. I'll be very happy working with such a pretty young lady in the future. Xiaoya added, President Gu has arranged for you to be the group's vice president and head of security. Such a high position? Wu Feng was taken aback, and thought to himself that his sister really does love him. President Gu said that you only need to be in charge of the security department, and the vice president is just a title for a salary. Xiaoya said, and took Wu Feng downstairs to report to the security department. The security department was located downstairs in the company, and it was the morning rush hour. Team leader Bai Depeo was excitedly talking to the security guards under him in the department, saying, in a moment, I'll have some good news to announce. What good news? The security guards standing below asked. Bai Depeo said happily, someone has finally taken over the position of security manager, which has been vacant for a long time. Guess who it is? That must be you, Captain Bai. Exactly, you have worked hard for the company, it would be unjust if you didn't become the manager. Captain, you have to treat tonight. Bai Depeo laughed with his head tilted, ha ha ha. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Xiaoya, the assistant, walked in with Wu Feng. Bai Depeo quickly reached out and sat in a gesture of invitation. Xiaoya smiled slightly, I have good news to announce. Chapter 17, Startle the Security Department. Bai Depeo excitedly rubbed his hands back and forth. After years of hard work, the team leader had become the general manager. In order to become this manager, Bai Ming, the personnel minister of Bai Depeo's company, had given 50,000 yuan in cash. Bai Ming promised with a pat on his chest that he would be the security manager, and it was a done deal. The security guard asked, Assistant Xiaoya, is the position of security manager no longer vacant? That's right. Xiaoya nodded with a smile, the position of security manager will be taken by the new comrade Wu Feng by my side. As soon as the words fell, the entire security room suddenly fell deathly silent. Captain Cannon's face was even more unpleasant than a pig's liver. Xiaoya assistant, did you make a mistake? Isn't the position of security manager for me, Cannon? Xiaoya shook her head and explained, this is the meaning of General Manager Gu. President Gu. White Cannon nodded heavily. He looked at his new colleague Wu Feng, his anger palpable. He had been passed over, and the promised promotion and pay rise to marry a rich and beautiful woman was gone. Perhaps the 50,000 yuan he had paid for connections had also gone down the drain. Let's welcome Manager Wu and invite him to say a few words. Xiaoya clapped her hands, hoping to liven up the atmosphere in the department. However, no security guard responded to her words, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. White Cannon waved his hand and said, "Assistant Xiaoya, you go ahead and get busy. We'll talk about work among ourselves." Assistant Xiaoya was embarrassed and glanced at Wu Feng. Wu Feng gave a slight smile and said, "Don't worry, go do your own work. I can handle this myself." "Okay, I'll leave first." Xiaoya nodded, and seeing that Wu Feng had said so, she didn't linger and quickly left the security room. Bang! Bai Depeo slammed the door of the security department shut, leaned back on the sofa, took a cigarette in his mouth, and didn't take Wu Feng, the leader, lightly. Not only that, Bai Depeo also asked Wu Feng, "New manager, got a light? Light me up." Wu Feng laughed. He himself had not yet burned with enthusiasm as the new manager. How could his subordinate try to intimidate him? "Manager Wu, I asked you a question." Bai Depeo's eyes bulged, and he didn't take the manager seriously at all. Wu Feng shook his head. "Sorry, I didn't bring a lighter." "Zhang Ernie, give Manager Wu the lighter." Bai Depeo gestured to a security guard beside him. The security guard, called Zhang Er, immediately took out a lighter and handed it to Wu Feng. The meaning was clear: Wu Feng, the manager, had to bow to him, White Cannon, to light his cigarette. But would Wu Feng bow to a subordinate? He threw the lighter on the ground and stomped on it. In an instant, the gazes of dozens of security guards were directed at Wu Feng, the new security manager. White Cannon, in particular, slowly stood up with his eyes wide open, glaring at the other man with an extremely fierce look. The other security guards were scared by White Cannon and kept backing away, whispering among themselves. "I heard that White Cannon paid off some connections for the manager position, and he's really angry about it." "Who said 50,000? I heard it was 100,000. In any case, the new manager is definitely going to be in trouble. White Team is a retired Special Forces soldier and international Sanda champion. If he gets angry, the sky will fall. Do you know what the security department relies on to get their point across? Fists." The furious White Cannon flashed his right fist to scare Wu Feng, while also reaching out his left hand to grab the collar of Wu Feng's shirt. But who is Wu Feng? The king of the underworld. In terms of combat effectiveness, all the security guards in the room together are not worthy of tying his shoes. So, at the moment Bai Depeo made his move, Wu Feng grabbed the other man's wrist with his free hand. Then he performed a reverse grapple, followed by a punch. Thud. Bai Depeo was sent flying to the ground. Holy shit! The security guards who had been watching let out a gasp. Bai Depeo was already the king in their eyes, someone they would never dare to provoke. Who would have thought that the new manager was even more ruthless? He actually defeated the enemy in one move, without any fuss. Wu Feng asked, "Now, do you think my fists are hard enough? Am I qualified to be your leader? You're a sneak attack. If you've got the guts, do it again, and I'll beat the crying out of you." Bai Depeo wiped the blood from his nose, slowly stood up, and assumed a magnificent posture. "Good." Wu Feng nodded, waved his hand, and said, "I'll give you another chance. Watch how I'll kill you today." As soon as the words fell, White Cannon flew towards Wu Feng like a cannonball, blasting him with a punch to the face. The moment they were close, Wu Feng kicked out with a flying kick. Thud. White Cannon flew backwards, crashing through the glass of the security department and falling unceremoniously in the flower bed outside. Shit! The security guards exclaimed again, and the way they looked at Wu Feng instantly changed. This is the true king of the security department. Wu Feng leaned back on the sofa, took out a cigarette and casually asked, "Lend me a light." In an instant, the security guards immediately gathered around, pulling out lighters to light Wu Feng's cigarette. "Manager, I'll light your cigarette." "Manager, I have some good cigarettes." "Manager, you're so cool." Wu Feng smiled as he smoked. "Is there anyone who doesn't believe I should be the manager?" "No. No one but you is qualified to be the manager. It's perfect, this position is for you." The security guards curried favor and flattered Wu Feng. They didn't even need Wu Feng to say hello. The security guards took the initiative to massage his back and legs and serve tea and water. Zhang Era reported to Wu Feng, manager, Bai Depeo is gone. Wu Feng said, he went to the hospital to get bandaged. Zhang Era said, no, he may be going to get someone to take revenge on you. Take revenge on me? Wu Feng was stunned. Yes. Zhang Era nodded, he has people behind him. His cousin is the company's personnel manager, Bai Ming. Big Cannon Bai spent a lot of money just to become the security manager. Now that he didn't get the job and you beat him up, he'll definitely want to take revenge on you. That's great, I was afraid he wouldn't take revenge on me. Wu Feng laughed. He is the majority shareholder of Xinqing Group, and his sister is the chairman. Whoever dares to retaliate against him will be uprooted directly, and no black sheep will be spared. Chapter 18. Who are you going to fire? Over here, Big Cannon Bai ran into the Human Resources Department with blood all over his head. Minister Bai Ming, who was molesting his female subordinate, was shocked when he saw his cousin's appearance. Cannon, what's wrong with you? Bai Ming's face was dark. I've given you money and gifts, so why can't I be the security team leader? Bai Depeo spoke angrily. Bai Ming's face changed, and he waved his hand and said, you all go out, I want to talk to team leader Bai alone. In fact, the employees had one after another withdrawn from the department. Bai Ming hurriedly pulled Bai Depeo down to sit and took out gauze to bandage him. At the same time, he asked, can you say this kind of thing to my face? How did you get into this state? The new security manager just got beaten up by me. Bai Depeo shouted. Nonsense, absolute nonsense. I have to approve all personnel matters, and I haven't even appointed a security manager yet. Bai Ming remained confident. Gu Zon's assistant Xiaoya arranged it. Bai Depeo said. Bai Ming suddenly panicked and quickly opened his computer to check the personnel appointments in the security department. He really saw that a person named Wu Feng had been appointed as the head of security. Bai Ming's face suddenly turned very ugly. I haven't treated you badly at all, so why are you setting me up? Bai Depeo said angrily. It's a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding. Bai Ming waved his hands and explained, this is the chairman's arrangement, not through me. Bai Depeo said with a scowl, I don't care, I want to be the security manager, or else give me back the 50,000 yuan. Bai Ming laughed, the money can't be returned, but I can fire this guy Wu Feng. In a while, I'll still let you be the manager. Really? How are you going to fire him? Bai Daopao asked. Are you stupid? Bai Ming pointed at Bai Daopao's head, just for the fact that he hit you, I can fire him. Really? Bai Daopao was extremely excited. That's right. You go to the hospital first, you should get checked up. When you come back, you'll be the manager. Bai Ming said very seriously. Thank you, Ming. Bai Depeo ran out of the personnel department with a smile on his face. He immediately picked up the landline and called the security department. Hello, this is Bai Ming, the head of personnel. Tell your manager, Wu Feng, to come to the personnel department. Okay, I'll let him know right away. The other end of the line responded. Bai Ming hung up the phone, tapping his hands on the desk, his emotions a little unstable. Clunk! The door to the personnel department was pushed open and Wu Feng walked in. You are Wu Feng, the new security manager, right? Bai Ming asked while sorting through some documents. Yes, what's the matter? Wu Feng's attitude was indifferent. Humph. Bai Ming snorted, throwing a resignation form onto the desk. Sign the resignation form and get the hell out of here. Wu Feng laughed, what do you mean? Are you firing me? Isn't that nonsense? Bai Ming shook his head, disdainfully, you hit someone on your first day of work, so if I don't fire you, who will? Wu Feng nodded, you're right, you should fire you. Pa! Bai Ming slapped the table, are you crazy? Wu Feng snorted, I didn't believe it when others said you took bribes from White Cannon, but now it's been confirmed. Bullshit. What bribes did I take? Even if it happened, what does it have to do with you? Bai Ming looked at Wu Feng arrogantly, smug and pleased with himself. Wu Feng hugged his arms and said coldly, so you admit it? Bai Ming snorted, I'll tell you, White Cannon is my younger brother, and I was going to make him the security manager. You came to take over, so what if you dare to hit people? Who will die if you don't? You idiot. It seems that the group is indeed corrupt, a small personnel minister dares to take bribes in public. Bai Ming laughed, who do you think you are? Does your family own the group? How dare you fire me, Ba? Wu Feng nodded. You're right, our family owns the group, and I am also the group's vice president. Ha ha ha. Bai Ming laughed loudly. You think your family owns the group and you're the vice president? You're killing me. If you're really the vice president, I'll kneel down and lick your shoes. Do I look blind? Can't you see your nameplate? Damn it. Wu Feng shrugged, as if it didn't matter. If you want to lick my shoes, I won't object. You think you're hot shit, don't you? I'm calling General Manager Gu right now, and I'll see if you still dare to be so insolent. An angry Bai Ming immediately picked up the landline and called Gu Xinqing. Manager Gu, I'm busy here, come over. Wu Feng was in no hurry at all, simply sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. You're quite arrogant, just you wait. Bai Ming angrily pointed at Wu Feng. In a short while, the office door was pushed open. Gu Xinqing walked into the personnel department. Bai Ming immediately went up to him and snitched, President Gu, this security manager Wu Feng, he hit someone right after he started working here, and just now he pretended to be the vice president and said that the group is owned by his family. Gu Xinqing shrugged her shoulders and sneered, I think you Bai Ming are more of a joke now. Bai Ming's face immediately fell. What do you mean? Gu Xinqing walked over to the desk and found Wu Feng's labor contract and threw it on the desk. Wu Feng is my younger brother, and the group is mine. He said that our family owns it, so what's the problem? And look carefully. Wu Feng is not only the company's security manager, but also the company's vice president. So, may I ask Minister Bai, what authority do you have to fire a vice president? Holy shit! Bai Ming was stunned, looking at Wu Feng in disbelief. Before, Wu Feng said he was the vice president, but since he was bragging, he didn't think that the group was really owned by their family. Ahem. Wu Feng coughed twice. Ouch, these shoes are a bit dirty. This. Bai Ming froze in place, wanting to cry but unable to, wondering what he had done wrong, and why he had gone and caused trouble for Gu's younger brother. Wu Feng smiled at Bai Ming, then asked Gu Xinqing, Big sister, since I'm the vice president, do I have the power to fire Bai Ming? Of course. Gu Xinqing nodded. You are second only to one person in this company, and above everyone else. That's great. Wu Feng smiled, pointing at Bai Ming and said, You can pack up and get out. Me? Bai Ming pointed at himself and said, You really want to fire me? Gu Xinqing questioned Bai Ming, What do you have to say about the vice president firing the minister? Chapter 19, Vice President Zhao's Wolfish Ambitions. Vice President Wu, it's a misunderstanding. Bai Ming hurriedly waved his hands, his face showing a flattering smile. Misunderstanding? Wu Feng snorted, accepting benefits from Canon Bai and arranging company positions without authorization is enough to fire you. Canon Bai is not the security manager, and he is not happy about it, right? Do you want to call him now? Gu Xini also said, a serious violation of company discipline, enough to be put on the personnel blacklist. Plop. Bai Ming knelt directly on the ground. Gu Zong, I was wrong, please let me off on account of our many years of friendship. It didn't matter if he was fired, but once he was put on the personnel blacklist, no other company would hire him. With Gu Xinqing's influence in Xinjiang, he might never find a new job in Xinjiang, and his career might end prematurely. I can't help you. Gu Xinqing shook her head and turned away from the personnel department. Brother Wu, President Wu, please help me, I beg you. Bai Ming quickly crawled to Wu Feng's feet and held his sleeve out to him to wipe his shoes. I'm sorry, President Wu, I'll lick your shoes now. Wu Feng kicked him to the side with one foot. You're not worthy to lick my shoes, you disgust me. Instead of feeling humiliated, Bai Ming said flatteringly, as long as you don't blacklist me, I'm willing to exchange a secret with you. What secret? Tell me, Wu Feng asked Bai Ming in return, somewhat curious about what secret he could tell. Bai Ming came forward and whispered, someone in the company once installed a wiretap in President Gu's car. Really? Wu Feng's face immediately grew serious. Absolutely true, I saw it with my own eyes. Bai Ming nodded repeatedly. Who was it? Wu Feng asked. Bai Ming shook his head, I don't know, that person was wearing a mask and a baseball cap. Okay, you can collect double your salary and get the hell out of here. Wu Feng waved his hand. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for sparing me. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for sparing my life. Bai Ming gratefully replied, and packed his things on the spot and got the hell out of there. Wu Feng left the personnel department and immediately went to the parking lot. When he arrived at the Land Rover, he took out his own inspection equipment and gave the car a thorough inspection. He really found 3 GPS locators and 2 wiretaps in the car. Judging from the installation status, they were all installed recently. Finding the murderer was no problem for Wu Feng. He disconnected the power supply to the 5 small boxes. Then he took the elevator upstairs and went straight to his assistant Xiaoya's office. Brother Feng. Xiaoya, who was typing, hurriedly stood up. I need to use your computer. Wu Feng was also very polite, and sat down in front of the computer. No problem. Xiaoya turned around and poured a cup of hot water for Wu Feng. Wu Feng opened the computer page and quickly found the online merchants selling the devices through the identification codes on the 5 small boxes. Xiaoya put down the cup of hot water and asked softly, Brother Feng, what are you checking? Bugging device sellers. Wu Feng said. Ha? Xiaoya covered her mouth, suddenly scared and pale. It's okay, I've cut the power to all of them. Wu Feng said. That's good. Xiaoya let out a sigh of relief when she heard this. Wu Feng brought up the DOS interface on his end and directly remotely hacked into the merchant's back-end data. In the internet era, there are no secrets to speak of. It is easy to find out who bought the bug and who installed it. After quickly screening the orders, Wu Feng finally zeroed in on one person. It can be concluded that Zhao Ping is the one who bought the bugging device. As long as we find evidence that he installed the bug, we can bring down the Zhao family. This will clear the obstacles for Gu Xinqing in the company. Without further ado, Wu Feng left with his things. This time, he went to the surveillance room and quickly found the evidence he wanted by recovering the surveillance data. One afternoon half a month ago, Zhao Ping secretly installed GPS and listening devices in the underground parking lot with a mask and baseball cap. As Bai Ming said, they couldn't see each other's faces. Zhao Ping, who thought he was so clever, actually came to the surveillance room and deleted the video surveillance records of the underground parking lot. He forgot one thing, the surveillance room was also under surveillance. The 2 videos together were enough to prove Zhao Ping's guilt. Wu Feng immediately went to see his eldest sister, Gu Xinqing. Gu Xinqing's back went cold when she learned about the matter. She had never imagined that Zhao Ping could be so shameless. Feng, don't worry. Take this with you. You'll need it at the board meeting later. Understood. Wu Feng nodded. At that moment, Zhao Ping had already walked into the large conference room upstairs in the group building. The major shareholders were already in their seats, and they all stood up to greet Zhao Ping as he arrived. Vice President Zhao, you're looking well today. Vice President Zhao, come try my new green tea. Vice President Zhao, please sit down, I'll pull out a chair for you. In the Xinqing group, Gu Xinqing is the largest shareholder. Zhao Ping's father is the second largest shareholder. It turns out that Zhao Ping's father and Gu Xinqing are just not on good terms. However, half a year ago, his father fell seriously ill and is now recuperating at home. Zhao Ping has taken over his father's voting rights as a shareholder. As the second largest shareholder and vice president, he simply openly opposes Gu Xinqing. Zhao Ping seizes every opportunity to flirt with his rival, Wang Bo. He has turned the group into a mess, firing many long-serving employees and frantically installing his own cronies. Thank you, uncles. Zhao Ping laughed and sat down in the chairman's seat. Other sharp-eyed shareholders immediately saw the signs. Mr. Zhao, are you putting on a show for us today? Zhao Ping patted the chairman's chair. It's just a seat, who cares who sits in it? Why should she Gu Xinqing, a woman, be allowed to sit when I can't? As long as she, Gu Xinqing, refuses to step down, we will fight against her to the end. The shareholders immediately began to flatter her. President Zhao is absolutely right. Such a large company, in the hands of a woman, will close down sooner or later. With President Zhao's talent, you can take the company public in less than 3 years as chairman, and become one of the top 10 groups in Jizhou. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ping laughed. Chapter 20, Vice President Gu Xinqing forces her way into the meeting. Creak. The door to the meeting room opened. Gu Xinqing, dressed in an OL professional suit, quickly walked into the meeting room. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Click, click. On the floor of the hall, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground could be heard clearly. Pat. Gu Xinqing placed the folder on the table and her gaze fell on Zhao Ping. President Gu is here, so let's start the meeting. Zhao Ping spoke arrogantly. And there was no hint of him giving up this position, as if he was already acting like the group's chairman. Gu Xinqing spoke, please, Vice President Zhao, sit in your own seat. What, do you like this position so much? Zhao Ping stared at Gu Xinqing, his eyes full of sharpness. It doesn't matter if she likes it or not, what's important is that you're not qualified to sit there. Everyone looked towards the door of the meeting room. Wu Feng, dressed in a suit and wearing the security manager's name tag, walked into the meeting room. Zhao Ping was furious when he saw this familiar face and got up to ask, "Why the hell are you here? What do you care?" Wu Feng ignored him and walked straight in. Zhao Ping yelled, "Get the hell out of here. The shareholders' meeting is none of your business. Who do you think you are?" Wu Feng immediately spoke up, "I'm your father." Zhao Ping angrily said, "What the hell did you say? Say it again." Wu Feng said, "I'm your father, a friend of a colleague's superior subordinate's female boss's younger brother." Zhao Ping was furious, "I'm not in the mood to hear tongue twisters. I'll say it again, get the hell out." Wu Feng grinned, "I'd advise you to speak with respect, or watch your mouth spew shit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping suddenly felt a tightening in his heart, and recalled what had happened in the coffee shop that day. "You?" Zhao Ping snorted, and looked at Gu Xinqing. He only heard, "President Gu, it's fine that you keep a gigolo, but why did you bring him to the company? Have you no shame?" The other directors also spoke out to rebuke Gu Xinqing. "President Gu, I don't care about your personal affairs, you can arrange your own people as you like, but when you let him come to the board meeting, that's a problem." "Yes, this is the board meeting, what's the point of you letting a security guard in?" "President Gu, everyone knows you're not happy with this, but what's the point of letting an employee come? Are you actually using this person to disgust us, or are you just embarrassing yourself?" "Shut up." Gu Xinqing said with a cold face, "Wu Feng was recruited by me and he is qualified to attend this board meeting." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Ping laughed. "President Gu, are you kidding? President Gu, are you taking the wrong medicine? A small security guard is qualified to attend the board meeting? Even if he is the security manager, so what? He is not qualified to stay here." Gu Xinqing said firmly, "I said he is qualified, and I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping laughed, "It seems that President Gu is well prepared." Gu Xinqing said, "If everyone doesn't have any other questions, let's start today's board meeting." Zhao Ping nodded and pointed at Wu Feng, "Fine, I won't kick you out, the stinky security guard, but I want to see what excuse Gu Xinqing has for keeping you here." "You'll find out soon enough." Wu Feng stood in front of Zhao Ping, the two of them facing off. "Everyone, take your seats, the meeting is about to begin." Zhao Ping snorted, and then sat down. Wu Feng was quick, and pulled the chair away. Plop! Zhao Ping sat down with a thud, landing on his bottom. Frowning, Zhao Ping covered his bottom and yelled, "Are you looking for death?" Wu Feng laughed, "I already told you that you can't sit there, but you insisted on sitting there anyway. You're just asking for trouble, aren't you? Zhao Ping, you. Mr. Zhao, don't get into a fight with a little security guard. That's right, let's get started with today's board meeting. After today, I'm afraid that some people will never be able to enter the board again." Zhao Ping nodded and sat down in the seat next to him. He was going to force Gu Xinqing to step down today anyway, so it didn't matter if he waited a little longer. Since Gu Xinqing has brought in help, today she will be made to look ridiculous in front of her own people. Let's see how Gu Xinqing ends up. The shareholders took their seats. Gu Xinqing returned to her seat as the chairman of the board, with Wu Feng standing behind her. Assistant Xiaoya opened the curtain to project the slides. "Good afternoon, directors. The issue to be discussed at this meeting is the launch of Xinqing Group's new product, Blossom." Xiaoya's words were not finished when she was interrupted directly by Zhao Ping. "Gu, is this funny? What do you mean?" Gu Xinqing stared at Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping got up, put his hands on the table, and looked down at the shareholders present. "Everyone, if I remember correctly, the topic of discussion at every meeting in the last 3 months has been the launch of Blossom, right?" "Exactly, it's been discussed for 3 months, and no one agrees with President Gu's idea. This shows that President Gu's decision is wrong, and there is no need to launch the product. President Gu, it's not that we don't support you, but there really are problems with this product." Gu Xinqing spoke up, "Everyone, the new product, Blossom, was developed after 3 years of hard work. Once it is launched, it will be a game changer for the company. I know you don't agree, but this is already the 18th time I've revised the plan. Even if I beg you, at least read my revised plan before making a decision." Zhao Ping shook his head, "No need, I don't think it's necessary at all." The other shareholders all chimed in. President Gu, your surname is Gu, but why are you so stubborn? When you make this decision and it is opposed by all members, it means it is wrong. If your decision is right, why doesn't a single shareholder support you? Gu Xinqing took a deep breath. Everyone here is a veteran. The company's performance has declined year after year and has entered a bottleneck period. If we don't seek new breakthroughs, the company will eventually perish. Don't you understand this? I know why you oppose me, and I ask you to consider this carefully. Is what you are doing now worth it? Chapter 21, Forced Palace Coup Reversed. Zhao Ping is out of luck. Gu Xinqing is a well-deserved strong woman, but she is always weak at heart. She is always willing to believe that people's hearts will have the last good thoughts. Because of this, she did not rush to expose Wu Feng's identity as a shareholder. The purpose is to see if any of these shareholders are willing to turn back to the right path. Zhao Ping laughed and said, Gu, I can tell you unequivocally that it's worth it. Everything we've done is worth it. Gu Xinqing questioned him, doesn't your conscience ache when you say these things? Ha ha ha. Zhao Ping laughed. The company will continue to move forward, it will turn a profit, and I believe the future will be even better. But the prerequisite is that you, Gu Xinqing, hand over the power in your hands and give up your position to someone with stronger abilities. So, the question you should be considering is not when Blossom will go public, but when you will step down. Gu Xinqing's face tightened, her right hand clenching the phone so tightly that sweat appeared on the palm of her hand. Seeing that she was angry, Zhao Ping became even more pleased and said immediately, Gentlemen, do you agree with me? I agree very much. I think it's time for President Gu to step down and make way for someone better. Yes, I support President Zhao as the leader of the group. I believe he will take the company to new heights. Some people just like to hog the toilet seat, it's so annoying. Gu Xinqing's face turned pale and her body began to tremble. Zhao Ping walked over to Gu Xinqing and said to the group again, Everyone, how about this, let's discuss the election of the chairman of the board today, shall we? Wu Feng suddenly spoke up, I vote for your father. Wu Feng's words directly attracted everyone's attention. Zhao Ping turned his head and said, Who do you think you are? Is this the place for you to speak? Wu Feng asked the other person in return, then, who do you think you are? Who are you to speak for the chairman? Pat. Zhao Ping slapped the table. You stinking security guard, do you want to live? I promise that after the meeting, I will let you pack up and get out. Shut up. Gu Xinqing stood up and shouted, while at the same time blocking Wu Feng from doing anything rash. Zhao Ping tilted his head and looked at Gu Xinqing. Gu, are you really sick in the head? Otherwise, why would you let this kind of trash enter the company? Gu Xinqing ignored Zhao Ping and looked at the other directors present. Since someone has proposed to remove me as chairman, I would like to know how many shareholders agree that I, Gu Xinqing, step down. The shareholders who had previously agreed with Zhao Ping raised their hands one after the other. President Gu, don't blame us. We would rather choose President Zhao. No matter what, you are the majority shareholder of the company, so even if you don't become the chairman, you can still sit back and count the money. At your age, you might as well find a good man to marry, why waste your youth? Gu Xinqing's gaze swept over all the directors present. The vast majority of them raised their hands to express their attitude. At least some of the directors were still hesitating about whether to raise their hands for a vote. Zhao Ping spoke up, Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, Uncle Zhang, what are you still considering? The remaining few people, upon hearing Zhao Ping's words, lowered their heads and raised their hands one after the other. Zhao Ping smiled and slowly raised his hand. Sorry, Ms. Gu, the resolution has been passed by all shareholders. Please step down. Gu Xinqing shook her head and sighed softly. After all these years of working together, emotions could not ultimately overcome power. Congratulations, Mr. Gu, on your early retirement. Zhao Ping walked up to Gu Xinqing and gave her an unfriendly smile. Wu Feng spoke up, who said all the shareholders agreed? You again? Zhao Ping was furious, are you blind? Everyone raised their hands in agreement. I disagree. Wu Feng spoke up. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ping laughed. The shareholders were also embarrassed. You're a security guard, and you say you disagree? Are you a joke hired by the monkey? This is a shareholders meeting, what the hell does it have to do with you, a security guard? You're already a lucky man to be standing here, and you want to vote? You're killing me, President Gu really has poor eyesight, hiring this kind of person into the company. Wu Feng snorted, his gaze sweeping the crowd, who says I'm not a shareholder anymore. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked at Gu Xinqing. Zhao Ping spoke up, Gu Xinqing, what's going on? Gu Xinqing stood up and said, everyone, I can confirm to you that Wu Feng is a shareholder of Xinqing Group, with a 51% stake. What? A security guard is a shareholder? A 51% stake? Are you kidding? President Gu, are you kidding? Who gave him the shares? Gu Xinqing smiled and said, of course I gave him the shares. Xiaoya, the assistant, immediately took out the equity transfer agreement and placed it on the big screen. Xiaoya spoke, dear shareholders, this is the equity transfer agreement, which is reasonable and legal. Wu Feng will become the largest shareholder of the Xinqing Group. In an instant, the shareholders were dumbfounded. What? An equity transfer agreement? A security guard has become the largest shareholder of the group? Zhao Ping roared directly, Gu Xinqing, you bitch, are you sick in the head? Giving so many shares to an idiot security guard? Wu Feng stepped forward and slapped Zhao Ping in the face. Pop! The sound echoed throughout the meeting room. Wu Feng said, Zhao, I've put up with you for a long time. Who do you think you are to insult her? After marrying into the family 3 years ago, Wu Feng had long since developed a thick skin. He could ignore others saying nasty things about him. However, if someone insulted his sister, he would never forgive them. How dare you hit me? Zhao Ping yelled, like a mad dog. Papa Tapa. Wu Feng gave him 3 consecutive loud slaps. Zhao Ping, who was thin, was sent flying to the ground and fell like a dog eating shit. Wu Feng said, what's wrong with slapping you? I'm still going to beat you up and kill you. This is outrageous. Chapter 22, raising his eyebrows and breathing heavily, Gu Xindong went crazy, crawling backwards while yelling towards the door, security. Bang! The door to the meeting room was slammed open. Dozens of security guards barged in. Zhao Ping told the security guards, beat Wu Feng up for me, kill the son of a bitch. The security guards stood still and didn't move. Zhao Ping yelled, what are you looking at? He's just a security manager. I'll fire him right now, so go ahead and vent your anger. The security guards remained unmoved. They had already seen the terror that Wu Feng could unleash. Whether or not he was the security manager, no one had the courage to fight him. Wu Feng snorted, since you won't fight me, then fight Zhao Ping instead. Yes, manager. Without another word, the security guards rushed up and started beating Zhao Ping. Are you bastards crazy? How dare you hit me? Zhao Ping yelled angrily. Ah! Stop. I give up. The shareholders were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. No one knew what play Gu Xinqing was singing. At this time, Wu Feng spoke again, that's enough, it's no fun if someone gets killed. Yes, manager. De Peo nodded and immediately led the security guards out the door. Zhao Ping, in the corner, was in a sorry state, with blood all over his head and footprints all over his body. He shivered as he fumbled with his phone and dialed the police. It wasn't long before the police arrived. Who called the police? Zhao Ping quickly pointed at Wu Feng, comrade policeman, I called the police. It was this guy Wu Feng who hit me. Wu Feng spoke up, comrade policeman, I also want to report that Zhao Ping is suspected of wiretapping and selling the company's trade secrets. Zhao Ping yelled, what are you talking about? Wu Feng spoke again, Zhao Ping, suspected of wiretapping and selling the company's trade secrets. The policeman asked, do you have any evidence? Wu Feng threw the 5 small boxes directly onto the table, this is the evidence. Seeing this small black box, Zhao Ping suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. Wu Feng, are you sick? What the hell is this shit? You just used it to frame me. Wu Feng looked at Xiaoya and said, play the video. Okay. Xiaoya immediately operated the computer, and a surveillance screen appeared on the projection screen. The content of the screen was exactly the evidence that Zhao Ping had secretly placed these small boxes on Gu Xinqing's car. Holy shit, is this Vice President Zhao? What's going on here? It's too far away to see his face clearly, so it's not proof of anything. The shareholders were all talking at once. Wu Feng laughed and told Xiaoya to enlarge the image. Then, Zhao Ping's lewd face appeared on the screen. Wu Feng said, can everyone see clearly now? It's fake, it's all fake, it's all fake. Zhao Ping shouted in defense. He clearly remembered deleting this video, so how could it appear again? Wu Feng laughed, play the second video. Okay. Xiaoya immediately switched the video. Then the screen showed the image of Zhao Ping sneaking into the surveillance room to delete the video. Zhao Ping was completely dumbfounded, unable to argue anymore. The shareholders became silent. Wu Feng said, Vice President Zhao purchased wiretapping and positioning equipment online to steal the company's trade secrets and sell them to competitors. Please, comrade policeman, investigate this thoroughly. Without any further ado, the police handcuffed Zhao Ping. Zhao Ping, please come with us to assist with the investigation. Zhao Ping yelled, I called the police first, they hit me first. Explain yourself first. The police dragged Zhao Ping out of the group. Bang! The door to the meeting room closed. Gu Xinqing spoke, the shareholders' meeting continues. The shareholders all cowered, like quails, and no one dared to speak. Zhao Ping had been the leader of the rebellion. Everyone had thought that today would be a palace coup. Who would have thought that the plot would take a U-turn? Gu Xinqing did not step down, and Zhao Ping went in first. None of the shareholders present had clean hands. If Gu Xinqing really investigated to the bottom, then this would be a big problem. Now, Gu Xinqing has complete control of the company. Assistant Xiaoya spoke up, according to the company's articles of association, shareholder Wu Feng supports Ms. Gu Xinqing as chairman of the board, and Gu Xinqing herself also supports Gu Xinqing continuing to serve as chairman of the board. This proposal is invalid. The shareholders remained silent. Gu Xinqing said, if you have any comments, you can raise them. No. No comments. Continue with the meeting, Ms. Gu. Gu Xinqing shook her head, in that case, let's continue discussing the launch of the new product, Blossom. Shareholders who agree with the launch, raise your hands. I agree. Wu Feng was the first to raise his hand. The other shareholders looked at each other, unsure. It turned out that Zhao Ping was the first to object. Now that Zhao Ping was gone, who would dare to object? Even if all the shareholders objected, there was still a major shareholder, Wu Feng, who supported Gu Xinqing. This means that no matter whether the other shareholders object or not, Gu Xinqing's decision will be implemented smoothly. Instead of continuing to be hostile towards Gu Xinqing, they might as well take this opportunity to be nice. I agree. I agree too, I strongly support this project. I have just carefully read General Manager Gu's revised proposal, it is perfect, absolutely perfect. General Manager Gu's new proposal is great, I was rash before. After reading the new proposal, I have decided to unconditionally support all of General Manager Gu's decisions. I have already been conquered by General Manager Gu's charisma, and I support him unconditionally. Flattery of all kinds followed, and the mean faces of the shareholders were clearly visible. Gu Xinqing sighed. She had never changed the plan at all. She had just said that she had revised it in order to test these shareholders. The result was indeed heartbreaking. Gu Xinqing looked at all the shareholders, and what she didn't dare imagine happened. All the shareholders actually voted in support of her. Chapter 23, The Beautiful Dean, Sister 8. Gu Xinqing rose again, thank you all for your support. I will arrange for the new product, Blossom, to be launched today. The meeting is now over. Upon hearing this, the shareholders rose one after the other. Some hurriedly retreated, while others came forward to express their loyalty to Gu Xinqing. After the shareholders had dispersed, Gu Xinqing remained in the meeting room. Wu Feng stood behind her, quietly waiting on his sister. Assistant Xiaoya quietly exited the meeting room and closed the door behind her. Gu Xinqing got up and looked at Wu Feng quietly. Wu Feng said, Sister Cheng. Brother, you're amazing. Gu Xinqing threw her arms around Wu Feng and squeezed him so tightly that his white shirt was crushed into a big pancake. The sweet smell of her hair made Wu Feng feel a little dizzy. He said, don't you know who my brother is? I have to be amazing. Oh. Gu Xinqing was so happy that she burst into tears, and her tears fell again. Wu Feng pretended to be angry and said, are you still crying? Gu Xinqing said, I'm so excited. For the past 6 months, I've been feeling down every day, but today is the most satisfying. That's because your brother and I weren't here. If I had come earlier, they would all be finished. Wu Feng took a tissue and gently wiped his sister's tears from the corners of her eyes, his movements gentle and meticulous. Gu Xinqing said puzzledly, I really don't understand, you're such a good man, why did the Shao family treat you that way? Wu Feng said, you told me when you were little that gold shines sooner or later. Gu Xinqing said, then you are my gold. Wu Feng laughed, of course. In the future, whoever dares to bully my sister Qing, Wu Feng, will beat him until his mother doesn't recognize him. Ha ha. Gu Xinqing was amused by Wu Feng's words and laughed. Gu Xinqing asked again, brother, how did you manage to do it? Wu Feng said, to capture a thief, you must first capture the king. To fight a wolf, you must fight the leader. Zhao Ping started the trouble, and the others are just followers. After Zhao Ping is dealt with, the others will be a piece of cake. Sister, I love you to death. Gu Xinqing wrapped her arms around Wu Feng's neck, and a kiss lingered on his cheek. Ha ha. Wu Feng giggled. Gu Xinqing said, it would be great if I had a man like you by my side. I'm right here by your side. Wu Feng said. You don't understand. Gu Xinqing blushed and lowered her head slightly. Wu Feng laughed, Sister Qing, are you in love? Rascal, I'll bite you. Gu Xinqing pouted, opening her mouth wide and biting Wu Feng's shoulder. Ouch, 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 I'm sorry, Sister Qing. Wu Feng hurriedly cried out in protest. Rotten brat. Gu Xinqing looked at Wu Feng with resentment. By the way, your eighth sister is back from studying, and she wants you to go to her place this afternoon for a physical. Wu Feng decisively shook his head. I'm very strong. I'm not going to her place. What if she takes advantage of me? Gu Xinqing laughed. The company also requires routine physicals for new employees. Are you really not going? No. Wu Feng's tone was firm. Half an hour later, Wu Feng did indeed go to Wanxia Hospital. As soon as he reached the second floor, a female doctor wearing a mask roughly dragged Wu Feng into her office. What do you want? Wu Feng became alert. The female doctor had a high ponytail and a faint medicinal fragrance, giving her an indescribable cold and beautiful appearance. She slowly removed her mask to reveal a peerless face. You brat, you finally came? The female doctor snorted. Eighth sister, it's you. Wu Feng let out a sigh of relief. This beauty is Wu Feng's eighth sister, Wan Xian, the beautiful vice president of the private hospital. Wan Xian, the eighth sister, has a hot body and an even hotter temper. When she was very young, she dared to grab Wu Feng's dick and play with it. Wan Xian asked Wu Feng coldly, it's been a few days since the divorce. Why didn't you come over for a physical examination? Wu Feng laughed, I heard that you were on a business trip for study. Wan Xian said, I came back last night. Yes, I'm here to see Sister Ba. Wu Feng took the opportunity to make a crack. Wan Xian turned around and pulled the curtains in the room shut. Take your trousers off. Ha? Wu Feng was confused by these words. What do you mean, ha? I'm here to examine your body. Wu Feng said, Sister Ba, are you serious? Wan Xian said seriously, what if your ex-wife is fooling around and you catch an infection? Wu Feng shook his head, I'm in good health. Besides, I studied traditional Chinese medicine. Wan Xian stepped forward to do the examination, but Wu Feng embraced her, and the fragrance of medicine filled his nostrils. Let go of me. Wan Xian was displeased, wriggling her body, but the two became even closer. Wan Xian stared with sexy eyes. Wu Feng didn't let go, explaining, no need to examine, she and I have never slept in the same room. What? After 3 years of marriage, you haven't slept in the same room? Wan Xian was shocked. It's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Wu Feng waved his hand and kept smiling. Wan Xian didn't say anything, but she felt her nose getting a little bit sore. The person she cared about the most in this world was her younger brother Wu Feng. Eighth sister, are you crying? Wu Feng asked. No, the wind got in my eyes. Wan Xian was able to hide her emotions and said, let's go, sister, let's go out and eat something good. Great. Wu Feng nodded with a smile. As the two of them were just walking out of the building, a young man in a suit came towards them. Shanxian, let's have a candlelight dinner tonight? The man turned around and took out a bunch of flowers from behind his back. Zhang Shuhang, I've made it very clear that there is no possibility between us, so please don't harass me. Wan Shen glared at the man and dragged Wu Feng towards the parking lot. Zhang Shuhang was not discouraged, but ran ahead and stopped Wan Xian again. Shanshan, I know you don't like me, but as long as you remain single, I will be eligible to pursue you. Wan Shen did not say a word, immediately clasped Wu Feng's hand in her own and held it up for Zhang Shuhang to see. Who is he? Zhang Shuhang's face immediately changed. Chapter 24, Emergency Rescue, Race Against Time. Wan Xian smiled and deliberately said nothing. Boyfriend? Zhang Shuhang's round face suddenly elongated like a shoehorn. Wan Qian would never casually hold the hand of a strange man. Unless this man was his boyfriend. Wan Qian still didn't say anything, deliberately leaning towards Wu Feng's shoulder, their intimate posture interpreting everything. Wu Feng was also unceremonious, reaching out and slapping Wan Qian's perky but hard, "Let's go eat." "Okay." Wan Qian nodded, and just like that, she followed Wu Feng. "Why? Why didn't you choose me?" Zhang Shuhang yelled. Wan Qian stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Zhang Shuhang. "Didn't I already say that I don't like your type?" Zhang Shuhang pointed at Wu Feng unconvinced. "What's so good about him? Is he as rich and handsome as me? Can he afford a BMW and a 3-bedroom apartment? Can he give you happiness?" Wan Qian shook her head. "I'm sorry, none of what you said is true about him, but..." "But what?" Zhang Shuhang pursued. "But he's good in bed." Wan Qian finished, and led Wu Feng towards the parking lot. "What?" Zhang Shuhang let out a hysterical yell, feeling the biggest insult of his life. "Good job? You all slept." Zhang Shuhang was so angry that he smashed the roses directly and chased angrily to the parking lot. He yelled at Wan Qian, "Other girls would rather sit in a BMW and cry, why do you have to sit on his bike?" Wan Qian was stunned and asked Wu Feng, "How did you get here?" Wu Feng took out the Land Rover keys and pressed the remote control, and the headlights flashed. In an instant, Zhang Shuhang was dumbfounded and collapsed directly to the ground. The other person was driving a Land Rover Range Rover, a luxury car worth millions. And then he looked at the key to his own little BMW 1 Series, which was not even worth a fraction of the car that person had bought. He suddenly remembered a saying, "It's not that you're not good enough, it's just that you're not driving the big Land Rover." Watching Wan Qian leave in the Land Rover, Zhang Shuhang's heart broke. The Land Rover sped along the road. The passenger Wan Qian laughed uncontrollably. "Ha, this is hilarious." Wu Feng shook his head. "Sister 8, do you really have to be so happy?" Wan Qian said, "Of course, this pervert has been pestering me for almost a month, annoying the hell out of me every day, and he won't go away even when I hit him." Wu Feng said, "Now it's over, once and for all. I guess his fragile heart has been broken by you." "Serves him right, he wasn't a nice guy anyway." Wan Qian shook her head in disdain. Wu Feng shook his head and sighed. "I was so confused by your comment about your good job, and I can see that you are worthy of being my sister, you don't mind meat or vegetables." Giggle. Wan Qian laughed, reached out and pinched Wu Feng. "What, you're still a virgin, aren't you?" Wu Feng quickly waved his hands. "Let's not talk about it, what do you want to eat tonight?" Wan Qian said, "I'll let you eat my pussy when we get home tonight." "Ha!" Wan Qian's words were not finished when a sharp brake sound sounded. A Nissan sedan directly in front of them crashed into the guardrail of the overpass. Wu Feng saw this and hurriedly slammed on the brakes. The huge inertia caused the bodies of the two to be tightly held by the seatbelts. The next moment, the car safely came to a stop, narrowly avoiding disaster. Wan Qian patted her chest. "I was so scared." Wu Feng looked ahead at the road, where several cars had stopped together. "I'll go and have a look." Wu Feng unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Many drivers were honking their horns non-stop, and the entire Linjiang road was blocked. At the center of the incident, a group of drivers were gathered around the damaged guardrail. Some were calling for help, while others took out their phones to take pictures. "Hello, is this the traffic police? I need to report a traffic accident on Linjiang Road. A car has pushed a Porsche Cayenne into the river." Wu Feng hurriedly looked towards the river and could vaguely see a Porsche Cayenne half floating on the water. There were quite a few drivers standing on the bank, shaking their heads and sighing. "This is over. If the car falls into the river, the person inside will definitely suffocate. Once the car sinks to the bottom, the windows won't open, so there's no way to escape. I think the female driver is unconscious, and there's a child inside, so there are 2 lives at stake." A female driver couldn't bear to watch anymore and shouted, "You bunch of men know that someone will die, but you're just standing around here watching. Hurry up and save them." The drivers were furious when they heard this and spoke up one after the other. "Young lady, watch what you say. Do you know what kind of place this is? This is a moat, not to mention people, even elephants would drown if they came here. Do you think we don't want to save people? Then the Cayenne has drifted to the middle of the river, who dares to save it? Anyone who knows how to swim will be 9 deaths if they jump in. If you jump into the river to save someone without knowing how to swim, not only will you lose your life, but you will also add to the rescue trouble." The female driver immediately became angry. "If you don't save, I will. This remark stunned the drivers. Then they saw the female driver take off her high heels and throw them into the car, unfasten her jacket and prepare to jump into the river. Just then, a dark figure passed through the crowd and was the first to jump into the river. Plop! There was a sudden splash on the surface of the river. The female driver froze, and the male drivers were also stunned. They clearly knew that it was so dangerous, but someone was actually willing to risk their lives to save someone else? Everyone looked at the river, holding their breath. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds passed, but no one surfaced. Shit, did this kid sink after jumping in? Who just jumped in? Did anyone see anyone? I don't know. I don't know. The female driver picked up a suit that had been taken off the ground, and clearly saw the nameplate on it, Xinqing Group, Security Captain Wu Feng. The female driver said, "His name is Wu Feng, he's a hero." The crowd fell silent. If this young man named Wu Feng cannot be found, he may truly become a heroic martyr to be remembered. At that moment, the Cayenne had completely sunk to the bottom of the river, without even a splash. There was no sign of Wu Feng, who had jumped into the river to save someone, surfacing. Hey, young man, you were too young after all. Why did he have to go and save someone in the river when he was the security chief? Now he's gone and got himself killed. The onlookers sighed, lamenting the fragility of life. The woman who had shouted earlier was silent, standing by the river and silently shedding tears. She had only learned to swim at the swimming pool, and she had jumped in to save someone in a moment of anger. Now that she saw the young man who had jumped in the river unable to get out, she truly realized the seriousness of the situation. Who jumped in? Wan Xian parted the crowd and came forward, her eyes full of confusion. His name is Wu Feng. The female driver said. Ah! Wan Xian let out a miserable yell. She had just been looking for Wu Feng, but she couldn't see him anywhere. She heard that a driver had jumped into the river to save someone and didn't come up, so he hurried over. She was afraid that this person was her younger brother Wu Feng. But Wan never imagined that this person was actually Wu Feng. Wu Feng. Wan Xian's shock was only momentary. Chapter 25, This girl is still salvageable. Wan Xian threw down her phone and was about to jump into the river. The female driver embraced her waist. Don't be impulsive, you'll die if you jump. He's my brother, I can't let him die. Wan Xian yelled, tears in her eyes. People gathered around, urging her in a chorus. Young lady, don't be rash. The rescue team is coming soon. If you jump again, it will only make it more difficult to rescue you. Little girl, calm down, you must calm down. Just then, there was a splash in the river. Someone immediately let out a cry of alarm. Look, there's movement in the river. The crowd quickly came to the shore. Then they saw a woman floating to the surface, her arms tightly hugging her daughter. The mother and daughter were approaching the shore at great speed. The female driver yelled, Wu Feng is not dead, he's not dead. Wan Xian rushed to the shore and faintly saw a man looming on the river's surface. This man was Wu Feng, pushing the mother and daughter closer and closer to the shore. The female driver yelled, everyone stop chatting and hurry up and help. The drivers came to as if they had just woken up from a dream, and they all ran back to their cars. Some took out ropes, and some prepared towels. Wan Xian also ran back to the Land Rover as soon as possible and brought a medical first aid kit. Wu Feng kept pushing the mother and daughter forward on the water. They were getting closer and closer to the shore, 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Come on. Wan Xian yelled, Wu Feng, come on. Then countless people began to shout, come on, Wu Feng. Come on, come on, come on. Amidst the shouts of countless people, Wu Feng successfully delivered the mother and daughter in distress to the shore. After landing, Wu Feng collapsed directly on the ground, breathing heavily. After jumping into the water, he swam directly from the surface to the bottom. The mother did not lack a chance to escape, but her daughter was stuck by the seatbelt. She would rather drown herself than give up her daughter. Fortunately, Wu Feng appeared in time and used the military knife he carried to cut the seatbelt. He successfully rescued the mother and daughter, averting a crisis. Are you okay, little brother? Wan Xian lay directly on his chest, feeling his vigorous heartbeat. I'm fine. Wu Feng smiled, what are you crying for? Hurry up and go save someone. Okay. Wan Xian wiped away a tear and hurriedly got up. Get out of the way, I'm a doctor, leave it to me. Wan Xian shouted, and the crowd dispersed. She immediately went up to the mother and daughter to perform resuscitation. She immediately pounded and pressed on the mother's chest, and the mother vomited several mouthfuls of river water. Her consciousness also began to slowly clear up, and the first thing she looked at was her daughter by her side. Please, save my daughter, save my daughter. Wan Qian took the towel sent by the enthusiastic crowd and draped it over the mother's body, and then turned to rescue the girl. The little girl looked about 6 or 7 years old, wearing a pink dress and with 2 ponytails. Her rosy cheeks were now pale from being soaked in the river. Wan Qian tried to feel the girl's pulse, and her face suddenly grew grave. What's the situation? The brave woman driver asked. Wan Qian shook her head. There's no pulse. The mother immediately fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Please, save my child. I'll kowtow to you. I can't do anything. Wan Qian shook her head. She wanted to comfort the mother, but didn't know what to say. The mother hugged her daughter's corpse and screamed like crazy, ah. Just then, the crowd gradually moved closer to the sides. A white-haired old man in a white coat slowly walked up. There was a gasp from the crowd. He's Dr. Jueshin. Dr. Jueshin is here, we're saved. Who's Jueshin? Don't you know Jueshin? He's the best of the 4 great doctors in Jizhou, and his medical skills are unparalleled in the north. If there's any chance of this girl surviving, only the doctor can save her. All eyes turned to the king of medicine, and everyone's hopes fell on him. The mother also recognized the king of medicine, Jueshin, and the two had met several times before. She immediately let go of her daughter and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Jueshin. Mr. Jueshin, please save my daughter. Jueshin quickly helped the other person up. Ms. Oching, please get up. I happen to be passing by, and I will do my best to save her. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oching wildly bowed to the ground. Jueshin immediately performed a simple examination of the little girl's condition. Wan Qian assisted from the side, handing over her stethoscope to the other person. Jueshin shook his head, no breath. Hearing this, everyone's hearts went up to their throats. Jueshin then put on the stethoscope and checked the little girl's heartbeat. No heartbeat. Jueshin shook her head for the second time, then reached out to feel for a pulse. No pulse either. Jueshin shook her head for the third time, and at that moment everyone's hearts sank. Oching yelled, please save my daughter, don't give up on her, she won't die. Follow the emergency procedures. Jueshin said to Wan Qian next to her. Okay. Wan Qian nodded. The two worked together to perform emergency resuscitation on the little girl. They pounded their chests, pressed their chests, and performed the Heimlich maneuver. But the little girl just lay there, not moving. Once, twice, 3 times, 8 times. They tried 10 times in a row, and each time it ended in failure. I'm sorry, I did my best. Notify the funeral home and prepare the child for the funeral. Juxian shook her head and sighed. Ah! The mother let out a loud cry. The female driver burst into tears on the spot. Such a good child, gone without a trace. Alas, life is so fragile. One cannot live just for money. When one is gone, no amount of money can help. Pity the hearts of parents everywhere. Please take comfort in your grief. Oching sobbed in pain. There is probably nothing in the world more grievous than a mother losing her child. At that moment, Wu Feng, who had recovered his breath, walked over step by step. Perhaps, this child may still be saved, let me take a look. Wu Feng immediately crouched down to check on the little girl's condition. The onlookers immediately started talking. Young man, there's no need to try, the person is already beyond help. If even the king of medicine can't save someone, then even immortals coming here won't be able to save them. You're already a hero for saving the mother and daughter from the river. Wu Feng said firmly to Oching, I can now responsibly say that this girl is still salvageable. Really? Oching excitedly grabbed Wu Feng's hand, as if she had grabbed the last straw. Every word is true. Wu Feng immediately picked up the knife. Stop, what are you doing? Juxian stepped forward and reached out to stop Wu Feng. Chapter 26 The King of Medicine kneels in submission, shocking the entire audience. Wu Feng said, I am going to need to pierce the clothing to find the exact acupuncture points, so I need to administer needles to this little girl. Juxian pursued, who are you? Wan Qian hurriedly said, Dr. Ju, he is my younger brother Wu Feng. He learned Chinese medicine from his father when he was a child. Chinese medicine? Juxian snorted, there are only 2 kinds of Chinese medicine in the world, one is a liar who doesn't even have a medical license, and the other is a peerless master of Chinese medicine who is over half a century old. Wu Feng said, I am not a peerless master of Chinese medicine, and I don't have a medical license, but I am definitely not a liar. Zhu said, you are indeed not a liar, because you are a pervert. After hearing this, the onlookers let out a gasp. I knew there was something wrong with this young man. If even the king of medicine can't save someone, how could he possibly save them? You don't say. This kid saw the little girl die, and he probably wanted to defile the corpse. That's going too far. No wonder he's so eager to save people. Wan Xian shook her head furiously. No, my brother is not that kind of person. Please believe him, he is definitely not that kind of person. Wu Feng ignored the cold words and looked directly at Qing. Do you believe me? Qing's heart was struggling violently, between life and death. Countless words lingered in her mind. Zhu spoke up, Ms. Qing, the police will be here soon, so take this person to the public security authorities as soon as possible. Qing shook her head. No, I believe him. She was able to jump into the river to save me, so he can definitely save my daughter. Thank you. Wu Feng nodded, feeling relieved. Qing spoke again, please save my daughter immediately. And I implore everyone here not to obstruct, no matter what he does to my daughter. The crowd fell silent. The mother of the person involved had agreed, and no one dared say anything more. Even the king of medicine, Zhuo Xian, turned his head and kept sighing. Come on, I believe in you. The female driver clenched her fists in support of Wu Feng. Wan Xian walked up and grabbed Wu Feng's arm, whispering, Brother, are you really sure you can save this girl? Wu Feng nodded, I'm sure. Wan Xian said, it's been years since your father taught you that medical technique. Wu Feng said, he's been giving me private lessons lately. Okay. Wan Xian was relieved to hear this. Eighth sister, help me get the silver needle bag from the car. Okay. Wan Xian nodded and quickly got up and left. Wu Feng looked up at the crowd and said, please, the men here who are just watching, please leave. The men all turned their heads and looked over to the river. Wu Feng immediately cut open the little girl's dress with a knife. He used a measuring method to determine the 9 acupuncture points in advance. After Wan Xian brought the silver needles, Wu Feng stuck the 9 needles in one go. This is the acupuncture method of 9 needle classic that Wu Feng practiced since childhood, which does not heal the living, but only the dead. What else do you want me to do? Wan Xian asked. Nothing. Wu Feng said. So soon? Wan Xian was shocked. Qing's eyes showed excitement. Even the king of medicine, Zhu slowly turned his head and joined the crowd in waiting with bated breath. A few minutes later, Wu Feng slapped the little girl's chest. Pa! The little girl spat out river water. Then, her fingers twitched slightly. Then, the little girl slowly opened her eyes, and her pale face began to warm up. Little Yi. Qing shouted her daughter's name, walked up and hugged her, and tears immediately fell like rain. The crowd let out an explosion of shocked cries. Amazing, amazing, truly amazing. My goodness? This is so scary, even the dead have been revived. He revived someone that even the divine doctor couldn't save? This young man is a divine doctor, a divine doctor. The female driver yelled, aren't you embarrassed for questioning Wu Feng just now? Shouldn't you apologize to him? Several people who had been mean and suspicious of Wu Feng before one after another spoke up to apologize. However, Yuan Zhuexin stood there dumbfounded, not feeling the least bit embarrassed. His gaze was fixed on the 9 acupuncture points on the little girl's body, and his head buzzed. Zhuexin crouched down excitedly and grabbed Wu Feng's wrist. Just now, you. Wu Feng ignored him and slowly removed the silver needles stuck in Xia Yizi's body. Subsequently, the 120 ambulance crew arrived and quickly took Qing and her daughter to the ambulance. Traffic police on motorcycles began to evacuate the crowd. Zhuexin grabbed Wu Feng's arm tightly. You, what kind of acupuncture technique did you use? Wu Feng ignored him and turned around with the needle bag. Zhuexin hurriedly chased after Wu Feng's buttocks. Young man, did you just use the acupuncture method of the 9 needle classic? An outsider might not be able to see anything strange about these needles. However, Zhuexin could tell that this set of acupuncture methods was the 9 needle classic recorded in the middle, a masterpiece that had been lost for a century. Wu Feng shook his head. I'm just a pervert, I don't know anything about the 9 needle classic. Zhuexin could tell that the other party definitely knew this set of acupuncture techniques. He immediately knelt on the ground. Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize to you. I was rude before. Please forgive me. Bang, bang, bang. Juexin desperately bowed his head to the ground. Wu Feng was unmoved and didn't even look at him. Senior, I know I was wrong. I was blind just now. I hope you can forgive me. Juexin kept saying this while bowing, and his head was bleeding profusely from the skin being broken. Juexin was the descendant of the Zhu family of doctors, one of the four great medical families of Jizhou. For centuries, the Zhu family had been searching for a successor to the Jiuyin Jinjing. This was the Zhu family's mission, and it was also the meaning of Juexin's life. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Wu Feng got into the car, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and drove off. As he watched Wu Feng go, Zhu Xian hurriedly called his father. Father, I won't be returning to Yecheng for the time being. Zhu's father asked, why? Zhu Xian said, I saw a young man perform the Nine Needle Sutra today. What? Zhu's father on the other end of the phone jumped up excitedly. Zhu Xian said, it's true. I want to stay in Qin City and find this young man. Zhu's father's voice trembled. Fine, the Zhu family will do whatever it takes to find this person, no matter the cost in manpower or finances. Zhu Xian said, Father, if I can, I want to take him as my master. Zhu's father roared, nonsense, if anyone is going to take him as a master, it's me, not you. Chapter 27 Wu Feng's Little Fangirl. Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Xian nodded repeatedly, trembling all over with fear. Zhu's father said, also, you will temporarily stay with the Wang family in Xincheng. I have an old relationship with the Wang family's patriarch, so if you can help out, don't be stingy. Zhu Xian nodded. Zhu Xian understands, but the son still has a question. Zhu's father said, speak. Zhu Xian said, if the Wang family's interests involve that young man. His father scolded, idiot, do you need to ask me? In front of the successor of the Nine Needle Classic, everything is nothing. Anyone who bullies him is an enemy of the Zhu family. Juexin nodded repeatedly, I understand, thank you, father. The phone hung up, and Juexin wiped a cold sweat from his face. Half an hour later, a Mercedes-Benz drove up to Linjiang Road, the very car of Wang Busi, a member of the Wang family. Ouch, my Jushinji, I knew you were coming to Qin City, so I rushed over as soon as I could. Wang Busi excitedly shook Juexin's hand, beaming from ear to ear. This man is a member of the Wang family, one of the four families in Qin City. After the patriarch of the Wang family passed away, his three sons divided up the family assets. Wang Busi used the money to set up a pharmaceutical company that competed with the Xinqing Group. He imitated the products of the Xinqing Group like crazy. The company's research and development expenses are equal to zero, but its marketing expenses are a huge sum. This is the secret behind the rise of the Boss Group. He also colluded with Zhao Dalong, a director of the Xinqing Group and the father of Zhao Ping, to steal the secret recipe for the Xinqing Group's new product research and development. He prevented the Xinqing Group from launching its new product and instead copied it himself. However, what Wang Boss did not expect was that before the copy could be made, Zhao Wen, the son of Zhao Dalong, was actually sent to prison. What's more, Xinqing Group is about to release a new product called Flower Bud. This is disastrous for him. He must find a way to release the new product first and gain market recognition first. When he learned that Juexin, one of the four great doctors of Jizhou, had come to Xincheng, Wang Busi had an idea. As long as Juexin endorses the Bus Group, Xinqing Group will definitely be finished. Ha ha ha. Juexin laughed, you don't have to be polite, our two families are old friends. Quick, get in the car, let me show you a good time as the host. Wang Busi pulled Juexin into the car and headed straight for the hotel. Delicacies from the mountains and the sea, fine wine and food, all prepared. Wang Busi found a lot of beautiful women to entertain the guests. Thank you very much for your hospitality. Juexin bowed politely. Where are you talking about? Wang Busi smiled. Recently, our Busi Group is preparing to release a new product. I wonder if Dr. Juexin can give a speech. Ha ha ha. Zhu Xian laughed. Please. Wang Bus held up his wine glass and continued to be attentive. On the other side, after Wu Feng returned home in the evening, Wan Qian forcibly pushed Wu Feng into the bathroom. Wan Qian said, you soaked in the water for so long, hurry up and take a hot shower, I'll make you a cup of ginger syrup. Got it. Wu Feng closed the bathroom door and took off his clothes. In the mirror, he had a bronze complexion and every muscle in the right place. A lifelike red dragon was hovering above his chest. To talk about this red dragon, one has to mention a great battle in the temple 6 years ago. Wu Feng led a small team deep behind enemy lines and destroyed the enemy leader. During the retreat, they were unexpectedly bombarded by the enemy. As a result, Wu Feng's entire chest was burned. Fortunately, he tattooed the red dragon on his chest. Since then, Wu Feng has become the Lord of the 10 Halls and commands the underworld. The red dragon tattoo is the best medal for his battle to become a god. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. But that battle seems like it was just yesterday. After taking a shower, Wu Feng wrapped a towel around himself and walked out of the bathroom, instantly stunning his 2 sisters. Su Xianyan, wow, your tattoo is so cool. Wan Xian curiously ran her hands over Wu Feng's pecs. Wow, they're so hard. Wu Feng looked embarrassed. Is this the first time you've seen me? Su Xianyan blushed. The first time I've seen you with so little on. Wan Xian also said, the first time I've noticed how handsome my brother is. Wu Feng said, I'm hungry, let's cook. Wan Xian said, shall I cook noodles for you? Yes. Wu Feng nodded. Wan Xian and Su Xianyan went into the kitchen to get busy. The 2 sisters discussed Wu Feng's pecs and tattoos the whole time, even comparing Wu Feng to Daniel Wu and Eddie Peng. Wu Feng felt very embarrassed listening to them, and goosebumps rose all over his body. After changing his clothes, Wu Feng leaned back on the sofa and opened his phone. He immediately received a WeChat notification saying, hello, little brother. I'm the female driver from the other night. It must have been done by Sister 8, Wan Xian, but Wu Feng didn't bother to pursue it. He simply clicked accept and took a look at the other person's profile. The other person's circle of friends was full of attractive photos. There were photos of him showing off his abs at the gym and doing the splits on the parallel bars in the park. There were also some photos of him in his daily life, and his figure and looks were both excellent. Ding dong. The other person immediately sent a message. Hello, my name is Tian Xiaoya, I'm 26 years old, 169 centimeters tall, 58 kilograms, I'm a flight attendant, and my monthly income is 9,000. Before he knew it, Wu Feng was chatting with this beautiful woman until late at night. The young woman was good in every way and very pretty. From their conversations, it was clear that despite her mature appearance, she was still a young girl who fantasized about romantic love. At this point, Wu Feng realized that something was wrong. Was this making friends? Why did it feel like she was flirting with him? Just then, Tian Xiaoya sent a voice message. Younger brother, do you want to go out for dinner tomorrow? I know a Sichuan restaurant that's awesome. Wu Feng quickly typed a reply. Sorry, I'm working tomorrow, let's talk about it some other time. Tian Xiaoya immediately replied, okay, I'll ask you again at the weekend. 3 unhappy faces. HM. Wu Feng typed a single word and deleted the chat history. Ding dong. His older sister, Gu Xinqing, sent a voice message. Brother, dress up tomorrow, I'll take you to a party tonight. Okay, I understand. After sending the message, Wu Feng went to bed. Chapter 28, Gu Xinqing's Tears. The next night, Wu Feng and Gu Xinqing drove to the Qincheng International Hotel. There was a business reception that evening, held on the top floor of the hotel. Most of the attendees were company executives in the Qincheng pharmaceutical industry. As a powerful woman in the pharmaceutical industry, Gu Xinqing naturally had to attend this gathering. As soon as she entered the door, Gu Xinqing bumped into Wang Bo, who had a big bald head and gold-rimmed glasses. Oh, my dear Xinqing, you're here. You're looking beautiful today, and I love you even more. Please be careful with your words, Mr. Wang. You and I are just casual acquaintances. Gu Xinqing gave a small smile, then grabbed Wu Feng's hand. This little action immediately caught Wang Bus's attention. He was originally beaming with a smile, but suddenly his expression changed. Although the two were in a competitive relationship that could not be more different, Wang Bus was in love with Gu Xinqing. He fantasized about winning Gu Xinqing one day, and the Xinqing group was a pretend marriage. At this moment, seeing a strange man holding Gu Xinqing's hand, Wang Bus felt a sense of loss. Who is this? Wang Bus's gaze fell on Wu Feng. Gu Xinqing casually said, he is my boyfriend and also the largest shareholder of our Xinqing group. His name is Wu Feng. Wu Feng? Wang Bus frowned, his eyes screwed into a line. That's right, it's me. Wu Feng nodded. Wang Busi stared at Gu Xinqing and asked, Xinqing, how long have you known him? How much do you know about him? What does it have to do with you? Gu Xinqing asked in return. Wang Busi said, I care about you, I'm afraid you'll get cheated. Thank you, I'll make my own decisions about my own affairs. After Gu Xinqing finished speaking, she took Wu Feng and walked towards the venue. Stop! Wang Buz suddenly shouted at the two of them. Gu Xinqing and Wu Feng turned around. Wang Buz pointed at Wu Feng and shouted, I've investigated Wu Feng, and he's not some rich second generation at all. Gu Xinqing, don't think you've climbed a high branch. You've been deceived. Not only is he not a rich second generation, he's also the son-in-law of the Xiao family, and he's just divorced. As soon as these words were spoken, the attention of everyone in the venue focused on them. What's going on? Why are they arguing? I heard that Gu Xinqing has a boyfriend. It seems that Wang Buz is jealous. But from what Wang Buz said, it sounds like Gu Xinqing's boyfriend is a liar. Gu Xinqing smiled and said, you know all of this. He got divorced just for me. What's the problem? You? Are you out of your mind? Wang Buz was furious. He had been pining for Gu Xinqing for more than 10 years. Every once in a while, he would threaten Gu Xinqing, saying that if she married him, she wouldn't have to work so hard. But Gu Xinqing refused to give in, insisting on competing with her to the end. In Wang Busi's eyes, Gu Xinqing was an iceberg that could not be climbed. Unexpectedly, Gu Xinqing was so determined to be with a poor second marriage guy. Wang Busi felt that he had been insulted the most in his life. Wu Feng couldn't stand listening anymore and said, disgusting? Are you qualified? There are plenty of lickspittles around her, are you one of them? Wang Bo flew into a rage, who are you calling a lickspittle? Sorry. Wu Feng shook his head, what I mean is, you're not even qualified to be a lickspittle. Ha ha ha. Several women present burst out laughing. Wang Bo walked up to him and pointed his finger at Wu Feng's nose. Kid, you dare to insult me? Don't you even ask who I am? Are you looking for death? Are you tired of living? I can make you go bankrupt with one phone call. Wu Feng never liked to engage in verbal sparring, and he hated it when people pointed fingers at him. So, he simply bent the other person's finger. Ah! Wang Bo screamed, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The intense pain made him have to kneel on the ground. Son of a bitch, go ahead and try your best, and see if I'm afraid of you. Wu Feng said, and then kicked Wang Bo to the side with one kick. Gu Xinqing leaned closely against Wu Feng, feeling an indescribable warmth in her heart. This was perhaps the sense of security that only a man could bring her. Gu Xinqing stood on tiptoe and whispered in Wu Feng's ear, brother, you're so handsome. It's nothing. Wu Feng smiled. On the ground, Wang Buz covered his aching fingers and said viciously, Gu Xinqing, are you really going to stay with this loser? Wu Feng laughed, when it comes to losers, it's you, Wang Buz. Wang Buz yelled, what the fuck are you talking about? Wu Feng sneered, you have Viagra in your pocket, and you'll be full of gray hair before you're 40. You don't have a weak kidney, you're on the verge of having no kidney at all. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter throughout the room. Wang Bo rose to his feet, I'm doing just fine, don't you dare say anything here. I'll be announcing some big news soon, I promise, the Xinqing group will definitely go bankrupt in the future. The other bosses in the crowd were curious. What news? President Wang, what is the news? Wang Bo snorted, turned to the crowd and shouted, everyone, the big news I want to announce to you is that Juexin, the top doctor of the 4 great doctors of Jizhou, will officially stay in Xinjiang and join the Bus Pharmaceutical Group for in-depth cooperation. Wow! The audience was shocked when this was announced. Juexin's status in the pharmaceutical industry was that of a god, not to mention the Zhu family behind him. Not to mention cooperating with Juexin, even if some boss could meet with Juexin for a cup of tea, it would be a sensation in the industry. And Juexin's joining the boss group meant that other pharmaceutical companies would face difficulties. The first to bear the brunt would be the boss group's direct competitor, the Xinqing group. At this moment, Gu Xinqing suddenly fell silent, her thoughts like water. The moment Wang Busi stepped off the stage, he was surrounded by the CEOs present. President Wang, I'd like to toast you. President Wang is a dragon among men, the future #1 pharmaceutical magnate in Xinjiang. Gu Xinqing is not blessed, she has missed out on President Wang. Flattery of all kinds was heard everywhere. Wang Busi grinned from ear to ear, becoming the brightest star in the room. In contrast, Gu Xinqing seemed to have lost all her luster. Everyone deliberately kept their distance from her. Even those who had once been partners and good friends in the business world were flattering Wang Bu's. Chapter 29, Zhao Delong turns the company's top management. Sister Qing, are you okay? Wu Feng noticed her change in mood and hurriedly asked. I'm fine. Gu Xinqing shook her head. Wu Feng said, it's just a desperate mind. Gu Xinqing shook her head and said, let's go, there's no need to stay here anymore. The two were about to turn and leave when Wang Busi immediately brought someone over. Gu Zong, without a word of greeting, are you leaving already? Wang Busi smiled. Gu Xinqing didn't say a word. Ha ha ha. Wang Busi laughed. Gu Xinqing, you've brought this on yourself today. The other bosses also spoke sarcastically. Gu Zong, those who know the times are the heroes. President Wang has been so good to you, everyone can see it, so why are you doing this? A flirtatiously dressed female boss spoke up. If I were you, Gu Xinqing, I would definitely throw myself into the arms of Boss Wang first. Gu Xinqing turned her head and looked at the female boss who spoke. Sorry, I'm not as cheap as you. The flirtatiously dressed female boss jumped in anger. Gu Xinqing, don't go too far, there will be a time when you suffer. Thank you for reminding me, I know what I'm doing, I'll go now. Gu Xinqing said coldly. Wang Busi yelled, Gu Zong, don't go, the medical king will be here soon. No interest. Gu Xinqing decisively shook her head. Wang Busi smirked, that's okay, tomorrow I'll bring the medical king to visit your company, think about it, whether to stay with this loser or with me. Dream on. Gu Xinqing didn't turn her head as she took Wu Feng's hand and walked away. They took the elevator all the way downstairs and got into the car. Gu Xinqing bit her lip and said, take me home. Wu Feng started the car and drove away from the Qingcheng Hotel. The car was driving on the road late at night, with the street lights shining brightly. Wu Feng said, Sister Qing, you don't need to worry so much. Gu Xinqing shook her head and said, you don't understand this industry. If Yuan Juexin joins the boss group, it means that the entire pharmaceutical industry will be overturned. Does this Juexin have such a big influence? Wu Feng asked. Yes. Gu Xinqing nodded. Wu Feng said, then let him and the family behind him join the Xinqing group. Puff. Gu Xinqing suddenly laughed. Silly brother, it's not as easy as you say. Wang Bu's has been operating contacts in Yeqing for many years, and it makes sense to be able to get on this line with the medical king. In contrast, your sister and I, idiots, have never thought about these things. Wu Feng said, there is no such thing as an insurmountable task in the world, as long as you have the heart to do it. Gu Xinqing said, okay, I know you're just trying to comfort me. I won't give up easily. Sister Qing, I'm not trying to comfort you. Wu Feng said firmly. Are you serious? Gu Xinqing turned her head and looked at Wu Feng. Wu Feng nodded, if I say the word, the medical king will take the initiative to join the Xinqing group. Gu Xinqing rolled her eyes and glared at Wu Feng. That sentence just now seemed to be true. But Wu Feng said that he could make the medical king join with just one sentence, which was a bit of a stretch. The car drove into Gu Xinqing's small villa. Wu Feng walked her up the stairs. Gu Xinqing took off her jacket, threw off her high heels, and then directly collapsed on the sofa. Her mood was indescribably low. Brother, can you help me massage my shoulders? Wu Feng nodded, moved closer to the sofa, and gently kneaded her shoulders with both hands. Sister Qing, your spine is a bit deformed. Gu Xinqing shook her head, every day is a life of 3 o'clock and 1 o'clock, I'm so busy. Wu Feng said, exercise more when you have time. Yes, I know. Gu Xinqing nodded. Wu Feng kneaded her shoulders and lightly patted her back. Unconsciously, Gu Xinqing fell asleep on the sofa. Wu Feng gently nudged her shoulder, Sister Qing. Gu Xinqing let out a light snore. Wu Feng carefully carried her in his arms and took her back to her room. He helped her take off her silk socks and covered her with the quilt. Sister Qing, get a good night's sleep, everything will be fine tomorrow. Wu Feng turned off the light and quietly left. The next morning, Gu Xinqing opened her sleepy eyes. She stretched, got out of bed, washed up, changed clothes and put on makeup. After breakfast, she drove to work. As soon as she entered the office, her assistant Xiaoya rushed over. Sister Cheng, it's bad. What's wrong? Gu Xinqing pushed open the door and entered the office. Xiaoya said, President Zhao came to the office early this morning. Gu Xinqing said, isn't he in the hospital? Xiaoya shook her head, he looked very energetic today, and he even gathered a lot of company veterans in the conference room. A meeting so early in the morning? Gu Xinqing frowned. Xiaoya said, I listened outside the door for a while, and it sounded like they were talking about the medical king joining the boss group, and that Zhao Delong wanted to take them with him when he jumped ship. Pop. Gu Xinqing slammed her bag down on the table. Zhao Delong came to the company early in the morning to stir up a rebellion? Xiaoya nodded, I think so. Gu Xinqing stormed out of the office and headed straight for the meeting room. Xiaoya followed closely behind, stepping in little dribs and drabs. In the meeting room, Zhao Delong sat in the chairman's seat, flanked by the group's key leadership. I've made this situation very clear. Iwang Juexin will definitely join the boss group, there won't be any problems. In the future, there will inevitably be disruptive developments in the entire industry, and Xinqing Group will be the first to go bankrupt. You are all the pillars of Xinqing Group, are you going to just sit here and wait to die? The leaders of each department were all present, glaring at each other, and there was a constant stream of discussion. Suddenly someone asked, President Zhao, you said that Xinqing Group will collapse, but you are a director of the company. This remark suddenly woke everyone up. If the company collapsed, the first one to run away would be him, Zhao Delong. Ha ha ha. Zhao Delong laughed. You're right, as a shareholder my losses will definitely be the greatest. However, I already sold my shares to investors at the lowest market price yesterday. Now, my identity is the director of the bus group. After these words, there was dead silence in the room. No wonder Zhao Delong was so attentive, he was now representing the rival bus group. Zhao Delong spoke, I'll put it here, those who are willing to abandon the dark and join the light can resign today, and tomorrow I'll take you to join the bus group. Someone asked, Mr. Wang, do you mean what you say? Zhao Delong said, a gentleman's word is his bond. If you don't believe me, we can record it right here. This remark was like a reassurance. Immediately, someone came forward to declare their position. I resign and I'm willing to join the boss group. I'm willing to follow in your footsteps and join the new company. Mr. Wang, I'm one of your old subordinates. If I go to the boss group, you have to give me more support. Chapter 30 Wang Bu's strong arrival to die. There were two factions within the Xinqing group. Some of them were from the Zhao family. The other faction supported Gu Xinqing, and the remaining few were neutral. At this time, most of the people who took the initiative to express their views were from the Zhao faction. The neutral faction and those from Gu Xinqing's faction chose to remain silent. This was not the result that Zhao Delong wanted. He wanted to empty the entire group and bring the Xinqing group to a state of inaction. Zhao Delong spoke again, I know that all of this is impossible for everyone, and many people are still skeptical. Director Zhou Yang stood up. He had always been Gu Xinqing's right-hand man and the true pillar of the company. President Zhao, the Xinqing group is the result of everyone working together for many years. Just selling your shares now is fine, but why do you want everyone to betray President Gu? If you do this, will you be able to face President Gu in the group? Zhao Delong laughed, Zhou Yang, have you lost your mind? Do you think no one knows why you stayed in the group? Zhou Yang was displeased, what do you mean? Zhao Delong said, you are just a lapdog by Gu Xinqing's side, daydreaming about winning her over, but you can only be a dog for the rest of your life. You. Zhou Yang's face turned pale. What me? Zhao Delong continued, I'm doing this for your own good. Gu Xinqing has already got her young boyfriend, and you don't even have the qualifications to lick the tips of her shoes. Zhou Yang spoke angrily, I don't deny that I admire President Gu, but I won't betray the group just because of a few words from you. Zhao Delong laughed, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Zhou Yang said, President Gu is coming to the company right now. You, a person from outside the group, are here trying to turn the company's employees against her. Here she comes. Zhao Delong shouted, so what if she's here? What if she comes? No one can stop what I want to do. Creak. The door to the conference room was pushed open. Click, click. The sound of high heels tapping on the floor could be heard. Gu Xinqing walked quickly in with Xiaoya. President Gu. President Gu, you're here. President Gu. The department heads greeted her. Zhao Delong smiled and said, President Gu, you've come at the right time. Let's get everything out in the open. Gu Xinqing looked around the room and then said, I heard everything you said. If you want to resign, I won't stop you. If you want to stay, I won't mistreat you. President Gu, people go higher and water flows lower. I choose to resign. President Gu has treated me well, but I also have a family. I have to think about my future. I've long since wanted to stop taking abuse here, and today is a good day to say goodbye. A dozen leaders one after the other stood up next to Zhao Delong. I'm not resigning. I'm willing to live and die with the company. Zhou Yang spoke up first. I'm also willing to stay. Without President Gu, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'm willing to stay. As long as the group doesn't go bankrupt, I'll stay and continue working. 7 or 8 company executives stood behind Gu Xinqing. However, more people did not make a statement, either being neutral or waiting for a bigger bargaining chip. Zhao Delong spoke up, by the way, I have another piece of news to announce. Later, Wang Busi will bring the medical king to the group for a tour. Those who don't believe in this and still think the group has hope, feel free to come. After hearing this, a few more people chose to resign. Gu Xinqing asked, does anyone else want to resign? No one answered, and there was silence in the room. Gu Xinqing spoke up, Xiaoya, go get the resignation contracts, so we can part on good terms. Yes. Xiaoya nodded. No need, I brought them with me. Wu Feng walked into the meeting room with a stack of folders. Pat. The thick stack of resignation contracts was thrown onto the meeting table. Those around Zhao Delong took the contracts and signed them on the spot. Zhao Delong smiled and pointed at Wu Feng, saying, young man, you've done a good job. Are you interested in joining the Bosch group? No. Wu Feng shook his head. Zhao Delong continued, I'll recommend you for the security manager position, and double your salary. Wu Feng laughed, Mr. Zhao, aren't you going to ask who I am? Who are you? Zhao Delong asked. My name is Wu Feng, the person who personally sent your son to prison. You. Zhao Delong's face instantly changed, and he was so angry that he almost had a cerebral thrombosis. Wu Feng spoke up, do you think I'm helping you? I'm helping the group get rid of the vermin. Well done. Gu Xinqing praised. Wu Feng said to the crowd, the earth will keep turning without anyone. If you want to go, go while you still can. Those who don't want to go can stay. The group has been through thick and thin for so many years, and it's not a big deal to get through this. I believe that in the future, President Gu will definitely lead the Xinqing group to defeat the boss group. Gu Xinqing immediately applauded, well said. Several other people who supported Gu Xinqing also applauded. Good. Zhao Delong said, no wonder you are Gu Xinqing's lackey, even a small character like you can play the mind chicken soup. Gu Xinqing added, I will not give up the company, nor will I destroy my own dream with my own hands. Believe me, just stay, and even if you leave in the future, I will not stop you. Zhao Delong laughed, come on, that's enough. Wang Busi and Dr. Zhu have already arrived at the company. The truth will be revealed soon. As Zhao Delong's words fell, the sound of Wang Busi and Dr. Zhu's conversation came from the hallway of the company. Dr. Zhu, the bathroom is just ahead. You go and use it, and I'll go meet that goose in you. Okay, thank you. Then, Wang Buz strode arrogantly into the meeting room. Ha ha ha. Wang Buz laughed aloud. President Wang, please sit. Zhao Delong came forward and offered his compliments, directly giving up his position as chairman of the board. Thanks. Wang Busi nodded and sat down. The atmosphere in the meeting room changed, and many people whispered. Wang Busi asked, Delong, how is the matter being handled? Zhao Delong said, there are still stubborn people in the company, which is a headache. Wang Busi spoke, everyone, I can tell you clearly. Zhou Yang stood up and said, shut up, this is the meeting room of our Xinqing group, who are you to speak here? Who is this? Wang Busi asked, pointing at Zhou Yang. Zhao Delong said, Gu Xinqing's old lapdog. Wang Busi nodded with a smile, small. Gu Xinqing smiled and said, you are a guest, Mr. Wang, please say what you have to say. Wang Busi said, look at Mr. Gu's generosity and breadth of mind, admirable. Wu Feng said, say what you have to say, let it out, and get out of here after you're done. Wang Busi smiled, I came here to give everyone here a chance, including Mr. Gu himself. Gu Xinqing smiled, even I have a chance? Of course. Wang Busi nodded. I, Wang Busi, am an open-minded person. As long as you, Gu Xinqing, are willing to accompany me tonight, I am willing to take over your garbage group. But let's get this out of the way. You have to serve me well. In addition, the market valuation of your company is about 300 million, and I will only pay 30 million. What do you say, Mr. Gu? Chapter 31, Zhu Xian turns against him, and Wang Bo learns to crawl like a dog. You're shameless. Gu Xinqing shouted, her face turning a deep purple. Ha ha ha. Wang Bo laughed. Gu Xinqing, you're forcing me to do this. If you don't agree today, it'll be 20 million tomorrow, 10 million the day after, until Xinqing Group goes bankrupt. Gu Xinqing said firmly, you're dreaming. Even if the group does go bankrupt, I won't let it fall into the hands of a scumbag like you. Wang Busi nodded and then said to the crowd, you all know Dr. Wang Juexin, don't you? He just went to the bathroom, but he'll be here soon, and you'll see for yourselves the strength of our company. Anyone who wants to quit should immediately stand behind Zhao Dalong. I'll pay double. These words were like a bombshell. Many more waverers joined Zhao Dalong's side. The number of resigners had already tripled the number of those who wanted to stay. There were only 5 or 6 waverers left. Wang Busi spoke up, what are you still hesitating about? Don't you want to work by the side of the king of medicine? Even if you learn just a little bit, you'll have gained something. Hearing this, some people were indeed tempted. The position of the king of medicine in the medical world was unbreakable. Many people regard Zhu Exin as their idol. Come on. Wang Busi said, Gu Xinqing gave you this, and I, Wang Busi, will give you double. Sure enough, these 5 or 6 people quickly stood behind Zhao Dalong. There are only a few dozen people in the senior management of Xinqing Group. At this time, nearly 20 people chose to resign and join the Busi Group. A wise bird chooses the right tree to nestle in, and a man who knows how to act in the world is a true hero. Wang Busi got up and applauded. Wu Feng spoke up, they're just a bunch of fools who have been made fools of. What did you say? Wang Buzi's face changed. Wu Feng spoke up, I said that Dr. Wang Juexin will never join the boss group. Ha ha ha. Wang Buz laughed. Zhao Dalong spoke up, that's ridiculous. Wang Buz said, do you know what Dr. Wang and I were doing last night? We talked all night, and our relationship is unbreakable. Just then, the medical king, dressed in a white coat, strolled into the meeting room. What are you talking about? So lively? Zhu Xian smiled and spoke. In an instant, everyone in the meeting room widened their eyes and stared at Zhu Xian intently. In the past, they could only see him on TV or in magazines. Today, they were seeing the real person, and their excitement was beyond words. Several women directly gathered around him to flatter him. Medical King, I'm your fan. Zhu Xinji, can I take a photo with you? Can you sign my name? Some people sighed, while others were relieved. Without exception, everyone understood that it was a foregone conclusion that Dr. Zhu would join the boss group. Even Gu Xinqing herself was saddened and lowered her head in silence. Wang Bo quickly got up and said, Dr. Zhu, someone just said that you wouldn't join our group. Who said that? Zhu Exin smiled, looking around the room. Wang Busi pointed at Wu Feng and said, it's him, Gu Xinqing's boyfriend, a second marriage son-in-law. Zhu Exin looked at Wu Feng and his body trembled violently the moment he saw him. Wu Feng said, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Mr. Wu, I'm here to pay my respects to Zhu Exin. Zhu Exin knelt on the spot. Oh my! Xiaoya, standing next to Gu Xinqing, covered her mouth in surprise. Gu Xinqing, who had already been extremely disappointed, suddenly stared straight with her eyes wide open, unable to believe what she was seeing. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. The head of the 4 great medical experts of Jizhou, the medical king Zhu Xian, the heir of the Zhu family of medical experts. He actually knelt down to a security guard? At this moment, Wu Feng spoke slowly, don't scream. I'm from Xinqing Group, you're from Boss Group, we're enemies. Zhu Exin shook his head frantically, no, Mr. Wu, please let me explain. I stayed in Xinqing just to find your whereabouts. I had no idea you were with Xinqing Group, I would never help the devil. I declare now that I will never cooperate with the Booth Group and beg to join the Cheerful Group. These words directly left Wang Booth dumbfounded. Zhu Shini, didn't you say that you would join our Booth Group? Zhu Exin turned his head and glared fiercely at Wang Booth, get out, the enemies of the Cheerful Group will be my enemies from now on. Wang Busi shook his head in disbelief, are you crazy? Wu Feng is just a useless son-in-law, a good-for-nothing. What did you call him? Rotten bastard, how dare you insult Mr. Wu, you're dead. Zhu Xian got up and slapped Wang Busi in the face. Ouch! Wang Busi screamed, his face was directly swollen. you crazy old man, you. Wu Feng laughed. I told you, Dr. Wang will never join your boss group. Wang boss pointed at the crowd. You. Wu Feng pointed at the door. Get out of here. Don't make a fool of yourself here. I'm too lazy to teach you a lesson. I'm afraid of getting my hands dirty. Wang boss jumped up and yelled, I won't accept it. Why? Zhu Exin's defection made him start to doubt his life. He, Wang Booz, was clearly on the winning side, but in the end it turned out to be a dream? How could the proud Wang Booz accept it? Pat. Zhu Exin rushed over and gave Wang Booz 3 loud slaps in the face. Zhu Exin yelled, Dare to challenge me, Mr. Wu? Are you worthy? Me. Wang Booz trembled all over. He could walk sideways in Xincheng. However, in front of Zhu Exin, he didn't even dare to fart. Because he can't afford to offend Zhu Exin, and even more so the Zhu family behind him. Zhu Exin roared, You worthless piece of shit, you almost got me killed. Get out of here right now, or I'll order the immediate closure of the bus group. I. Wang Bus was so scared that his legs were shaking. If Zhu Exin ordered the closure of the bus group. Zhu Exin roared, Those who disobey Mr. Wu will die. I'll crawl. Please don't take it out on the boss group. Wang Busi cowered in a second, obediently crawling out of the meeting room on the ground like a dog. Stop. Zhu Exin roared. Yes. Wang Busi didn't dare to crawl any further. Zhu Exin said, Kowtow and apologize to Mr. Wu right now. I apologize. Wang Busi, with tears in his eyes, kowtowed to Wu Feng. I'm sorry, Wu Feng, I was wrong. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I'm sorry, I apologize to you. Wu Feng said, Get out. Yes. Wang Busi fled from the group like his life depended on it. Zhu Exin immediately changed to a flattering face and came up to Wu Feng. Mr. Wu, I did pretty well, didn't I? So. Wu Feng said indifferently. I. Zhu Exin pointed at himself and said, Can I join Xinqing group now? Wu Feng smiled and turned to Gu Xinqing. You have to ask Gu Zong about this, it's not up to me. I understand. The medical king hurriedly ran to Gu Xinqing and said, Gu Zong, please give me a chance. I am willing to stay in your company, serve tea, wash dishes, scrub toilets, and mop the floor. Gu Xinqing? Chapter 32, The Miracle Dr. Zhu Exin joins the company. At this moment, Gu Xinqing was completely at a loss. Wang Buzdangmen had poached employees and announced that he was going to start a company called Xinqing Group. Old employees had been resigning one after the other, and the company was clearly on the verge of collapse. But then the plot took a dramatic turn. The miracle Dr. Zhu Exin knelt down as soon as he saw his younger brother. Not only did he cancel all cooperation with the Buse Group, he even took the initiative to join the Xinqing Group. What's even more terrifying is that Wang Zhu Exin actually said that she was willing to serve tea, clean the toilet and mop the floor just to stay at the Xinqing Group. Am I dreaming? Gu Xinqing asked, feeling that all of this was so unreal. Xiaoya hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to pinch her little face. A burst of pain made Gu Xinqing realize that she wasn't dreaming and that this was all real. Xiaoya waved in front of Gu Xinqing's eyes, Sister Qing. Ha. Gu Xinqing laughed, laughing particularly happily, and everyone around her laughed along. Zhu Exin hurriedly spoke up, President Gu, look at me working. No problem, absolutely no problem. Gu Xinqing immediately lowered his body half a head, excitedly saying, Zhu Xinji being able to join the Xinqing Group is something I have longed for. Yes, that's what I've always wanted. Zhu Exin was overjoyed. He knew that he was one step closer to Wu Feng and to fulfilling the mission his father had entrusted him with. Gu Xinqing said, the Xinqing Group will hire you as the chief expert, and I will personally give up 10% of my shares. No. Zhu Exin shook his head. Gu Xinqing said, do you think the position is too low? If you like, I can give up my position. No. Zhu Exin shook his head again, the conditions are too high. The Zhu family is willing to invest in the Xinqing Group and form an alliance. In an instant, Gu Xinqing's eyes welled up with tears, and her gaze subconsciously looked at Wu Feng. Wu Feng gave a slight smile. I told you, just lure him over. Gu Xinqing nodded, with 1,000 words in her heart, but they finally turned into a sentence. Brother, you're so good. At this moment, many people were so excited that their eyes welled up with tears. Everyone knew that the Xinjiang group had not only survived the crisis, it would surely dominate the entire Xinjiang and even the entire Jizhou in the future. Whoa whoa. At this moment, Zhao Delong burst into tears. The collapse of an adult only took a split second. With the joining of Dr. Wang Juexin, the Xinjiang group was booming. As a shareholder of the Xinjiang group, his future wealth would surely change from tens of millions to billions. He would have an endless amount of money just sitting at home. However, he sold his shares yesterday and bought shares in the Boss Group instead. Zhao Delong's losses overnight could be worth billions. He has missed out on the dream of becoming rich. Gu Xinqing looked at Zhao Delong and slowly said, "Congratulations to Mr. Zhao on your early retirement. Enjoy your retirement at home in the future." Ah! Zhao Delong lay on the ground, covering his chest and yelling, "My heart hurts so much." No one paid any attention to Zhao Delong anymore, and all the employees gathered around Gu Xinqing. "Gu Zone, it was our fault for being blind and trusting Zhao Delong. You give us a chance, and I promise to work hard for the company. Gu Zone, I beg you, I have an old man and a young child, I can't take it anymore." Gu Xinqing sneered, "You resigned and left me when the group was in the most critical moment, and now that the group is booming, you all want to come back? It's too late." A minister said, "The group cannot do without us. Such a big personnel change will inevitably affect the group." Wu Feng laughed, "Are you kidding? Do you think that today's Xinjiang group will still lack talent?" Zhou Yang also said, "You wallflowers, get your act together, okay? Tomorrow there will be countless talents kicking down the company's doors." The resigning employees lowered their heads and stopped talking. The truth was just that cruel. Meeting adjourned. Gu Xinqing said, her face beaming. The company's leaders left one after the other, some dancing for joy, while others broke down and cried. As the crowd dispersed, Juexin hurriedly said, "President Gu, about my joining the company." Gu Xinqing smiled and said, "No problem. Xiaoya, you take Juexin to sign the contract right away." "Yes, please, Juexin." Xiaoya reached out to indicate. "Yes, yes, yes." Juexian was extremely excited and followed Xiaoya out the door. The moment the conference room door closed, Gu Xinqing ran directly to Wu Feng and threw herself into his arms. "You scared me." Wu Feng laughed and petted Gu Xinqing's little head. "Brother, I love you to death." "Ha ha ha." Wu Feng laughed, reached out to wipe the lipstick mark, which still had a faint fragrance. Gu Xinqing's little fists pounded on Wu Feng's chest. "Rascal, how did you do it? Why did the top-notch great man, the peerless immortal doctor, call you master when he saw you and Neil?" Wu Feng told Gu Xinqing about the rescue on Linjiang Road that night. After hearing it, Gu Xinqing suddenly understood. "Gu Xinqing, so, my brother's medical skills have surpassed the 4 great immortal doctors, and even they want to worship you as their master." Wu Feng said, "I'm just a beginner, and the old man only passed on the secret manual to me." Gu Xinqing leaned on Wu Feng's shoulder again. "Anyway, the company has finally overcome the crisis." Wu Feng stroked her little head. "I've said it before, no matter what happens, I'll help you carry it together." Gu Xinqing said, "Brother, you were really amazing today. I've never seen Wang Bo so embarrassed." Wu Feng said, "That Wang Bu's dared to bully you, and this is what happened to him." Gu Xinqing laughed. "I wonder what he's feeling at this moment." Wu Feng said, "I guess he's probably hiding in the car and crying secretly." Ha ha ha. Gu Xinqing laughed. At this moment, Wang Buz was sitting in his living room, tears and snot flowing in handfuls. Zhao Delong ran into the living room at a brisk pace, and when they met, he fell to the ground. "Boss Wan, we're finished." As soon as he saw Zhao Delong crying even more miserably than himself, he stopped crying. Wang Busi looked serious. "Delong, crying won't solve anything. I'm not willing to accept it," Zhao Delong said. Wang Busi sighed, "It's my fault. If only I had taken your shares last night." "Boss Wan, we're in the same boat. Are we just going to resign ourselves to our fate?" Zhao Delong asked. Wang Busi shook his head. "I will never accept my fate, and I will never wait to die." Zhao Delong sat up excitedly. "President Wang, I have another way. Once it succeeds, Xinjiang Group will still face bankruptcy." "Really?" Wang Busi got excited. "Absolutely." Zhao Delong got up and leaned over his ear. "Tomorrow, Xinjiang Group will have a press conference. All we have to do is this. Ha ha ha." Wang Busi laughed after hearing this. Good, that's great. Chapter 33 Zhao Dalong lays a trap, and the actress breaks her contract. Xinqing Group. After completing the entry procedures, Zhu Weixin changed into a work uniform and went to find Wu Feng as soon as possible. I have met Mr. Wu. Zhu Weixin bowed as soon as he entered the office. Who's your Mr. Wu? Wu Feng asked, leaning back on the sofa with a cup of tea. Zhu Weixin hurriedly replied, I was hasty before. After consulting with my father, we agreed that my father should pay homage to you as his master. Pa. Wu Feng spat out a mouthful of tea. Your father? Pay homage to me as his master? Yes. Zhu Weixin nodded. My father intends to pay homage to you as his master, and asked me to come here to serve you. Who is your father? Wu Feng restrained his emotions. Zhu Xian said, the head of the Zhu family, the 19th generation family head. Wu Feng put down his cup, sat up straight, and said sternly, this matter of taking on an apprentice. I understand. As the sole heir to the Nine Needle Sutra, you definitely won't take on an apprentice lightly, and even if you do, it will be after a lot of assessment. Wu Feng nodded. Zhu Weixin said, the Zhu family is full of sincerity. Whether or not you accept my father as your disciple, I am willing to stay by your side and serve you. Wu Feng nodded, it's not bad for the Zhu family to have this attitude. Absolutely. Zhu Weixin said. Wu Feng asked, in the future, you don't have to call me Mr. Wu. Understood. Zhu Weixin nodded, then I will call you Master Feng in the future. Such a big title? Wu Feng frowned. Zhu Weixin said, regardless of your age, your medical skills have already surpassed those of my grandfather's generation. It is only natural to address you as Master Feng. The other party's words were well reasoned and there seemed to be no reason to argue. Wu Feng waved his hand and said, fine. Suit yourself. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Zhu Weixin hurriedly went up to Wu Feng and gave him a leg massage. Wu Feng asked, is this Zhouyin Jinjing very important to your Zhu family? Zhu Xian hurriedly said, the Nine Needle Sutra had 9 volumes in ancient times, which were controlled by the great clans of the 9 provinces, and outsiders could not steal and learn it. Wu Feng nodded, 9 volumes? Zhu Xian nodded, yes, exactly 9 volumes. However, there were constant battles in the 9 provinces, and history was replaced and exchanged, so all 9 volumes were lost. But many families in the Tianlong kingdom have been searching for these 9 volumes of the Nine Needle Sutra for hundreds of years. The Zhu family is just one of the families, and for generations, the family has been working hard to find the Nine Needle Sutra. Wu Feng nodded doubtfully. The old man Zhu Xian was full of nonsense, and it was hard to tell whether his words were true or not, so he just took them as a joke. The old man had a copy of the Nine Needle Sutra, but it was just used to prop up the corner of the table. To young Wu Feng, this thing was not as valuable as the Jin Yong novels on the bookshelf. Ignoring Zhu Weixin, Wu Feng went straight to the office. As soon as he entered, he saw Gu Xinqing sitting on the sofa, glum and sullen. Wu Feng went up to her and said, Sister Qing, what's wrong? Hey! Gu Xinqing sighed. Xiaoya spoke up, Jing Lan, the product spokesperson for Flower Bud, wants to terminate her contract with the company. Terminate the contract? Isn't the new product being released tomorrow? Wu Feng looked surprised. Xiaoya shook her head, I don't know why she would want to terminate the contract at this juncture. Gu Xinqing shook her head, I should have thought of it earlier. Although Jing Lan is only a second-tier artist for European-style entertainment, how could the endorsement fee be that low? Xiaoya said, I remember that Zhao Dalong was the one who set up the deal, and he even said that it was because of his face that Jing Lan agreed to sign at a low price. Wu Feng said, so it turns out that Zhao Dalong had previously planted a time bomb for the company. Yes, it was him who sold the bomb, and it happened to explode at this time. Gu Xinqing shook her head. Wu Feng asked, isn't there any other solution? Xiaoya shook her head, several female artists that the company has worked with have all found excuses to decline, I'm afraid Zhao Dalong has already paid them off. Gu Xinqing said, Zhao Dalong, just wants to see us make a fool of ourselves at the new product launch. Wu Feng said, at worst, we can give Sanjie a call and ask her to come over and endorse it for you. Gu Xinqing shook her head, she's too busy filming to find any time, and besides, a slow remedy won't help a pressing problem. Xiaoya said, if the launch is postponed to 3 days later, we can definitely find a new spokesperson in those 3 days. Gu Xinqing shook her head, a postponed launch is even more offensive to the public than having no spokesperson. Wu Feng said, the problem is with this Jinglan. Gu Xinqing got up, I'm going to go see her in person, talk to her about this, and try to change her mind. I'll go with you, Wu Feng said. Okay. Gu Xinqing nodded, and the brother and sister left the company and drove straight to Jinglan's suburban villa. Suburban villa. Jinglan, in a bathrobe, was lying on a bench by the pool. She had a mask on her face and was brushing Weibo on her hand. She accidentally flipped to a Weibo post by Xiaoye. It had tens of thousands of likes and reposts, and thousands of comments. What the hell? Jinglan angrily threw her phone aside. Xiaoyu is a female artist who has just signed with Eurostyle Entertainment. It is said that the director spent a huge sum of money to bring her back from abroad as a member of the girl group. If nothing goes wrong, this Xiaoyu will become the leading female star of Eurostyle Entertainment in the future. Although Jinglan has no connection with this woman, the rise of Xiaoyu is bound to compete for her Jinglan's resources. At the same time, it means that Jinglan no longer has a chance to return to the front line, let alone become the leading star. Therefore, from the very beginning, Jinglan had no good impression of this Xiaoye, and was more jealous. She looks like a passerby, and her figure is average. Why should she be the lead actress? Jinglan rolled her eyes, and increasingly couldn't understand the preferences of young people. Both had hundreds of thousands of followers, but Jinglan's Weibo post only had a few hundred likes and dozens of comments. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she picked up her phone to check Xiaoye's Weibo post. It was just a few chat records. Xiaoye was chatting with a young man, lying to him that she was a flight attendant. The young man believed her without a doubt, and even praised her for having a great figure. The last picture was a weird selfie of Xiaoye. What the hell is this? You call this a Weibo? How dare you post a selfie? You'll lose tens of thousands of followers in no time. Jinglan was furious, and driven by curiosity, clicked on the comments section. At welcome all the way, is this little guy really that naive? Doesn't he even know the beautiful Xiaoye, who is at the top of the microblogging world? At Xiaoye's husband, I'm so looking forward to it. I can't believe Xiaoye is playing the role of the pig in the tiger's den. I hope it'll be updated soon. At Xiaoye's army cook, you definitely wouldn't recognize Xiaoye if she was dumped on the street, but if you just look at her for 3 minutes, you'll definitely be captivated. At deeply rooted, the person upstairs is right. The first time you see Xiaoye, she's very ordinary. The second time you see her, she's still very ordinary. After the third time, I fell in love with her. At Only Love Xiaoye, there are so many internet celebrities with celebrity faces, like Jinglan, that I get tired of after just a few looks. On the contrary, the more I look at Xiaoye, the more exquisite she becomes. Son of a bitch. Jinglan yelled, and he was so angry that he exploded. She switched to a smaller account and replied to it in the comment section, "It's fine for you to lick Xiaoye, but please don't insult my idol Jinglan. As a human being, I advise you to be kind." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so Jinglan sent a private message to the user at QNMD SB. After closing Weibo, Jinglan called Zhao Delong. Chapter 34, The Secret of Actress Jinglan. Godfather. Jinglan immediately began to cross her legs and pout. "My dear, how did things go?" Zhao Delong asked. Jinglan pouted, "After all these years with you, don't you know me yet? Now Gu Xinqing is dying of worry." "Ah, well done, well done." Zhao Delong laughed. Jinglan said, "She's risking breach of contract to help you with this." Zhao Delong said, "Don't worry, Godfather won't treat you badly." Jinglan said, "Then tell me, how can you say I won't be treated badly?" Zhao Delong said, "Tomorrow, the Buse Group will also release a new product, the Flower Core, and you will be the spokesperson." "Just a spokesperson?" Jinglan was a little displeased. "What else do you want?" Zhao Delong asked. Jinglan said, "Of course I want to be the lead actress. That newcomer Xiaoye from the company has stolen all the limelight from me." Zhao Delong immediately said, "No problem, as long as you don't attend the launch event of Xinqiang Group, that Xiaoye or Dazhong will be blocked by President Wang in no time. Godfather still cares about me." Jinglan immediately beamed. Zhao Delong said, "In Xinqiang, there is nothing that President Wang can't do. Are you clean? Your godfather is looking for you to go out and play later. I've already cleaned up, just waiting for you to come." Jinglan hung up the phone with a smile, feeling happy all over. Sister Lan, the chairman of the Xinqiang Group, is here. The nanny at home came to the poolside. "Gu Xinqing?" Jinglan's mouth curled up, and she snorted, "Tell her to come in and see me." Okay. The nanny nodded and hurriedly went to open the door. Before long, Gu Xinqing and Wu Feng arrived at the poolside. Sister Lan, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful. Gu Xinqing stood hunched in front of Jinglan, her tone humble. President Gu, you're really funny, we've only met a few times, haven't we? Jinglan spoke bluntly, without mercy. Gu Xinqing still maintained a smile. You're right, Sister Lan, we really haven't met many times. Humph. Jinglan snorted, you call yourself Lan? You're not necessarily younger than me, are you? You're just a green-painted old cucumber, trying to look young. This. Gu Xinqing was amused. Jinglan shook her head. Fine, I'm not even going to argue with you. Just say what you want to say. Gu Xinqing nodded. It's like this, our company has just signed the medical expert Juexin as the chief expert, and the future prospects are great. I hope you won't turn down this product endorsement. Sorry, I'm going to reject it. If you're so capable, go sue me. Jinglan looked fearless. Gu Xinqing pursed her lips and stopped talking. She had read the contract, and even if she won the lawsuit against Jinglan would at most pay a few 100,000 yuan in compensation, which would not even cover the cost of the lawsuit. Zhao Delong had planned this long ago, and when planting a landmine, he would not leave any loose ends. Gu Xinqing said, so, we have nothing more to talk about? What's there to talk about? Just get out of here, and don't be a dog in my eyes. Jinglan spoke rudely. Why are you talking to her? Can you speak human language? Wu Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't want to have a direct conflict with this Jinglan. After all, the other party is a woman. But who knew that this woman was so aggressive and full of nonsense? Jinglan was furious. Ms. Gu, the dog you raised is very fierce. Are you sick? Why do you call someone a dog? Gu Xinqing suddenly flew into a rage, with the momentum of a fight with Jinglan. Wu Feng quickly stopped Gu Xinqing. Sister Qing, don't take it personally. It's often only people who like to be dogs who insult others as dogs. What are you talking about? Do you believe I'll have someone break your legs? Jinglan was furious, jumping up directly and pointing at Wu Feng to intimidate. Wu Feng snorted, there are strangulation marks and burn marks on your wrists, ankles and neck. When you speak, you smell of foot odor and arrogance. At Daddy's place, you must be a particularly well-behaved dog. Jinglan shouted, you're full of shit, I would never play that kind of vulgar game, you son of a bitch, don't even think about slandering me. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz pulled into the villa compound. Zhao Delong got out of the car and happened to see Wu Feng and Gu Xinqing. Wu Feng laughed, ouch, your sugar daddy is here, hurry up and crawl over to pay your respects. Ah! Jinglan yelled, stamping her feet wildly on the ground. What's wrong? My little treasure. Zhao Delong walked over and reached out to stroke Jinglan's head. You. Jinglan didn't say anything, just crying her heart out. Zhao Delong changed his expression. Gu Xinqing, aren't you being too bullying? Gu Xinqing asked the other person in return, Zhao Delong, who was really being too bullying. If you hadn't interfered, would Jinglan have broken the contract? Zhao Delong snorted, so what if I did? The new product launches tomorrow, and I'll see you make a fool of yourself with my own eyes. Gu Xinqing snorted, you'll never get away with it. Zhao Delong said, oh, I forgot to tell you, the Boss Group will also be holding a new product launch tomorrow. The new product is called the Flower Bud, and the spokesperson is Jinglan. Shameless. Gu Xinqing trembled with anger. The product Flower Bud had taken Gu Xinqing 3 years of hard work. On the eve of the launch, the Boss Group had come up with a knockoff product to spite her. What was even more infuriating was the use of Gu Xinqing Group's spokesperson, Jinglan. This shameless act of confusing right and wrong will directly mislead consumers, and they may even mistake the blossom for the bud. Gu Xinqing, who has truly put her heart into making the product, may be ruined by Wang Booz, who engages in plagiarism. Wu Feng snorted, Zhao Delong, you were at least a former director of the company, and you did such a despicable and shameless thing. Aren't you afraid of people digging up your ancestors' graves? Zhao Delong's face was displeased. Wu Feng, don't try to outdo each other in words here. You'll have your comeuppance in the future. Jinglan jumped up in anger, Godfather, it was him. He just called me a dog and humiliated me. You have to teach him a lesson. Wu Feng snorted and asked Jinglan in return, what did I say that was wrong? Jinglan became angry again, you. Shut up, you worthless man, good for nothing, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. Wu Feng quickly changed his words. I'm sorry, I was hasty. What I just said was all wrong. Humph. Jing Lan hugged his shoulders in a proud manner. Admit your mistakes. Wu Feng sneered. The residual hormonal scent on your body does not belong to Zhao Delong. Therefore, the person who is holding you Jing Lan on a leash is not Zhao Delong, but someone else, and there is more than one. Zhao Delong's face instantly changed, and his gaze fell on Jing Lan. What is he talking about? Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just talking shit. Jing Lan shouted, almost in tears with his agitation. Judging from the depth of the strangulation marks on your body, it happened in the morning. Wu Feng said, looking at Zhao Delong. At that time, you, Zhao Delong, were still at Xingqing Group, right? In an instant, Zhao Delong flew into a rage and ripped Jing Lan's bathrobe open. Chapter 35, Good guy, you're Xiaoye. Good guy, Jing Lan wasn't even wearing underwear, and her entire body was covered in whip marks. Jing Lan burst into tears. President Zhao, let me explain, this was all done by a dog. Fuck you. Zhao Delong yelled, slapping Jing Lan in the face. Ah. Jing Lan screamed, and she fell to the ground in a miserable state, hugging Zhao Delong's thighs tightly. Dad, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again, please forgive me. Zhao Delong kicked her away. Bitch, I fed you, clothed you, and gave you everything. You fucking cuckolded me? I'll kill you today. Jing Lan begged for mercy while running, and Zhao Delong chased after her relentlessly, the two fighting fiercely. Wu Feng and Gu Xinqing drove directly away from the suburban villa. Gu Xinqing said, Zhao Delong is a scumbag, and he deserves to be cuckolded. Wu Feng said, Jing Lan is not a good person either. If someone like this becomes the spokesperson for the company's new product, it will still be a time bomb in the future. Gu Xinqing nodded, you're right. The company must never cooperate with this kind of inferior artist, even if it means suffering great losses. For now, the only solution is to find a new spokesperson and try to minimize the company's losses. Wu Feng nodded. Xingjie, do you have someone in mind? Gu Xinqing said, yes, Xiaoye, the new female artist signed by Eurostyle Entertainment. In recent days, she has been very active on Weibo, and her number of followers has grown exponentially. That's amazing. Wu Feng was a little curious. Gu Xinqing said, I've been paying attention to this Xiaoye. She has a very straightforward personality and occasionally likes to be weird and show off. Wu Feng nodded. It seems that this Xiaoye is indeed a suitable candidate. Gu Xinqing shook her head. However, unfortunately, her schedule is booked until next year, so we don't stand a chance. The Land Rover drove back to the company. Gu Xinqing carried her bag and hurried back to the office. Wu Feng took out his phone to check the time, and it was already time to go home. It seemed that Gu Xinqing would have to work overtime again today. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Wu Feng's WeChat notifications kept popping up. Young man, do you remember me? I'm the pretty girl you chatted with before. Last time you said you were busy, but today you're finally free, right? Young man, why didn't you reply to me? Several WeChat messages, all from the flight attendant Tian Xiaoye. Wu Feng was not in the mood to flirt with her, so he replied, I'm working overtime tonight, so I won't be able to have dinner with you. Tian Xiaoye replied immediately, young man, you're not just saying that to be polite, are you? Wu Feng replied, our company is launching a new product tomorrow, but the spokesperson dropped out. That's serious. Who's the spokesperson? Tian Xiaoye pressed. Wu Feng said, that's company confidential information, I can't tell you. Tian Xiaoye, whatever. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm busy. After saying this, Wu Feng was about to close WeChat. At this time, the other party called with a voice message. Wu Feng habitually hung up. However, Tian Xiaoye called again. Wu Feng connected reluctantly. What do you want? Tian Xiaoye excitedly said on the phone, Wu Feng, I might be able to help you with this. How? Are you going to be the spokesperson? Wu Feng asked with a smile. Tian Xiaoye said, yes. If you don't object, I'll be your company's spokesperson. Wu Feng said, little brother, stop messing around, I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Tian Xiaoye said, don't hang up, I'm serious. I can introduce you to someone, Xiaoye, the new artist from Eurovision. Wu Feng suddenly frowned. This flight attendant is called Tian Xiaoye, and the female artist from Eurovision is also called Xiaoye. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? What's even more coincidental is that this Tian Xiaoye wants to introduce Xiaoye to Wu Feng. A terrifying answer came to Wu Feng's mind. Tian Xiaoye is actually the female artist Xiaoye. Hold on a second. Wu Feng quickly minimized the call interface and quickly opened Weibo to search for the artist Xiaoye. He found Xiaoye's Weibo photos and compared them with the photos in Tian Xiaoye's circle of friends. Holy cow! Wu Feng let out a cry of surprise. Puff! Tian Xiaoye on the other end of the phone burst out laughing. Wu Feng said, "My, you are the popular female artist Xiaoye, aren't you?" Ha ha ha. Tian Xiaoye on the other end of the phone kicked her calves in glee. Wu Feng embarrassedly scratched his head. Gu Xinqing and he couldn't think of a way out, but they didn't realize that their savior was right beside them. It's just as the saying goes, after searching high and low, success comes without effort. Tian Xiaoye said, "Little brother, now do you believe me?" Wu Feng said, "Yes, I'm convinced." Tian Xiaoye said, "So, do you want to have dinner together tonight?" Wu Feng quickly said, "Of course, and I'll treat you." Tian Xiaoye said, "Great, I'll send you the location of this restaurant, we'll meet there in a bit." Okay. Wu Feng hung up the phone with a smile. Half an hour later, the two met at a barbecue restaurant in the city. Tian Xiaoye was dressed casually in black shorts and a white tank top. Her long ponytail was tied up high, and she was wearing a black baseball cap. Her delicate face didn't need much makeup. This was Wu Feng's second time seeing her, and he still felt that she was an ordinary girl. But when you look into her eyes, there is an indescribable sense of intimacy. She seems like the cute and mischievous little sister next door. "Brother Wu Feng, sit down." Tian Xiaoye smiled slightly, revealing two dimples at the corners of her mouth. Okay. Wu Feng nodded, and the two sat down. Then, the beer and barbecue were served. The two ate and chatted. Wu Feng asked, "Why did you lie to me and say you were a flight attendant?" Tian Xiaoye laughed, "No way. I really was a flight attendant before, but then I changed careers and became an artist." Okay. Wu Feng nodded. Tian Xiaoye said, "We are now good friends, and I will definitely be the spokesperson for the new product of Xining Group." Wu Feng raised his glass, "Thank you so much, you have come to my rescue in the middle of a snowstorm." Tian Xiaoye smiled, "A true friend is hard to come by, and if you can get me drunk today, then we've struck a deal." Really? Wu Feng laughed. "Of course, as long as you can get me drunk." Tian Xiaoye patted her chest, very confident. Her drinking capacity is famous in the industry. Bottoms up. Wu Feng gulped down a glass of wine. "That's the spirit." Tian Xiaoye smiled, raised her glass, and drained it in one go. Afterwards, the two frequently raised their glasses and toasted each other. That night, the two got drunk. Chapter 36 Sister Qing, I've got her. The next day, at the Qingcheng International Hotel. Gu Xinqing, dressed in a professional suit, paced back and forth in the lobby. The high heels on her feet rhythmically tapped the marble floor. She was already burning with impatience, with less than 2 hours until the press conference. Last night, she stayed up late contacting several companies. However, the responses she received this morning were all that they were unavailable, the time was too tight, there was not enough time to do everything, and they really couldn't help. "Good morning, President Gu." Wang Boss led the female artist Jinglan over to her like glue, at the main entrance of the hotel lobby. Gu Xinqing's eyes fell wide, completely overturning his worldview. Yesterday, this Jinglan was calling Zhao Delong godfather, and today she's in Wang Boss's arms? Wang Boss spoke, "What a coincidence, our boss group is also releasing a new product today, in the north corner lobby on the top floor." Gu Xinqing clenched her lips, her face turning pale. Her own product launch was in the north corner of the top floor, while Wang Buza's knockoff was in the south corner. This rotten scoundrel is just trying to disgust you by acting like a scoundrel in front of you. Wang Buz laughed, "How is Gu's new product launch coming along?" "Don't worry about it, we're all set." Gu Xinqing remained composed. "Good, I'll see you on the top floor and we'll settle this." Wang Buz pulled Jing Lan into the elevator. Before entering the elevator, Jing Lan turned her head and said, "Guzong, you must be careful, don't let anyone steal your computer data." Ha ha ha. Jing Lan let out a mocking laugh. The moment the elevator door closed, Gu Xinqing crouched on the ground, buried her head between her legs, and her eyes were red. She felt aggrieved, helpless, and humiliated, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Xiaoye came forward and expressed concern, "Xingjie, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Gu Xinqing waved her hand. Xiaoya said, "Both plans for the press conference are ready, they're on your computer." Gu Xinqing nodded. There were two plans. One was the plan to sign the contract with the artist on the spot. The other was the copy announcing the postponement of the press conference. Gu Xinqing would not choose the second plan until the last minute. Once the release of the new product was postponed, all the attention of the public and the media would be diverted to the boss group. At that point, the imposter will become the real thing. All the previous publicity and efforts will be handed over to Boss Wang. How could she be willing to do someone else's wedding dress? Gu Xini went to the bed and looked at the clear sky in the distance. Even at this moment, she still firmly believed that there is fairness in the world. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Just as Gu Xini turned around, she saw Wu Feng walk into the hotel. Sister Chang. Wu Feng came running. Why did you just come over? Gu Xinqing looked up at her watch. Wu Feng slapped his head. I got drunk last night and delayed things. You really are big, and you went drinking. Gu Xinqing shook her head helplessly. Wu Feng hurriedly said, I didn't drink in vain, I got Tian Xiaoye. Gu Xinqing was taken aback. Tian Xiaoye? Xiaoye covered her mouth. Which European-style entertainment star are you talking about? Yes. Wu Feng nodded and pointed to the parking lot outside the hotel, saying, she's packing up and will be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful woman wearing black slacks and a white shirt walked into the hotel. The beautiful woman in the white shirt walked slowly over and took the initiative to extend her hand to Gu Xinqing. Hello, I'm Xiaoye. Gu Xinqing excitedly shook Xiaoye's hand. Teacher Xiaoye, thank you so much. Tian Xiaoye gave a small smile. You're welcome, Ms. Gu. Wu Feng and I are friends, and it's only right that we help each other. Let's get started. Good. Gu Xinqing nodded, her whole body full of energy again. She immediately asked Xiaoya to take Tian Xiaoye to the dressing room to prepare her costume. Meanwhile, she took Wu Feng with her to the venue to announce the exciting news. The employees of the Xinqing group were like eggplants that had been beaten with frost. As soon as they heard that teacher Xiaoye had come to the rescue, they were as excited as if they had been pumped full of adrenaline. There was a cheer in the venue. Gu Xinqing excitedly hugged Wu Feng. Brother, you're amazing. Can you tell me how you did it? Wu Feng laughed. She said last night that I would agree to this if I got her drunk, so I got her drunk. Gu Xinqing smiled. Rascal, no wonder you were so late today, but this is a brilliant job, and you get a big credit. Wu Feng said, hurry up and get to work, don't let that villain Wang Booz laugh at us. Gu Xinqing nodded, immediately turned on the computer and prepared to execute the first set of aversions. However, the computer suddenly got stuck. Then the computer kept popping up windows, and it directly got stuck and crashed. Humming. The computer made a humming sound. Oh no! Gu Xinqing slapped her head. What's wrong? Wu Feng asked. Gu Xinqing said, today's press conference materials are all in the computer, but now the computer has crashed. What a coincidence! Wu Feng hurriedly sat down and restarted the computer. The computer booted up and entered the interface, but then pop-up windows kept popping up, until the computer finally crashed. Gu Xinqing found other laptops in the company and even used the desktop computer in the venue. The result was the same, pop-up windows kept popping up until the system crashed. Gu Xinqing said, Lu, go back to the office and bring me my backup computer. Wu Feng shook his head and said, no need. It's a distributed virus attack, so it's useless to bring as many computers as you can. What? Gu Xinqing was stunned. The computer is infected with a virus and all the data is lost. I need some time to repair it. Wu Feng said seriously. Lost data? Gu Xinqing suddenly remembered what Jing Lan had said in the lobby. You must be careful, don't let your computer data be stolen. At this moment, these words pierced her heart like a needle, causing her unbearable pain. It was Wang Bosu who did it. Gu Xinqing shook her head and said with certainty, it's my fault. When Jing Lan said those things in the lobby, I should have been on my guard. Director Zhou Yang said, Wang Bosu wouldn't use our copy to promote their new product, would he? Very likely. Gu Xinqing nodded. This is a bunch of robbers. Xiaoya said angrily. The faces of the crowd once again fell. Wang Bosu's shamelessness could no longer be described in words. Not only did they copy the products of the Xinqing group, they even stole the endorser and the copy. After a moment of silence, Xiaoya spoke up, Sister Qing, give us some time, we can come up with a new copy. Gu Xinqing shook her head. It's too late, the bus group's press conference is in half an hour. Zhou Yang shook his head. These animals, they're shameless. Xiaoya became depressed. So, our copy is theirs, and we'll be plagiarizing if we use it. Chapter 37, Going Shameless to the End. Gu Xinqing didn't say anything, and thinking in the worst possible way about everything, she was sure she wasn't wrong. These bandits, I'm going to talk some sense into them. Zhou Yang was furious, and after saying that, he rushed out. The other several older employees were also filled with righteous indignation, and wanted to follow Zhou Yang to go talk some sense into the Bosch group. Stop. Wu Feng said. Why are you stopping me? Zhou Yang looked at Wu Feng unhappily. Zhou Yang had always had some opinions about Wu Feng and could easily classify him as an enemy of the group. Wu Feng said, things aren't as bad as everyone thinks. You have a solution? Zhou Yang looked at Wu Feng curiously. Wu Feng pointed at the computer interface and said, take a look. Everyone looked at the laptop interface. The computer had returned to normal and the two sets of prepared documents were also on the desktop. Wow, the computer is fixed? It was fixed in just a moment? Brother Feng, you're still a computer genius? In an instant, everyone's look at Wu Feng changed. At first, they all thought he was just a security team leader who got into the company through connections. Later, when they saw Dr. Wang Juexin kneeling before him, they all thought he was just a rich second generation. It wasn't until today, at this moment, that everyone realized that Wu Feng was still capable. Wu Feng got up and said, someone did hack into our computer and steal the copy. But I've tracked down their location and replaced the copy, leaving them with a surprise. The real show is just beginning, and the boss group's press conference was wonderful. Xiaoya curiously asked, Brother Feng, what show? Not suitable for children. Wu Feng laughed and said, everyone should go about their business and make the most of the time. What show? Why is it not suitable for children? What's the medicine in this gourd? Colleagues discussed and wondered. Gu Xinqing immediately raised her hands in the air. Colleagues, get to work, don't let the enemy underestimate us. As the chairman spoke, the employees immediately went back to their work. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone else had left, Gu Xinqing whispered to Wu Feng, are you sure it's all taken care of? Of course. Wu Feng nodded. What's the big deal? Gu Xinqing asked. Even you're curious? Wu Feng said. Of course. Gu Xinqing nodded. I hate these scumbags to death. Wu Feng said, okay, let's go see the bus group's press conference for ourselves and see how they die. Okay. Gu Xinqing nodded. The two siblings immediately left the house and headed straight for the bus group press conference. With less than 10 minutes to go before the start of the conference, the venue was already full of media reporters and regular customers. Backstage lounge. Wang Bosa leaned back on the sofa, a cigar in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other. Zhao Delong raised his glass. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, you've won the battle without fighting today. Wang Bosa laughed. I think Gu Xinqing must be furious at this moment. Zhao Delong said, she's probably furious. Wang Busi patted Zhao Delong on the shoulder and said, with a fierce general like you expanding the territory for the group, I feel at ease. Zhao Delong patted his chest and said, I should. As a member of the group, I will work hard until I die. Wang Busi raised his red wine glass and took a sip. Your goddaughter, no wonder you're an artist, you have excellent professional skills. Zhao Delong also smiled. President Wang, your move last night to praise the sun chasing the sun was truly a masterstroke. Wang Busi waved his hand modestly. Don't be so formal, you and I are in the same boat. I'll teach you this move next time I get the chance. Zhao Delong lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, President Wang, Jinglan still doesn't know that we made that video, she'll definitely go crazy when she finds out. Wang Busi waved his hand. The video has been placed on an encrypted cloud disk. You have to keep a leash on the dog, otherwise it won't listen. Zhao Delong pressed on, you hired that hacker, but he still couldn't decipher it? Wang Busi nodded. I specifically asked him to try, and he said that unless no one else can find it. Zhao Delong gave him a thumbs up. Excellent. You're one step ahead of the game. The two of them laughed and left the backstage area. They were randomly assigned seats at the press conference. The music at the venue gradually died down, and the male and female hosts took to the stage. After a brief introduction, they immediately invited Jing Lan, the spokesperson for the new VZUG product, to the stage. Welcome, Ms. Jing. The hosts started the applause. Then, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. In the midst of everyone's expectations, Jinglan, dressed in a crystal dress, slowly walked onto the stage. The lights dazzled, and the crystals on Jinglan's body radiated continuously. The female host showed an envious look and said, "Teacher Jing, you are really beautiful today." "No, my titanium alloy dog eyes have been blinded by the glare." The male host took the opportunity to flatter. Jinglan took the microphone and bowed slightly to the audience. "Thank you all for your attention and continued support, and I sincerely thank you all." The female host asked, "Teacher Jing, can you tell us how you became involved with the Bosch Group?" The male host said, "I heard a rumor online that you were previously the product spokesperson for Xinjiang Group. Is that true?" Jinglan gave a small smile and said, "I was indeed the product image spokesperson for Xinjiang Group." This caused an uproar in the audience, and many reporters pointed their cameras at her. Jinglai continued, "However, when I learned that the new product of the Xinjiang Group was plagiarized from the work of the Boss Group, I chose to say no." This remark immediately set the whole audience ablaze. Even before the media question session began, the reporters could no longer hold back. Was the reason for the termination of the contract between Teacher Jing and the Xinjiang Group because they plagiarized? "Teacher Jing, you have never had a boyfriend before. Rumor has it that you are a lesbian. Teacher Jing, what do you think of the plagiarism by the Xinjiang Group? And how did the Bus Group react?" Shameless. Gu Xinjiang, who was in the audience, was so angry that her smiling face turned red. "Don't worry, the best is yet to come." Wu Feng tightly gripped the back of her hand. Gu Xinjiang shook her head. "I've never seen such a shameless person. On stage she acts like a white lotus flower, but off stage she's a real green tea bitch." Wu Feng laughed. "She can't pretend for long." "What do you mean?" Gu Xinjiang asked, puzzled. "You've got something on her?" "You'll find out soon enough." Wu Feng pointed at the stage. Chapter 38. Jinglan's promotional video is so special. Jinglan answered the questions from the media one by one, and poured all the dirty water on the Xinjiang Group. "I, Jinglan, guarantee with my acting career that the Boss Group is definitely the best cosmetics for women. At the same time, I also call on everyone to open their eyes and not be deceived by those shoddy, opportunistic products." A series of applause sounded from the audience. The female host, holding the microphone, said excitedly, "Thank you, Teacher Jing, for being a righteous person and opening the eyes of the masses." The male host also said, "I see that Teacher Jing is getting younger and younger. I heard that you are practicing the Jade Girl's Heart Sutra. Is that true?" "Ha ha ha." Jinglan laughed. "It's all a little joke that my fans have played on me. Every day, my fans urge me on Weibo to find a good man to marry. But I still stick to my principles, and I will never get married until I meet my Mr. Right." The male host clapped his hands. "Thank you, Ms. Jing, for your answer. I wish you find your Mr. Right soon." The female host said, "Next, please watch the first promotional video of the Bosch Group." The male host picked up the conversation. "Let me interject, the filming of this promotional video was very meticulous, and the artistic achievement is comparable to foreign theatrical movies." In an instant, the host's words piqued the curiosity of everyone in the audience. Jinglan sat in the lounge chair by the stage, maintaining the most elegant posture. After today, she was sure she would be able to return to the top. She was looking forward to the surprised expressions on the audience members' faces when they saw the promotional video. The large screen on the stage slowly lit up. The scene in the camera was a high-end hotel. The room was filled with smoke. An unclothed woman crawls on the floor, covered in whip marks. "If you want to be famous, crawl for me, and I'll reward you." A man's voice rings out. The woman on the floor coos, "Godfather, I'm risking my acting career to frame Xinjiang Group for you, so you and President Wang must keep your word. Don't worry, I, Wang, only have one principle, to walk in other people's shoes, leaving them with no way out." Then the scene switched to a bed battlefield with multiple players. Loud screams echoed throughout the venue. "Dad! Dad, I know I was wrong. Dad, please forgive Lan Lan." In an instant, the faces of the male and female hosts turned green. The crazed Jinglan picked up the microphone and shouted in self-defense, "It's all a lie. Someone is framing me. Don't believe it." Zhao Dalong, sitting in the front row, turned green. "Mr. Wang, what's going on? Son of a bitch, who the hell did this? Hurry up and turn off the video." Wang Booz yelled, kicking over the table. The host hurried to turn off the computer, while the security guards frantically stopped the media from taking pictures. The entire venue was in chaos, and Jinglan's defense became increasingly weak and feeble. "My goodness? Was that actress Jinglan? If Jinglan is not the head of the young ladies, how could she do such a thing? Frame the Xinqing group? My goodness. Did the Booth group plagiarize the Xinqing group's ideas? Oh my god? This melon is too big. Jinglan is actually such a person. In the last row of the stands, Gu Xinqing lowered her head and pinched Wu Feng's hand hard. Stupid brother, is this all you're doing? I told you, it's not suitable for children. Wu Feng laughed. Gu Xinqing complained, I'm not a child anymore. Then why are you blushing? Wu Feng asked with a smile. On hearing this, Gu Xinqing felt even more embarrassed. I'm so ashamed of watching this kind of thing in public. The person who wants to die most right now is Jinglan. Brother, how do you like this operation of mine? Wu Feng laughed and petted Gu Xinqing's little head. Although it's a bit shameless, it really feels good. Gu Xinqing smiled. If you don't do the same, it's not polite. They're pulling tricks behind our backs, so I can only return the favor. When Wu Feng checked Gu Xinqing's laptop, he tracked down the hacker in no time. Without the other party's knowledge, he stole the chat history between him and Wang Bosi. Wu Feng then followed the clues and accidentally discovered the video. The so-called encrypted cloud disk was cracked by Wu Feng in just 3 seconds. Gu Xinqing said, we should go back, the launch conference of Xinqing Group is about to start. It's time to get back our own glory. Wu Feng smiled, and the two siblings left the venue hands in hands, dashingly. The launch conference of the bus group was in a complete mess. Under the cover of security, important company figures such as Wang Bosu, Jinglan, and Zhao Delong gathered in the backstage lounge. Jinglan cursed, Zhao Delong, Wang Bosu, are you still human? You made a video of that kind of thing? Wang Bosu got up and yelled, what the hell are you yelling about? I'm suffering more losses than you right now, the whole conference has been screwed up. Zhao Delong said, don't argue, we should figure out how to solve this now. Wang Bus yelled, solve it? How can we solve it? Tomorrow the whole bitch is going to be on the front page, and you and I are going to be finished. Jinglan yelled, who are you calling a bitch? You're the ones who taught me to do those things. Fuck you. An angry Wang Bus picked up an ashtray and beat Jinglan up in public. The whole break room was filled with Jinglan's screams of agony. Wang Bus said angrily, contact the European entertainment people immediately and block the artist Xiaoye. In the South Hall, the launch event for the new product Blossom of the Xinqing Group was held as scheduled. Many media outlets had moved from the North Hall. The reporters were curious about the reason for the termination of the contract between Jinglan and the Xinqing Group. At the same time, who had the Xinqing Group hired as the new product spokesperson? Gu Xinqing took the stage herself and revealed the mystery to the audience. Everyone, the Xinqing Group has been dedicated to the research and development of cosmeceutical products for several years. Please trust in our professionalism. Meanwhile, regarding Ms. Jinglan's contract termination, who is the spokesperson for the new product? We will announce it right away. Amidst countless rounds of applause, Xiaoye, a popular female celebrity, appeared on stage. Wow! Isn't that teacher Xiaoye? My goodness! No wonder the Xinqing Group terminated the contract with Jinglan and replaced her with Xiaoye as the spokesperson. The whole audience gasped in amazement. The actress Xiaoye's popularity on the internet is terrifying. At this moment, even a snapshot of her back could become tomorrow's headline. Gu Xinqing picked up the microphone again. Everyone, I have another even more important piece of news to announce. The medical expert Zhu Xin will join our company as the chief expert in developing cosmeceutical products. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience exploded. Chapter 39 Tian Xiaoye is in trouble. The same day, at the same hotel. Both held new product launches at the top floor venue. The boss group's car overturned on the spot, and the scene was appalling. In contrast, the Xinqing Group kept on making big news. Not only did they hire the renowned medical expert Zhu Xin as their chief expert, they also signed an endorsement contract with the popular artist Xiaoye on the spot. Although they are competitors, the two companies are like heaven and hell. The new product launch for Xinqing Group ended successfully. At 11 a.m., two news stories hit the local headlines. Actress Jinglan is suspected of being kept by a director of the bus group, and her image as a virtuous woman has collapsed after years of hard work. Xinqing Group has terminated Jinglan's contract and signed popular female artist Xiaoye, and hired the famous Dr. Zhu Xin as the chief expert. These two pieces of news were undoubtedly a vindication for the employees of Xinqing Group, who had been suffering for many years. Gu Xinqing immediately announced, "Everyone, don't go. I'll treat you to lunch at the International Hotel." Upon hearing this, all the employees became excited. "Thank you, President Gu." Gu Xinqing waved his hand with a smile. "Xiaoya, go make the arrangements right away." Xiaoya interrupted him. "Sister Qing, something's happened." "What is it?" Gu Xinqing suddenly looked serious. Xiaoya took out her phone and said, "This is a company announcement just released by the European Entertainment Director. They do not recognize Xiaoya's signing with Xinqing Group and reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. You go arrange lunch for everyone, I'll handle this." After Gu Xinqing finished speaking, she called Wu Feng and hurriedly went to the backstage dressing room. Tian Xiaoye hurriedly got up and said, "President Gu, I need to go back to the company, I won't be able to attend the celebration banquet." Gu Xinqing said, "It's about Euro-style entertainment not recognizing the validity of the contract, isn't it?" "Yes." Tian Xiaoye nodded, looking a little frustrated. Wu Feng said, puzzled, "The contract you signed, if the company doesn't recognize it, it's invalid?" Tian Xiaoye said, "There's a clause in the contract that says during the term of the agreement, the company is solely responsible for the artist's signing, endorsements, performances, etc., and the artist has no right to deal with these matters. I just noticed these terms and I'm very sorry." Gu Xinqing nodded, "I understand, only if Euro-style entertainment and Xinqing Group sign a contract will it have legal effect." HM. Tian Xiaoye nodded. Gu Xinqing said, "In that case, we will go back with you now to deal with this matter." Wu Feng also said, "You are hired by me, I won't let you bear these risks alone." "Then, thank you." Tian Xiaoye's mouth corner revealed a slight smile. The three of them immediately went downstairs and drove straight to Euro-style entertainment. On the way, Tian Xiaoye called Director Huang Shuo. "Hello, Director Huang, this is Xiaoye, I'm on my way back to the company. Come back. I'll be waiting for you in the office." At this moment, Huang Shuo was sitting in the boss chair in his office, crossing his legs. After hanging up with Tian Xiaoye, he immediately called Wang Busi. "Hey, brother-in-law, it's me, Shuo. Shuo, brother-in-law needs your help with this." Wang Busi's tone was much lower than usual. Huang Shuo laughed, "Of course, I've already taken care of this Xiaoye." "Great, well done." Wang Busi on the other end of the phone got excited. Huang Shuo said, "I'll have her wrapped around my finger this afternoon, and she'll be the spokesperson for your Busi group tomorrow. Shuo, you are like a younger brother to me, you are so good to me." Wang Bus was extremely excited. Huang Shuo added, "I will make an announcement later, and the company will terminate all cooperation with Jinglan. You can just pour dirty water on the Xinyue group side, and then find a group of internet trolls to stir things up a bit, and this matter will be over." Wang Bus laughed, "Professional, awesome, I admire you so much, brother-in-law." Huang Shuo shook his head and laughed, "Not that I'm saying anything, but you're driving an old bus like Jinglan's. What kind of taste do you have?" Wang Busi sighed, "Oh, brother-in-law, it was just a whim. Who knew it would backfire like this?" "Okay, that's it." Huang Shuo said, hanging up the phone. Wang Busi hurriedly said, "Xiaoyu, this matter, there won't be any more mishaps, will there?" Huang Shuo said, "Don't worry, President O is taking care of his daughter in the hospital, and I'm in charge of the company. She's just an actress, and I'm still playing her like a puppet. If she dares to resist, a contract compensation will suffocate her." "I'm relieved to hear you say that." Wang Bus's heart finally felt lighter. "Brother-in-law, let's keep things separate. Although you've divorced my sister, our brother's common interests will never change." "That's it." Huang Shuo hung up after finishing speaking, and then there was a knock on the door. "Director Huang, it's Xiaoye. Come in." Huang Shuo shouted. He then immediately sat up straight. Tugging at his suit and tie, he looked serious. The office door opened, and Tian Xiaoye walked in with Wu Feng and Gu Xinqing. Huang Shuo's face changed, and he immediately got up and asked, "Xiaoye, who are these two?" Gu Xinqing stepped forward, "Hello, I am Gu Xinqing, president of Xinqing Group, and this is my assistant Wu Feng. So it's President Gu, let's sit down and talk." Huang Shuo smiled and gestured. Gu Xinqing took a seat and said straight to the point, "Director Huang Shuo, we already understand what happened, and we've come here especially to explain it to you." Huang Shuo waved his hand, "No need to explain, and I don't want to hear it. I haven't even said anything yet." Gu Xinqing was a little upset. Huang Shuo shook his head, "You don't need to say anything. President O hasn't been to the company for a few days, and already such a big mess has happened. It's not even certain that I, as the director, can continue to hold my position. Gu Xinqing got up. I'm really sorry. It was our recklessness that caused trouble for your company. Tian Xiaoyi also hurriedly said, Director Huang Shua, Xinqing Group has just hired the legendary Dr. Juexin as the chief expert. Our company will benefit from cooperating with them. I hope. Huang Shua interrupted her, what do you hope? Tian Xiaoye was not afraid and continued, I hope that we can continue to cooperate with Xinqing Group. Huang Shua's face changed, you just joined the company and haven't met President O yet. You don't know anything about many things. Yes, I admit it. Tian Xiaoye nodded. Huang Shua, you bypassed the company and attended a business event and signed a contract in private. Do you know the consequences? Tian Xiaoye shook her head, I'm sorry, I don't know, and I just learned about the terms in the contract. Huang Shua snorted, President O hates entertainers like you who try to be clever. If she finds out about this, she'll just block you and end your career. Not only that, you'll also have to pay the company 10 times the damages. Do you think you, Tian Xiaoye, can handle all this? Tian Xiaoye bit her lip lightly, I. Gu Xinqing spoke up, Director Huang, things are not as serious as you say. Huang Shua laughed, I don't blame you for not knowing about our company, General Manager Gu. Gu Xinqing said, I had a chance encounter with President O, and as far as I know, she is a very open-minded person. Huang Shua laughed, I almost forgot that you didn't say it. Your company is suspected of damaging the external image of Euro-style entertainment. We will sue you and your company. Chapter 40 Huang Shua takes the opportunity to extort. Director Huang, don't joke around. This is such a trivial matter, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it, Gu Xinqing said with a slight smile. Xinqing Group and Euro-style entertainment had had some simple cooperation. Although Gu Xinqing herself had no dealings with the boss of Euro-style entertainment, it was not as if they were enemies. Huang Shua's tone suddenly became serious, joking? Who's joking with you? Are you qualified to make me joke with you? Gu Xinqing's face also turned cold a little, and she said sternly, fine, then you name a solution, and Xinqing Group will bear all responsibility for this matter. Huang Shua nodded with a smile, fine, the artist Tian Xiaoye breached the contract and needs to compensate us 10 times the loss. Gu Xinqing said, Tian Xiaoye's endorsement fee was 5 million, so 10 times that is 50 million. That's right, it's 50 million, not a penny less. Huang Shua nodded. Tian Xiaoye spoke up, Director Huang, the contract I signed with Xinqing Group was only a preliminary cooperation agreement, and I haven't received any money, so it doesn't have any legal effect. Huang Shua said, you're talking to me about the law? Xinqing Group has already announced that Tian Xiaoye is the spokesperson for the product, and this is a fait accompli that has already damaged the company's image. Gu Xinqing spoke up, Director Huang, I have a proposal that will minimize losses for both parties. Xiaoyu will continue to be the spokesperson, and Xinqing Group will sign a new spokesperson contract with Euro-style entertainment. We are willing to pay a spokesperson fee of 10 million and make a public apology to your company. Huang Shu shook his head, Gu Xinqing, are you dreaming? Don't even think about it. Do you have to go to court? Gu Xinqing was so angry that her face turned pale. Huang Shua shrugged his shoulders, it doesn't matter. After the lawsuit, I will first block Tian Xiaoye. I want to see how your Xinqing Group can hold on. You, shameless. Gu Xinqing's face turned pale with anger. Once the lawsuit started, Xinqing Group's new products would be affected. Even if the lawsuit was eventually won, they would lose the market and the majority of users. Huang Shu sat back on the sofa and arrogantly said, 75 million, not a penny less. Tian Xiaoye said, thank you, Mr. Gu. I made the decision myself and I will bear the responsibility. No. Gu Xinqing shook her head, this matter started because of me, and I will be responsible for it to the end, even if it means going to court. Wu Feng, who had been silent, spoke up, what are you fighting about? This son of a bitch is just ripping us off. What did you say? Huang Shua stood up abruptly. Wu Feng said, the Xinqing Group is booming, and top artist Xiaoye has become the spokesperson. This is a strong partnership. I really can't think of any reason why European-style entertainment would turn down this collaboration. Unless, you son of a bitch are meddling. Wu Feng's words suddenly made Gu Xinqing and Tian Xiaoye light up. It was clearly a strong alliance, so why would they refuse to cooperate? Huang Shu suddenly stood up and pointed at Wu Feng, who the hell are you? Do you have any say here? Wu Feng retorted, and who the hell are you? Can a little director make decisions? Huang Shu, you. Wu Feng, tell your boss to come out and meet our boss Gu. We want to talk about a lawsuit or a collaboration. Let's talk face to face and sort it out. Please, Director Huang, take us to see Boss O. Gu Xinqing suddenly realized. Huang Shuo is at most just a director, and the real boss is the group's general manager O. Our general manager O is taking care of his daughter in the hospital, and I am now in charge of everything in the company. Huang Shuo spoke viciously, suddenly feeling a little panicked. He did all this behind General Manager O's back. Once General Manager O finds out about this, he may not know how to deal with it. At this time, he must quickly cut the Gordian knot and end the cooperation between the two companies. Wu Feng said, it turns out that there is no tiger in the mountains, and the monkey is the king. Huang Shuo's neck turned red with anxiety. Shut your stinking mouth. If President O finds out about this, even I will suffer. Wu Feng sneered, I think it is you who are deceiving everyone, and you will be the one to suffer in the end. Bullshit. You are doing this for the good of your company, don't get yourself killed. Huang Shuo blurted out in panic. Thank you for your kindness, please contact your supervisor immediately. Wu Feng's tone was firm. He could now conclude that Huang Shuo had never wanted to negotiate properly from the beginning and had deliberately caused trouble. Huang Shuo questioned, Gu Xinqing, President O is very busy, have you thought about the consequences of what you're doing? Gu Xinqing said firmly, I've thought about it for a long time. If you don't contact President O, we'll contact her ourselves. Fine, I'll call her now, and you can just wait for death. Huang Shuo immediately took out his phone and walked out the door. In the hallway, he dialed 100-8611 and pretended to make the call. Hello, President O, yes, I understand, you go ahead. Huang Shuo hung up the phone, a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. This Gu Xinqing is not easy to deal with, so let's get rid of her first. After he has done Tian Xiaoya that night, the matter will be settled. No matter how capable Gu Xinqing is, she can't make waves. Huang Shuo leisurely walked into the office. Our boss O said that you can come to the company tomorrow morning to talk to her about this. Okay, then I'll see you tomorrow. Gu Xinqing took Wu Feng's hand and walked out. After leaving the door, Gu Xinqing went straight to the bathroom. Wu Feng did not leave, and Tian Xiaoya did not come out, so she was a little worried. In the office, Tian Xiaoya picked up her bag and left. Wait. Huang Shuo leaned back in his boss's chair and crossed his legs. Director Huang. Tian Xiaoya smiled slightly. Huang Shuo said, Xiaoya, this matter can be serious or trivial, do you understand? Tian Xiaoya shook her head, I don't really understand. Huang Shuo shook his head, got up, and walked up to Tian Xiaoya. President O was very angry on the phone. If she wasn't at the hospital taking care of her daughter, you would have had a really bad day. I can keep this quiet for you, and I can also help you withstand President O's anger. The Xinqing group doesn't have to pay compensation either, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Tian Xiaoya sensed the danger and subconsciously backed away. Director Huang, what do you mean? Huang Shuo laughed and pulled a room card out of his pocket. Arc de Triomphe Hotel, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Tian Xiaoya's face changed. You. Huang Shuo said, from now on, I'll protect you. No one in the group will dare bully you, and President O will have to listen to me. Understand? Tian Xiaoya didn't say anything, her big eyes glaring angrily at the other person. Huang Shuo said, why are you glaring at me? This is always the way it is in the industry, and this kind of opportunity doesn't come to everyone. Tian Xiaoya shook her head and said firmly, I won't accept such a dirty unspoken rule. I'd rather be banned by you all. Huang Shuo said, Xiaoyu, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? What I want you to do is very simple, terminate your contract with Xinqing Group. Then, accompany me well tonight, and tomorrow I'll make you the spokesperson for the boss group. Tian Xiaoya didn't say a word, and turned around and left. You stop right there. Huang Shuo grabbed her arm. Clang. Almost at the same time, Wu Feng broke down the door. Without saying a word, he went up and kicked Huang Shuo directly to the ground. Wu Feng said, you son of a bitch, I've long felt that you have a problem, but I didn't think you were Wang Bosa's dog. You son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? You'll never get out of this building. Huang Shuo took out his phone to call for help, and then Ozone's phone rang. Chapter 41, So You Are President O. Huang Shuo was dumbfounded. Wu Feng and that Gu Xinqing had obviously already left, so why had they returned? Why had President O suddenly called? Wasn't she at the hospital taking care of her daughter? With trembling hands, Huang Shua answered the phone. Huang Shua asked with a smile, President O, how is your daughter? President O said, my daughter has been discharged from the hospital. I'm going back to the company to deal with something important. Huang Shua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. President O, you know about the breach of contract by the artist Xiaoye, don't you? President O said, I saw the news. Huang Shua said, this whole thing is due to my personal mistake, and I am deeply ashamed. President O said, it's no big deal. I'll be at the company soon. We can talk later. Okay, you go ahead. I'll hang up. Huang Shua hurriedly hung up the phone. After getting up from the ground, he felt refreshed and his back straightened. You two, one has breached the contract and the other has beaten someone up. Now it's all over. President O is back and you two are dead. Tian Xiaoye said, I did the breach of contract, it has nothing to do with him. Wu Feng said, what's wrong with beating you? I'm beating the kind of lackey who deceives his superiors. Huang Shua, however, was not at all intimidated by Wu Feng, but instead shouted, go ahead and curse me, and you can hit me too. If you're so capable, go ahead and kill me. Fine. Wu Feng made a move to raise his fist, but Tian Xiaoye quickly stopped him. Brother Feng, he's just provoking you on purpose. Don't get excited. Humph. Huang Shua snorted, tugged at his collar, and quickly left the office, heading straight downstairs. In front of the company building, a Bentley Mulsanne slowly pulled up. Huang Shua ran up to it, quickly opened the back seat door, and said, President O, watch your head. A beautiful woman in a white suit and carrying a Chanel bag got out of the car. Two black bodyguards followed closely behind her. President O asked as he walked, what's going on with that artist Xiaoye? Huang Shua trotted behind him, briefing her on the situation. President O, this Xiaoye signed a contract with Xinqing Group without the company's knowledge. This is a serious violation of company regulations. When Xinqing Group learned that we had terminated the contract, they came to our door and beat us up. President O stopped in his tracks and looked at Huang Shua suspiciously. Beat up? Yes. Huang Shua nodded and pointed at his suit. The footprints are still here. President O's face changed. How dare they beat up someone from Eurostyle? Huang Shua shook his head and sighed. He didn't kick me personally, but the facade of our entire European-style entertainment. Oh, Zong said domineeringly, you are my person, no one dares to bully you, take me to meet them. Oh Zong, you are too good to me. Huang Shua suddenly felt a warmth in his heart, and he almost cried with excitement. Oh Zong is a female boss who is very protective of her employees. She is usually humble and reasonable in her work. Once one of her people is bullied, she won't reason with you, and she can become quite domineering. Huang Shua went ahead, with President O and two bodyguards following behind, and they rushed to the director's office. President O, don't get worked up. It's fine if I'm wronged, but you can't just do whatever you like. Xiaoye is still salvageable, it's not to the point of being banned. You must calm down, I've already thought of a solution, I'll send Xiaoye directly to the boss group to sign as a spokesperson. President O didn't say a word in return, and went straight into the office, immediately asking, who hit my people? I did. Wu Feng immediately stood up. Hello, President O, I'm Gu Xinqing from Xinqing Group, the situation is? Gu Xinqing went up to greet the other party, but was pushed away. It's you? General O took off his sunglasses and let out a cry of surprise. You are General O? Wu Feng and Tian Xiaoye let out a cry of surprise at the same time. The next moment, O Qing knelt directly on the ground, excitedly grabbing Wu Feng's hand. Thank you for your kindness to our mother and daughter, please accept my bow. O Qing did not hesitate to kowtow to Wu Feng to express her gratitude. Get up, get up. Wu Feng hurriedly waved his hands and helped the other person up. Gu Xinqing was dumbfounded. She had already come up with countless ways to handle the situation in her mind. She was even prepared to let her younger brother run away. Unexpectedly, as soon as this Mr. O entered the door, he knelt down to thank Wu Feng. Gu Xinqing couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, what on earth is going on? Wu Feng said. Gu Xinqing said, Sister Qing, he is the mother of the child I rescued on Lingjiang Road. Tian Xiaoye said, so President O's real name is O Qing. That's right, my real name is O Qing. O Qing is the mother who drove her car into the river a few days ago. After being rescued by Wu Feng, she rushed to the hospital. Qing has always wanted to repay the other person, but she has been unable to leave the hospital to take care of her daughter. Today, her daughter has just been discharged from the hospital, so she returned to the company as soon as possible. She thought it would take some effort to find her rescuer. Unexpectedly, as soon as she went upstairs, she bumped into this person. So that's how it is. Gu Xinqing let out a long sigh of relief, and the big stone in her heart was completely set aside. Qing only noticed Gu Xinqing at this time, and asked Wu Feng, "Who is this?" Wu Feng introduced, "Zone, this is my eldest sister, the chairman of Xinqing Group." "Hello, Mr. Gu, I was really excited just now, I'm sorry." Qing turned around and apologized to Gu Xinqing. Gu Xinqing smiled and said, "In that case, there's no need to take this matter to court today." Qing smiled and said, "Your brother is my rescuer, and I want to repay him as soon as possible, so how could I go to court?" Wu Feng hurriedly said, "Zone, since you are here, these things must be clarified face to face." "Okay, no problem, sit down and talk." Qing hurriedly got up and personally poured tea for Wu Feng. "Please help yourself to some tea." Qing knelt down and served Wu Feng in the humblest manner possible. "Thank you." Wu Feng took the teacup. At this moment, Huang Shua, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded. His head felt as if it were having a cramp. Qing had knelt down to Wu Feng as soon as he entered the door, and now he had even knelt down to serve him tea? Huang Shua had worked in European-style entertainment for almost 20 years. He had never seen Qing show such respect for someone before, and a strong sense of jealousy welled up in his heart. "Zone, didn't you just say that you would take care of me? You also said that I was your person and that no one should bully me. What exactly is this man's relationship to you?" Qing gave a wry smile and said, "Let me correct what I said. No one can bully my people, but Wu Feng is an exception. She is my benefactor." "What benefactor? Didn't you say your daughter was sick and you were taking care of her? Where did this benefactor come from?" Huang Shua was confused. Qing smiled, "There are some things I don't need to tell everyone. As a director, you should just do your job." Qing only told people in the company that she was taking care of her daughter in the hospital. She didn't mention the incident of falling into the river to anyone. Many people didn't know that the mother and daughter had experienced life and death a few days ago. "Me?" Huang Shua was at a loss for words. Wu Feng spoke up, "President you are a terrible director." Qing said, "If you say so, I'll tell him to pack up and get out." Huang Shua? Chapter 42, Huang Shua is dismissed, and Xiaoye is in danger. Huang Shua simply doubted his life. How could General who usually took care of him like a younger brother, suddenly become a different person? Wu Feng said, "General I'm not going to mention relationships, I want to objectively describe the facts. Yes, there are some things that must be made clear." Tian Xiaoye followed suit. Qing nodded again, "No problem, just say it." Wu Feng said, "Huang Shua is suspected of colluding with the boss group to molest Xiaoye and maliciously suppress the Xinqing group." "Bullshit." Huang Shua defended, "That's not true at all." Tian Xiaoye immediately took out the room card, "President this is what Huang Shua gave me. He wants me to terminate my contract with the Xinqing group and become the spokesperson for the boss group." Wu Feng spoke up, "To be honest, the boss group is constantly in the news, while the Xinqing group is thriving. Anyone can see which company to work with. Is Huang Shua really not being selfish?" Qing, who had been smiling, immediately turned cold after receiving the room card. "Frame up, definitely a frame up." Huang Shua, who was standing by the side, tried his best to defend himself, but his legs were already shaking. Wu Feng said, "Whether it's a frame up or not, we can check the room booking records, fingerprints, and surveillance." Qing turned his head and looked at Huang Shua with cold eyes. "You should know the group's rules, right?" Huang Shua, I. "Tell me yourself, what are the company's rules?" Qing's eyes were like knives. Huang Shua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "The unspoken rule is that female artists break their hands and collude with outsiders to harm the company and break their hands." Qing asked, "Do you admit it?" Plop. With a sound, Huang Shua fell to his knees, tears and snot falling together. "Zone, please forgive me for the sake of our many years of friendship." Qing shook his head, "You told me that after your sister divorced Wang Buz, you and Wang Buz would have no more contact." Huang Shua shook his head frantically, Zone, I really didn't want to harm the group, it was Wang Buz who forced me to do it." "Humph." Qing snorted. Spare me, spare me." Huang Shuo crawled forward like a dog and hugged Oh Qing's thighs. Oh Qing didn't hesitate and kicked him away with one foot. President Oh. Oh Qing got up and looked down at Huang Shuo with a cold face. You were the only one who knew my schedule that day. Who did you tell? Huang Shuo's body trembled, and a warmth came from his crotch. Bang, bang, bang. Huang Shuo fell to his knees and began to kowtow. President Oh, I really didn't tell Wang Booz. It was just that my sister asked about you, and I casually mentioned it. My sister would never harm you. Oh Qing shook her head slightly, expressionless, and slowly walked to the French windows. Wu Feng, Xiaoye, I beg you, please beg Oh Qing for me. Huang Shuo fell to his knees and kowtowed to the two. Tian Xiaoye spoke up. In that case, the danger that President O encountered that day was not an accident. No, it's not like that. It wasn't me, it has nothing to do with me. Huang Shuo shook his head frantically. Brother Feng, please help me say a few words. Wu Feng nodded. President O, Huang Shuo is, after all, the backbone of the company. Yes. Huang Shuo nodded frantically, suddenly feeling a long sigh of relief. Wu Feng added, the crime doesn't deserve death, just break both of his legs. In an instant, Gu Xinqing's astonished gaze turned to Wu Feng. Are you pleading for leniency? It's clearly killing the heart. Oh Cheng nodded slowly and waved his hand at the two bodyguards, signaling, take him out and break both of his limbs. Yes. The two black bodyguards immediately dragged Huang Shuo out of the office. Wu Feng, I curse your ancestors. Are you fucking begging for mercy for me? You animal, you want to get me killed. Huang Shuo shouted furiously. He could have been innocent. Oh Qing shouted towards the door, cut out his tongue too. Yes. The bodyguard replied. The next moment, Huang Shuo's screams resounded throughout the building. Ah! Spare my life. I was wrong. After a while, Huang Shuo's screams subsided. The two bloodied bodyguards returned to the office to report back. President O, it's all been taken care of. Oh Chang nodded. As a woman, she was able to build Ochi Entertainment into the top entertainment company in Xinjiang without a little iron will and means. After calming herself, Oh Qing turned around and bowed to Wu Feng and the other two. I'm sorry, the O group has caused you trouble. On behalf of Oh Qi, I apologize to the three of you. Wu Feng quickly went up to help Oh Qing up. Oh Zong, you've done a great job. Tian Xiaoye also said, Oh Zong is impressive. Gu Xinqing spoke up. President O, the spokesperson thing. Oh Qing interrupted her. President Gu, don't worry, I'll immediately change the contract. Oh, she will not charge any spokesperson fees, including all future business activities and performances required by Xinqing Group. President O, isn't this inappropriate? Gu Xinqing was flattered. Oh Qing said, Wu Feng saved my life, and if you don't let me repay you, that would really be inappropriate. Gu Xinqing smiled and said, in the future, the cosmetics products of the Xinqing Group will be free for European-style employees to use. Afterwards, everyone went to Oh Qing's office. The two held hands and sat together like real sisters, chatting about their families. Later, European-style entertainment subsequently issued an announcement. Huang Shuo and Jinglan were fired and banned, and the artist Xiaoye was confirmed as the spokesperson for the Xinqing Group's products. After the contract was signed, it was already the afternoon of that day. Oh Qing took the initiative to invite the three to his home for dinner. It was a simple request, but it stunned the employees of the company around Oh Qing. President O, he had not invited anyone to dinner at home for at least 8 years. Who exactly are these siblings from the Xinqing Group? It was beyond their imagination. Wu Feng shook his head. It's not good to go to your home as guests right after we've met. Oh Qing smiled. Little Yi has been talking about meeting you, the big hero uncle, all the time. I'm on a mission. Gu Xinqing also smiled. I understand, we must go on this trip. After work, the two siblings drove straight to the O home. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the nanny ran over in a panic. Miss, something's happened. Oh Qing's face changed. Something happened to little Yi? The nanny said anxiously. Xiaoyu was just playing on the slide in the backyard when she suddenly fell. Now she's lying on the ground and not moving. As soon as she finished speaking, Oh Qing quickly rushed to the backyard, followed by Wu Feng. On the lawn, Oh Qing's daughter, Xiao Yi, was lying on the ground, not moving. Don't move. Wu Feng stopped Oh Chang and quickly crouched down to check her pulse and breathing. Oh Qing crouched down and asked, How is Xiao Yi? Wu Feng said, No pulse or breath. In an instant, Oh Qing burst into tears. Don't cry. Wu Feng said, the person is fine, there is still hope. Qing knelt on the ground, benefactor, please save Xiaoye by all means. Immediately vacate a room. Wu Feng said, picking up Xiaoye. Okay. Qing nodded, and hurriedly ran into the villa. Chapter 43, Xiaoye's strange illness and danger on the way home. Qing quickly tidied up her daughter's room. Wu Feng then laid Xiaoye flat on the bed. Qing crouched quietly by the bed, covering her mouth with her hand as tears continued to fall. Wu Feng took out his silver needle bag and spread it open, administering the acupuncture needles on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4. After the 9th needle was inserted, Xiaoye suddenly coughed. Xiaoye. Qing excitedly shook her daughter's hand. Wu Feng let out a long sigh of relief and quickly put away the silver needles. Mommy, is this the big hero uncle? Xiaoye pointed at Wu Feng. Yes. Qing nodded repeatedly, crying on her back. Big hero uncle, can I hug you? Xiaoye asked, with 2 cute dimples at the corners of her mouth. Yes. Wu Feng laughed and picked up Xiaoye in his arms. Xiaoye let out a cry of surprise, oh ye. Wei. Wu Feng echoed. Xiaoye, Uncle Hero, my name is Oyi. Ha? Wu Feng was taken aback. Qing, who was standing nearby, laughed through her tears, her name is Oyi. That's a very special name. Wu Feng laughed. Qing shook her head, my father gave her a random name back then, so it's best not to mention it. Mommy, why are you crying? Xiaoye leaves Wu Feng's embrace. She runs to her mother and carefully hands her a tissue. Mommy is so happy, thank you Xiaoye. Qing strokes her daughter's little head and gently wipes her tears with the tissue. Miss, Xiaoye is awake? The nanny standing by the door asks in a low voice. It's fine, don't worry. Qing said. That's good, that's good. The nanny nodded repeatedly. Wu Feng turned to the nanny and asked, did Xiaoye eat any sweets? The nanny hesitated for a moment and then said, in the afternoon, Xiaoye's classmate's mother brought a piece of cake, and she only took a bite. Is there a problem? Qing asked. Don't eat sweets in the future. Wu Feng wanted to say something but stopped. Qing hurriedly said, Xiaoye, you go out and play with your nanny, and I'll have a private chat with Brother Big Hero about something else. Xiaoye said in a baby voice, then you can't play games behind my back. Okay, mommy promises. Qing gave a warm smile. Xiaoye obediently left the room with the nanny. Qing closed the door and then said, benefactor, was there something you wanted to say that you couldn't just now? Wu Feng nodded, I'm afraid this isn't the first time Xiaoye has had this illness, is it? Yes. Qing nodded and cried, every once in a while, she suddenly faints. Wu Feng said, after half an hour or so, she suddenly wakes up again, and everything is normal. Yes. Qing nodded repeatedly, I have visited famous doctors from all over Jizhou, but none of them can see Xiaoye's cause of illness. They also said she wouldn't live past the age of 8. Wu Feng picked up the thread. This year, Xiaoye is already 7.5 years old, and this situation has occurred frequently over the past 6 months. Qing nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. Wu Feng let out a sigh. Qing once again knelt down and grabbed Wu Feng's hands. Benefactor, do you have a way to save Xiaoye? President O, get up. Wu Feng hurriedly helped her up. But Qing refused to get up. Wu Feng said, if you don't get up, I won't say anything. Qing hurriedly got up after hearing this. Wu Feng said, this disease of hers is rare in the world, and I've only seen it in ancient books. It's called hemophilia. I need some time to prepare the herbs, and maybe I can cure her disease and help her get through this. Qing hurriedly asked, how long? What herbs do you need? Wu Feng got up and said, at least half a month, at most 3 months. During this time, you must not eat sweets. Yes, I will remember. Qing nodded. She quickly took out a gold card from her bag and immediately slipped it into Wu Feng's hands. This European-style gold card is for you. Take it with you and it will give you the green light at all the stores of the European-style entertainment company in Xincheng. Wu Feng shook his head, that's not necessary. Finding the herbs is not difficult for me. No. Qing shook her head, I was going to give you this card after dinner. This is my small token of appreciation for you. If you don't want it, I'll just give you a check. It's better to accept than to be polite. I'll take it, and I'll do my best with Yi Zi. Wu Feng immediately put the card in his pocket. Thank you for your trouble. Oh Qing said. Wu Feng said, by the way, don't mention this to anyone else for now, including your nanny. Okay, I'll remember. Oh Chang nodded again and dried her tears. Then the two of them left the room together. Oh Qing changed her clothes and personally prepared dinner. Wu Feng went to the living room to play with Xiaoya, and they had a great time. The nanny on the side, this is the first time I've seen Xiaoya get so close to a man. Gu Xinqing heard the unspoken meaning, Xiaoya's father. The nanny sighed, Xiaoya's father passed away before she was born, and Miss has raised her all these years. Gu Xinqing sighed, it's not easy, a woman supporting a company and raising a child. Auntie Zhang, come and help. Oh Qing's voice came from the kitchen. The nanny hurriedly ran to the kitchen to serve the food. Before long, a table of delicious food was ready. The several people ate and chatted until late at night. When it was time to leave, Xiaoye was reluctant to go. Uncle Hero, when will you play with me next time? When I'm not busy, I'll come and play with you. Wu Feng crouched down and patted her little head. Okay, let's pinky swear. Xiaoye held out her pinky. Okay. Wu Feng pinky switched with the little girl. The two got into the car and quickly left the O family villa. On the way, Gu Xinqing opened her phone and browsed the local news. Oh my god, so many news? What news? Wu Feng asked. Gu Xinqing said, another scandal has broken out at the Boss Group. An accountant who embezzled company funds jumped to his death. Wu Feng shook his head, I'm afraid the Boss Group is doomed. Gu Xinqing shook her head, he got what he deserved, no pity. You're right. Wu Feng nodded. As the car passed through a suburban intersection, two Toyotas suddenly rushed up from the sides. Thud. The two cars pounced on the Land Rover from the front and back, knocking it over. The Land Rover rolled over 360 degrees and stalled when it landed again. All the airbags in the car popped open and the dashboard kept dripping. Xingjie. Wu Feng reached out and pushed Gu Xinqing. At this time, Gu Xinqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had already fallen into a coma. Wu Feng kicked the door and got out of the car. He went around to the passenger seat, opened the door, and carried Gu Xinqing down. At this time, two domineering cars stopped in front of Wu Feng. Then two more cars followed, directly surrounding Wu Feng and Gu Xinqing in the center. The car doors opened, and countless burly men wearing baseball caps and carrying weapons got out. The last person to get out was a bald man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. You dogs and bitches, you have doomed me to eternal suffering. Today, I will drag you all to hell with me. Chapter 44, Swords and Sabers, The Pawn of the King. It was none other than Wang Bu's. The standard big bald head, gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a cigar in his mouth. However, at this moment, Wang Bu's no longer had the glory of the past. To this day, Wang Bu's does not know who exposed that video. But he knows that the biggest beneficiary is the Xinqing group, which logically means Gu Xinqing and her lover. Dare to touch my sister, you're dead. Wu Feng slowly lowered Gu Xinqing, his eyes turning red. Wang Boss coldly snorted, I'm dead? Do you know who I'm looking for? These people are the Qin city's famous murderous gang, and their leader is nicknamed the Murderous King. Murderous King, get this Wu Feng killed for me, and keep the woman for me, I want to take her home to play with. Yes. The Murderous King nodded and quickly waved his hand. 30 killers armed with machetes, steel pipes, steel forks and other weapons immediately pounced on Wu Feng. The moment the battle started, Wu Feng took the lead and charged out of the encirclement with a neat front somersault. Even though the opponents were fierce as wolves, Wu Feng was always a ferocious tiger. Fuck him. The killers roared, swinging their steel forks and iron pipes at the same time. Wu Feng kicked out with one foot, knocking one of them over on the spot. Then he charged into the enemy group. As he closed in, two elbow strikes sent the opponent flying. Ah! The enemy's screams echoed throughout the intersection. Wu Feng used the opponent as a human shield and kept advancing, then seized the opportunity to quickly seize a long knife. With the long knife in hand, Wu Feng's eyes were full of murderous intent. Swish! A cold flash of light flashed, and the killer in front of him was beheaded. Ah! The killer screamed, blood spraying wildly, desperately covering his ears with his hands. Swish, swish, swish. Wu Feng swung 3 more times. One killer had his neck cut off. One killer had 3 fingers severed. Another killer had his entire arm severed. Come! Wu Feng roared, rolling forward and killing. Swish! Another flash of cold light. With the killer's scream, a leg broke on the spot. The killers began to be timid and gradually backed away. The king of killers took a step forward, and an endless murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Electronic Xia Shou, stand behind me. Yes. The killers quickly backed up and hid behind their boss. The king of killers stared at Wu Feng. You are very strong, at least no one needs me to personally intervene for 3 years. Humph. Wu Feng snorted, in our eyes, you are all trash. In the dark street, the two sides could not see each other's faces, and there was only endless killing and hatred. Die! The Killer King roared, quickly slashing Wu Feng with a vertical slash. Wu Feng jumped forward, blocking the enemy's attack with a horizontal slash. Swish! The Killer King drew his sword and quickly retreated. Wu Feng picked up his long sword and leaped forward. Pooh! The long knife pierced the Killer King's shoulder. Swish! Wu Feng drew back, reached out and said, come. The Killer King was furious, charging again and slashing at Wu Feng's neck with his long knife. Wu Feng blocked the attack with a horizontal slash of his own long knife. Then he quickly turned around and slashed the Killer King's wrist with a chop. Pat! The Killer King's long knife fell to the ground. Swish! Wu Feng's knife instantly pressed against his chest. The Killer King was completely stunned. He had never encountered such a master in the past 3 years. It was also at this moment that the two men locked eyes and suddenly recognized each other. It's you? Lord Yama? Wu Feng was none other than the Lord of the 10 Hells, Yama. And the man nicknamed the Killer King was He Ming, He Zhan's biological younger brother. Back then, He Ming was a skilled swordsman, but he accidentally injured his arm in battle and had to retire and return home. Plop! He Ming fell to his knees, his eyes red with anger. It was my fault for being blind and fighting against Lord Yenlu. Please kill me. Ha! Wu Feng let out a long breath. He had sensed the familiarity of the other person's swordsmanship from the start. He could have killed the other person with one strike, but he had chosen to get up close and personal. Unexpectedly, what he never expected was that this person was really He Ming. The silly boy who used to follow him around and call him boss all day. Pat! Wu Feng threw the knife to the ground. Ignorance is not a crime, get up. Kneel and thank Yen Luo. He Ming bowed his head on the ground, and blood came out of his head. Wu Feng spoke, I don't need to tell you what to do, do I? I understand, I will kill this Wang Bo for you. He Ming nodded, and the moment he got up, he grabbed the long knife that Wu Feng had used and ran towards Wang Bus in the distance. Damn it, everyone's gone crazy. Wang Bus cursed, turned around and ran into the car, and directly locked the door. Just as Wang Bus pressed the car start button, the long knife pierced the glass and pierced Wang Bus's neck. Ah! Blood spurted like a pillar of blood. He Ming pulled out the long knife, turned around, and once again knelt down to report to Wu Feng, Lord Yama, please go first, I'll handle this. Wu Feng nodded, and helped Gu Xinqing into the car from the ground. As Wu Feng drove away, the Toyota, which was carrying Wang Bo's body, burst into flames. Boom! The sound of the explosion rang out, and there was no witness to the death of the man and the car. Wu Feng took Gu Xinqing back to the villa. She was unharmed, except that she had fainted temporarily. Wu Feng carried her to the bed, covered her up. Then he cut up the bloody clothes, flushed them down the toilet, and took a hot shower. That night, he slept in the living room. Early the next morning, Gu Xinqing, who had just woken up, walked out of her room and suddenly noticed a man lying in the living room, wearing only a dressing gown. He suddenly became alert and crept out of the room. He picked up a vase and slowly approached the living room sofa. Who? Wu Feng jumped up in surprise and grabbed the other person's neck. Pop! Gu Xinqing fell to the ground in fear. Sister Qing, you scared me to death. Wu Feng hurriedly withdrew his hand. You scared the hell out of me. He patted his chest, which heaved. Gu Xinqing asked, what really happened last night? Why are you dressed like that? Wu Feng shook his head, forget it. After I dropped you off last night, I took a shower. Little did I know that you didn't have any clothes for me. Gu Xinqing rolled her eyes. My dear brother, do you understand the situation? If your sister had any men's clothes, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Hey, hey, hey. Wu Feng laughed embarrassedly. You're right, that makes sense. Rascal, I'll call someone to send you some clothes. Gu Xinqing said, taking out her phone to make a call. Before long, her assistant Xiaoya arrived at the door, bringing several unopened suits for men. After changing clothes and having a quick breakfast, Wu Feng left for Wanjia Private Hospital. To cure Xiaoya's stubborn illness, he needs to get the medicine. And the most convenient place to get medicine is naturally the hospital. With his acquaintance, Sister Ba, Wu Feng felt at ease. As soon as he arrived at the hospital entrance, he saw countless onlookers blocking the entrance. Wu Feng quickly got out of the car and separated the crowd to check the situation. An old couple was kneeling on the ground in front of a corpse. Behind them was a banner, Unscrupulous Hospital, Scumbag Dr. Wan Xian, give me back my son's life. Chapter 45, Did the female hospital director, Wan Xian, kill someone? Seeing the word scum Dr. Wan Xian, Wu Feng felt incredulous. She knew Wan Xian's medical skills. She would never disregard life, and she would never do anything to harm her patients. Wanjia Private Hospital was a charity hospital on the verge of closing down. The old hospital director had wanted to close it down, but it was the new female Dr. Wan Xian who turned the hospital around. Nowadays, when people think of Wanjia Hospital, most people give a thumbs up to Vice President Wan Xian. How could someone like that be an unscrupulous doctor? At that moment, Wan Xian, dressed in a white lab coat, walked out of the main entrance of the hospital. Reporters from various TV stations, who had been waiting in ambush outside the hospital, came charging over with long and short cameras. Vice President Wan, what do you think about the death of the patient? Is this true? Is Wanjia Hospital a fake hospital? There are rumors that the medical skills of Wanjia Hospital are inferior to those of Putian-affiliated hospitals. What do you think about this? Facing all these questions, Wan Xian said nothing and went straight to the deceased. The elderly couple immediately picked him up, and the wife came forward and grabbed Wan Xian by the collar. You son of a bitch, give me back my son's name. Several doctors quickly pulled the old woman away. You heartless doctor, I'm going to fight you to the death. The old man yelled, picked up a brick from the ground, and charged at Wan Xian's head. The onlookers, the journalists filming, and even the doctors were so scared that they hid to one side. Only Wan Xian stood still in place. Just before the brick smashed into her head, a majestic figure appeared in front of her. This person was Wu Feng. He grabbed the old man's wrist and took the brick away from him, throwing it aside. Ah! The old man screamed, and he collapsed on the ground, rolling around. The crowd gathered around again. The old woman pointed at Wu Feng and cursed indiscriminately, You son of a bitch, you hit our old man? The old man was rolling on the ground and screaming, I'm going to die, it hurts so much. Wu Feng was dumbfounded. He had not even hit the old man, just snatched the brick from him. Now, why was he claiming to have been hit by a car? There was definitely something wrong with this old couple. Wan Xian walked up to them and asked, What's your son's name? When did he come to the hospital? Who's his doctor? The old woman rushed forward again, You killed my son, beat up my old man, and you still want to deny it? I'm going to die here, and I don't care if your hospital goes under. The crowd quickly stopped the old woman. Old lady, don't get excited, you can't kill yourself. If you die, who will avenge your son? Let's talk about this calmly, there are so many people here, they will definitely do you justice. The old woman also collapsed on the ground, sniffling and crying, sobbing uncontrollably. Wan Xian went up to her and said, Old lady, I know you're in pain over the loss of your son, but I can't deal with this matter until you explain what happened. The old woman yelled, You let someone beat up my old man, what else do you want me to do? Your hospital is a gangster organization, a big bully. You prescribe a lot of medicine when you see a patient, but when something goes wrong, it's not your fault. Are you even human? The old woman's words struck a nerve with many people. Regardless of whether it is a serious illness or a minor illness, as long as you go to the hospital, you will be subject to a series of tests. The high fees charged by the hospital contrast sharply with the low wages of the staff. Many people began to sympathize with the old woman and hate doctors. Several soft-hearted women in the audience even shed tears. Wan Xian knelt down to check on the old man's injuries. Are you okay, old man? The old man didn't say anything, but pushed her back with a backhand, knocking her to the ground. Wan Xian got up and said, Old man, don't get worked up. I need to understand what happened to your son. The old man shouted, "What's there to understand? He's dead. And you're still pretending to be nice? You son of a bitch, do you want to kill me with your medicine too?" The onlookers all began to accuse Wan Qian. As the vice president of the hospital, you don't even know what happened? What kind of work attitude is this? She was so young to become the dean, who knows what's going on? I think this female dean is just after fame and doesn't take any responsibility at all. No wonder the parents of the deceased are so mad. The onlookers had a lot to say, and Wan Qian felt aggrieved. The incident happened suddenly. She learned that someone had been killed by medical treatment and came out to check the situation as soon as possible. Out of sympathy for the weak, she wanted to comfort the elderly couple. But they were unreasonable, and they started fighting, followed by groundless insults and accusations. Even now, Wan Qian still doesn't know who the deceased is, what illness he had, or what medicine he took. Wan Qian spoke again, "Elderly, can you tell me the details?" The old woman yelled, "You killed the person, and you still have the face to ask me about my son? It's all your hospital's fault." Wan Qian shook her head helplessly. "At least you two can tell me the name of the deceased. I can then go to the hospital to check his medical records." The old woman refused to talk to her, shouting, "How dare you ask? You killed my son, and you're still asking me what happened?" The old man followed suit, shouting, "You heartless doctor, I'm calling the police to arrest you right now, and have you executed." "Good idea, call the police, we must report this." Someone suddenly shouted from behind the old man. The person who said to call the police was Wu Feng. While the old couple and Wan Qian were arguing, he quietly came over to examine the body. What he didn't expect was that the deceased was not the deceased, but a kung fu master who had practiced the art of holding one's breath. An ordinary doctor simply could not detect it. Wu Feng said, "We must call the police, and we must have the forensic doctor come over to perform an autopsy and an on-site examination of the body. If it is a problem with the hospital, arrest them all." The old man was shocked. "You're not in cahoots with that Wan Qian, so why are you suddenly speaking up for me?" Wu Feng laughed, "I stand for justice, and I will never let innocent people suffer unjustly." The old woman pointed at Wan Qian, "Have you thought it through? Once you call the police, things will really get out of hand, and your hospital will have to close down for rectification and will go out of business." Wan Qian hesitated. Of course she knew the impact of a big scandal on the hospital. Wu Feng, however, said, "Sister Qian, don't be afraid, just let them report to the police." Qian was very puzzled and turned to Wu Feng. The old woman shouted, "If you don't want to report to the police, you have to pay compensation immediately." The old man reached out his hand, 300,000 yuan, not a penny less. Qian hurriedly came up to Wu Feng. "What are you up to?" Wu Feng lowered his voice and said, "The person is not dead." "What?" Wan Qian was shocked and quickly checked the deceased on the ground. There was no pulse or breathing, and his body was cold. Wu Feng said, "This is a rare Kuei Qigong in the martial arts world. They are here to touch porcelain." Wan Qian asked, "Do you have a way to wake him up?" "Ding Shan point, one needle, and he will come back to life." After Wu Feng finished speaking, he handed Wan Qian the silver needle package. Wan Qian found the acupuncture point and immediately stuck a needle in. Chapter 46, a corpse comes back to life in front of the hospital. "You bastard, my son is dead, and you still dare to touch him?" The old woman yelled and rushed over, looking as if she was going to fight to the death with Wan Qian. The old man also got up from the ground and picked up the half brick again, threatening to throw it at someone. The reporter's camera and the indifferent stares of the onlookers all turned towards them. Cough, cough. The deceased suddenly coughed dryly, and then slowly sat up. A corpse rising from the grave? How did the dead man come back to life? The onlookers trembled with fear and backed away. Wu Feng spoke up, "Everyone, don't be afraid, the person is not dead." The crowd then reacted, pointing and gesturing at the revived deceased. What the hell is going on? This female director, it seems like she is a medical genius? Why do I feel that there is something strange about this? Could it be a scam? The old woman and the old man were both stunned. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They had come to cause trouble, and never expected the boy to suddenly wake up. Wan Qian got up and said, "Your son's condition is still unstable. I suggest that he be hospitalized for observation and treatment, and all fees be waived." The old woman said, "Well, old man, don't give me that, you're just a quack." Wu Feng said, "Right, you said you were going to call the police, didn't you?" I did, so what? The old man was stubborn. Wu Feng said, you call the police right now. The old man puffed up and said, I'm not calling the police, what's the point? Just pay compensation. Wu Feng shook his head, don't do it, don't call the police. I'll call the police, this must be sorted out. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into an uproar. The old woman said, nonsense, you're talking nonsense. The old man said, what the hell? Get out of here. Wu Feng snorted, you two kept shouting that your son was dead, and you cried for a long time, but not a single tear came out. Now that your son has woken up, you two aren't even the least bit surprised, and all you're thinking about is money. You could never be a family, but a scam ring. When Wu Feng finished speaking, the onlookers were shocked. Thinking about all their actions, it seemed that this couple really weren't the deceased's biological parents. The old woman's lips trembled, you're talking nonsense. Old woman, let's go home first, we don't need to argue with them. The old man threw the brick. Ashamed, he dragged the old woman away, not caring about the deceased son on the ground at all. Wu Feng yelled, don't go, I'll call the police to give you justice. The old man and woman ran even faster, disappearing into an alley in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng turned to the deceased and said, they've gone. I'll call the police for you. No. The deceased hurriedly waved his hands and pointed at Wan Xian, saying, divine doctor, definitely a divine doctor, you can heal me even if I die, the divine doctor of our time. After saying this, the deceased knelt on the ground and cowed out to Wan Xian, thank you, divine doctor, thank you for saving my life. Wan Xian shook her head helplessly and said nothing. After the deceased got up, he turned around and ran away as well. The farce came to an end, and the crowd sighed in relief. It turned out to be 3 fraudsters. I really thought there was an accident at the hospital. I pitied their family, but they were all liars. However, the female dean's medical skills are really amazing. The onlookers left the scene one after another, and the reporters once again pointed their cameras at Wan Xian. This time, Wan Xian accepted the interview with an open mind, objectively stated the facts, and clearly expressed her views. After the reporters left, the 2 siblings returned to the hospital. Wan Xian said, luckily you were here today, otherwise there would really have been a big problem. It's no big deal. Wu Feng said with a smile. What are you doing at the hospital, missing me? Wan Xian laughed and walked into the office. I came to you to find some medicinal herbs, I want to treat a patient. Wu Feng said, taking out a list of herbs. Wan Xian shook her head, that's hard to say. Recently, our hospital is short of Chinese medicinal herbs, and I can't guarantee that I can find them all for you. Short of herbs? Wu Feng asked. Another St. Mart hospital has opened on the street, competing with our hospital everywhere, monopolizing herbs at high prices. I'm having a headache now. Wan Xian said, taking up the list of herbs, I'll try my best to find these herbs for you. Okay, thanks, 8th sister. Wu Feng smiled. Wan Xian said, oh, right, 7th sister called this morning. She needs to speak to you about something. Why don't you give her a call back? Got it. Wu Feng nodded, walked out of the office, and then called Su Xianyan. Su Xianyan immediately questioned, stinky brother, why didn't you come home last night? Wu Feng said, I went to Big Sister's place last night and slept there. What do you want? Su Xianyan said, it's almost noon. Let's meet and talk in detail. Wu Feng sent her the location and then went downstairs to wait. In the parking lot, Zhang Shuhang, sitting in a BMW 1 Series, glanced at Wu Feng quietly. After a while, Su Xianyan picked up Wu Feng in the BMW. Zhang Shuhang was puzzled. Wasn't this man Wan Xian's boyfriend? Why was he in another woman's sports car? There must be something wrong here. Zhang Shuhang quickly started the car and followed the BMW quietly. Su Xiaoxian took Wu Feng to a newly opened internet celebrity seafood buffet restaurant. The 2 siblings were happy as they ate seafood and chatted. Zhang Shuhang, sitting in the corner, took out his Huawei phone and secretly filmed the intimate scene of the 2. After eating the seafood, Su Xiaoxian took Wu Feng to the counter. Su Xiaoxian said cheerfully, look at the hammer strength machine. If you can hammer 150 kilograms, you can get a 20% discount. Wu Feng turned his head in the direction of the hammer strength machine and saw the rules written on the wall, 20% off if you can hit 150 pounds. 50% off if you hit 180 pounds, 30% off if you hit 200 pounds. If you hit 250 pounds, you get a 90% discount. If you hit 300 pounds, you get a free meal and a free extra large hugging bear. Wu Feng laughed. Looks like it's quite an interesting game. Su Xiaoxian said, can you get me that hugging bear? I really like it. A girl at the checkout counter laughed. Little girl, you're so naive. My boyfriend is a fitness instructor, and he just hit 180 pounds. The fitness instructor standing next to the girl showed off his developed muscle arms. Little girl, your boyfriend is dry and can't even hit 150 pounds, let alone get the hugging bear. Don't even dream about it. Shay. Su Xiaomian rolled her eyes, a little upset. Wu Feng said, don't be so sure of yourself. I haven't even tried yet, so how do you know I can't get the teddy bear? Ha ha ha. The girl and her trainer's boyfriend both laughed. The girl said, since this store opened, only 3 people have hit 180 pounds, and one of them is my boyfriend. The fitness coach said, being able to smash 180 kilograms is already the limit for ordinary people. Even Mike Tyson couldn't smash 300 kilograms here. Don't brag, little brother. Shan Yan asked the counter staff, waiter, is what they said true? The counter staff nodded. So far the limit is 180 kilograms, and only 3 people have achieved it. Wu Feng asked, waiter, if I break the hammer strength machine, do I have to pay compensation? Chapter 47 Wu Feng smashes the hammer strength machine. Ha! The counter staff froze upon hearing Wu Feng's words. Ha ha ha! The fitness instructor and his girlfriend burst out laughing. Several onlookers nearby also let out unkind laughs. The fitness instructor laughed and said, Tyson couldn't even hit 300 pounds, and you're actually saying you want to smash the hammer strength machine? I think you've blown your own trumpet. The girl also shook her head. I've seen people brag, but I've never seen anyone brag like that. At this time, the manager of the seafood restaurant walked over. The counter staff hurriedly spoke up, Manager, just now this gentleman asked if he broke the hammer, would he have to pay for it? Ha ha ha. The manager laughed, his gaze falling on Wu Feng. Brother, if you can break this machine with a hammer, not only will I not let you pay for it, I will also give you a permanent free meal. Wu Feng said, forget the free order, all I want is the stuffed toy. Great. Said the manager, if you break the hammer, you can pick any toy on the wall. Thanks a lot. Wu Feng smiled and picked up the stone hammer. The fitness instructor was stunned. Holy shit, really? You're actually doing it? I'll see how she makes a fool of herself today. The girl took out her phone and started filming. The onlookers also stared at Wu Feng, eager to see his humiliation. Su Xiaoyan stepped forward, stupid brother, don't try to be a hero. If worst comes to worst, we can just give up the teddy bear. Stay away. Wu Feng waved his hand to indicate his refusal. Okay. Su Xiaoyan bit her lip lightly and slowly stepped back. Wu Feng clenched the mallet in his right hand and gathered his strength in his legs and waist before concentrating it in his right arm. Thud. Wu Feng slammed the mallet down on the hammer strength machine. The weight value of the hammer strength machine soared from 0 and finally stopped at 300 caddies. Seafood store manager, this really hammered 300 caddies? Oh my god? The girl was so scared that she dropped her phone on the ground. Is this still a human? The fitness coach shook his head frantically. He was so strong that he couldn't do it, so how did this young man manage to do it? Great! Su Xiaoxian applauded excitedly. Wu Feng, that was just a warm-up. Fitness instructor, shit, a warm-up? Seafood restaurant manager, brother, are you really not bragging? Wu Feng laughed, and immediately switched to his left hand and swung the mallet again. Thump! The second hammer fell, and the force gauge of the hammer machine immediately soared to 500 kilograms. Wow! This time, the whole audience let out a gasp. The onlookers were all stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. 300 pounds had broken the store's record, and this guy had actually hit 500 pounds the second time. Was this still human? Was this something a human could do? So cool! Su Xiaoyan jumped up excitedly and applauded. Wu Feng, Xiaoyan, you stay away, I'm going to seriously hit the hammer. Hearing this, the fitness instructor almost bled. He had smashed 500 kilograms, but he wasn't even serious? The seafood manager asked, brother, what do you do for a living? I'm just a security guard. Wu Feng laughed, you're sure I don't have to pay for the damage, right? The seafood manager nodded, that's what they say. Before the manager could finish speaking, Wu Feng gripped the hammer in both hands and smashed the third hammer. Thud. The hammer strength machine started from zero and climbed upwards, passing 300 pounds, 500 pounds, and soaring directly to 700 pounds, but it still didn't stop soaring. Boom. The hammering force made a muffled sound, and the internal hammer directly punched through the top. Cuckoo. The hammer strength machine sounded an alarm. The fitness trainer said, "Holy cow." The seafood restaurant manager gave a thumbs up with tears in his eyes. "Brother, you're awesome." The onlookers pulled out their phones to take pictures. "That was awesome, little brother broke the hammer strength machine." "That was so awesome, little brother broke the hammer strength machine and won a wall full of teddy bears. I'm so jealous." "I'm so jealous, I want a boyfriend like that too. I won't have to pay for seafood in the future." The girls were beside themselves with excitement, while the boys looked down in silence. Wu Feng handed the wooden hammer to the manager. "I'm really sorry, are you sure you don't want me to pay for it?" The manager was speechless. He had just said it to be polite. Now, not only had the machine been smashed, but he had to give away a wall full of stuffed animals. "Can we get a reward without paying?" Su Shaoxian asked the manager. The manager nodded mechanically, still in a daze. Su Xiaomian pointed at the wall of the counter. "I want the pink one and the purple and yellow ones." Okay. The waiter nodded repeatedly and handed Su Xiaomian 3 1-meter-tall cuddly bears. "Thank you." Su Xiaomian smiled, hugged the teddy bears, and pulled Wu Feng away from the seafood restaurant, leaving a crowd of envious onlookers. After throwing the 3 teddy bears into the car, Su Shaoxian stood on tiptoe and wrapped her arms around Wu Feng's neck, leaving a kiss directly on his cheek. "Stinky brother, I love you to death." Su Shaoxian threw herself into Wu Feng's arms. Wu Feng said, "If I were you, I wouldn't just choose 3. I'd hire a car to take all his teddy bears away." Puff. Su Shaoxian laughed with her hands over her mouth. Ouch, you 2 lovebirds are really sweet." Wu Feng and Su Shaoxian turned their heads at the same time. Zhang Shuhang slowly walked out of the seafood restaurant with his phone in his hand. "Wan Qian's boyfriend is messing around with Wan Qian's sister, you really are something." "Su Shaoxian, you are." Wu Feng spoke up. "Wan Qian's suitor?" "That's right." Zhang Shuhang said, "I've been chasing Wan Qian for 3 years, and you scum actually intercepted her." "Brother, you already have a girlfriend, so why are you hitting on her sister? Is this something a human being would do?" Puff. Su Xianyan burst out laughing. Obviously, Zhang Shuhang still didn't know that Wu Feng was their sister's brother. Zhang Shuhang said, "I've just taken a picture of you 2 kissing, and I'll send it to Wan Qian right away to expose your adulterous affair." "Young man, you'd better not send it, that's not a good idea." Su Xianyan shook her head. Zhang Shuhang laughed. "You're afraid of being disgraced, aren't you? I remember your name is Su Xianyan, and you seem to be a big anchor, too, right?" Su Xianyan nodded, gave Wu Feng a wink, and pinched Wu Feng's back hard. Wu Feng understood, and hurriedly said, "Brother, let's talk about this. If Wan Qian finds out, the consequences will be serious." Ha ha ha. Zhang Shuhang laughed. Su Xianyan said, "Let's have a good chat and resolve this peacefully." Great. Zhang Shuhang said, "I'll name 2 conditions. As long as you can agree to them, I promise to keep this a secret and delete the photos." Su Xianyan said, Okay, don't mention 2, just name 100 things, as long as I can do them." "What are the conditions?" Wu Feng followed. Chapter 48, We sisters are both Wu Fengs. Zhang Shuhang snorted, "The first condition is that you must break up with Wan Qian immediately, once and for all." "That's a reasonable request, just agree to it." Su Xianyan said. Wu Feng nodded. Zhang Shuhang continued, "My second request is that you 2 kneel on the ground and admit your own adulterous affair, and I will keep the video as a precaution." Su Xianyan laughed. Feng, isn't this request a bit excessive?" Wu Feng shook his head, "It's too much. I'll kneel to the heavens, the earth, and my parents, but I'll never kneel to a fool." Ha ha ha. Su Xianyan laughed loudly, covering his stomach. "You called me a fool? I'll send the photo to Wan Qian right now, and you're finished." An angry Zhang Shuhang quickly sent the photo to Wan Qian, and then called her. Zhang Shuhang, "Hey, Qian, I have something very important to tell you." Wan Qian asked, "What is it?" Zhang Shuhang, "Look at the photo I sent you. Your boyfriend is actually sleeping with your sister." "How shameless." "Wan Qian, you're shameless, and so is your whole family." Shanxian, just take a look at the photo first. I'm not slandering your boyfriend. I'm serious. He's cuckolding you. Zhang Shuhang looked aggrieved. Wan Qian, I've seen the photo, so what? What's this got to do with you? Zhang Shuhang shook his head. Shanxian, your boyfriend is messing around with your sister. Don't you understand what I mean? It's just the two of them. Wan Qian roared, don't you understand what I'm saying? This has nothing to do with you. Not to mention my seventh sister, all my sisters are Wu Feng's girlfriends. Holy shit, what are you talking about? Zhang Shuhang was confused. Wan Qian yelled, all 9 of our sisters are Wu Feng's alone. Is that explanation clear enough? 9 sisters, all his? Zhang Shuhang suddenly felt that his brain capacity was not enough. Wan Qian, nuts, don't call me again if nothing happens. Do. There was a busy tone on the phone. Zhang Shuhang looked at Wu Feng, you're a guy, flirting with their 9 sisters? Wu Feng, what's wrong, what's the problem? Zhang Shuhang? Ha ha ha. Su Xianyan laughed loudly, covering his stomach. Zhang Shuhang, your relationship is so messed up. Su Xianyan, I told you long ago not to tell Wan Qian, the consequences will be serious. You asked for it. After saying this, Wu Feng directly pulled Su Xianyan into the sports car. Feng, give me a kiss. After getting in the car, Su Xianyan was still not honest and kissed Wu Feng again. Ah! Zhang Shuhang yelled, how is this possible? He's going after all 9 of their sisters? Is this guy even human? Ouch! The sports car roared, leaving the scene like a gust of wind. Su Xianyan sat in the car and laughed the whole way. That night, after returning home, Su Xianyan told Mu Jiejia about the incident. Mu Jiejia also laughed, that's great. I was worried about how to get rid of those colleagues who chase after me all day long, so next time I'll just drag Wu Feng along. Wu Feng looked embarrassed, is my life supposed to be pretending to be your boyfriend every day? I don't care, anyway, since Old 8 has already said that you are the common boyfriend of our 9 sisters, you have to use him when the time comes. Yes, 4th sister is right. Su Shaoxian nodded in strong agreement. Forget it, do whatever you want. Wu Feng shook his head helplessly and turned around and went back to his room. Ha ha ha. Mu Jiejia and Su Xianyan laughed loudly, slapping the table. Early the next morning, Wu Feng drove to work at the Xinqing Group. As soon as he got out of the car, he met Zhang Shuhang in the underground parking lot again. Why is it you again? Wu Feng asked. Zhang Shuhang handed him a cigarette with a smile, brother, let's have a good chat, shall we? No, I'm busy. Wu Feng turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Shuhang, brother, I have a very important secret to tell you. You're full of shit. Wu Feng didn't bother to respond and just walked away. Zhang Shuhang, brother, it's about the commotion in front of Wanjia Hospital yesterday morning. Wu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. He had felt that there was something fishy about the 3 people who pretended to be dead and caused a commotion. He didn't expect Zhang Shuhang to know anything about it. He took Zhang Shuhang's cigarette and leaned against the front of the car to smoke it. Zhang Shuhang said, let's make a deal. What do you think? Wu Feng said, tell me what you think. Zhang Shuhang said, look at you, dating 9 girlfriends at once. Can your body handle it? What does that have to do with you? Get to the point. Wu Feng glared at him. Zhang Shuhang said, what I mean is, since you already have 9 girlfriends, can you let Wan Qian be mine? I didn't realize they were so open-minded. Why? Wu Feng asked in return. Zhang Shuhang said, if you let Wan Qian be mine, I'll give you 1 million and tell you this secret, and I guarantee you won't lose out. Ha! Wu Feng drew a breath of cold air. Yesterday, he still felt that pretending to be his sister's boyfriend was meaningless. Now, when he heard that the other party was going to pay 1 million yuan as a breakup fee, he suddenly felt that there was something to this. What do you say? Zhang Shuhang asked. Wu Feng said, I only want cash. No problem. Zhang Shuhang directly took out a suitcase from the trunk of the car, and when he opened it, it was full of banknotes. You really are very sincere. Wu Feng nodded. Zhang Shuhang said, those 3 people yesterday were hired to cause trouble at Wanjia Hospital. Who hired them? Wu Feng asked. Zhang Shuhang said, the newly opened St. Mart's Hospital on the street. Wu Feng asked in return, how do you know? Zhang Shuhang laughed, the biggest supplier of medicinal materials in Xinjiang is the Wang family. Wu Feng asked, which Wang family? Zhang Shuhang said, the Wang family is one of the 5 families in Xinjiang. Some time ago, Wang Booz died. His brother, Wang Caesar, took over the Booz Group. After integrating the company, he established St. Mart's Hospital. My father is a shareholder of St. Mart Hospital, so I know about this. Wu Feng nodded, so you knew that the Wang family did it? Zhang Shuhang laughed, not only do I know? Wang Kaisha has already let it be known that he wants to close down Wanxian Hospital within half a month. You really are the son of a shareholder, you're something. Wu Feng nodded, unruffled. Zhang Shuhang said, next, Wanxian is definitely going to be unlucky. If you don't break up with him, you'll be implicated. What about you? Wu Feng asked in return. Zhang Shuhang said, I'll wait until she's in trouble, stand behind her and support her, and then she'll be devoted to me. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng laughed. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shuhang also laughed, I've had plenty of fun with those female doctors and nurses. But I've never tried a beautiful woman with Wan Qian's temperament. If I can't get her, my whole life will be a failure. Brother, can you understand how I feel? Pop. Wu Feng suddenly slapped Zhang Shuhang in the face. Zhang Shuhang was confused, why did you hit me? Wu Feng said, you're really not a human being. Zhang Shuhang laughed, you're not a good person either, so why pretend to be so high and mighty? You're just a sea king, I know people like you. Humph. Chapter 49 I also have a European gold card. I will never be like you. Wu Feng said, and then he grabbed his suitcase and left. Damn, he's a first-class pretender, I'm impressed. Zhang Shuhang gave a thumbs up from afar. Wu Feng took the suitcase and got into the car. Zhang Shuhang chased after him, brother, remember to break up early. Wu Feng said, this money is compensation for the damage caused by St. Mart Hospital to Wanjia Hospital. We'll discuss the breakup later. What? What did you say? Zhang Shuhang's face changed. Stay away from Wan Qian in the future, someone like you is not good enough for her. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he drove away. Zhang Shuhang roared, you, damn it, stop. Are you messing with me? Wu Feng ignored him and drove straight to Wanjia Hospital. After parking the car, Wu Feng carried the suitcase directly upstairs. What are you carrying? Wan Qian asked. Wu Feng put the suitcase on the table and said, I have something important to tell you. I have something to tell you too. Wan Qian said. You go first. The two spoke at the same time, then both laughed. Wan Qian said, you go first. Wu Feng said, the 3 patients who faked their deaths yesterday were instructed by St. Maud's Hospital. Wan Qian was curious, how do you know? Wu Feng patted the suitcase and said, this is the compensation for your emotional distress from St. Maud's Hospital. Ah? Wan Qian was stunned, and hurriedly opened the box, instantly stunned. So much money? Are you kidding? Wu Feng said, to be precise, it was the breakup fee that the kid Zhang Shuhang gave me. Poof. Wan Qian laughed, I've heard that Zhang Shuhang's father invested in St. Maud's Hospital and is now Wang Kaisha's right-hand man. It seems you know everything. Wu Feng said. Wan Qian said, it turns out that the Zhang family has a cooperative relationship with our hospital, and it is precisely because of this that Zhang Shuhang has been pestering me. After St. Martin's Hospital opened, the Zhang family became enemies with our hospital, and Zhang Shuhang also wanted to add insult to injury. Wu Feng said, you really are my sister, wise. Wan Qian said, I'll be busy next. You have superb medical skills, can you come over and help for a few days? I was thinking the same thing. Wu Feng smiled. He was going to help O Qing's daughter, Xiaoya, find medicine anyway, so it was better to do it himself. By the way, he could help 8th sister solve a lot of problems, which was the best of both worlds. My good brother, you're awesome. Wan Qian excitedly pinched Wu Feng's little face. At 9 a.m., Wu Feng put on a white lab coat and transformed into the assistant of the beautiful Vice President Wan Qian. He ran errands at the pharmacy, greeted patients, and handled many internal hospital affairs, and it was a busy day. After work, Wan Qian pulled Wu Feng into the car. Wan Qian, drive to the European-style hotel. Wu Feng, I just want to grab a quick bite, why go to a hotel? Wan Qian said, I have an important client appointment, we have some things to discuss. Okay. Wu Feng nodded and quickly drove to the European-style hotel. After dark, the European-style hotel was full. When Wan Qian and Wu Feng arrived at the counter, they were told by the waiter that there was only one last private room available. The waiter said, "This is a VIP private room, with a minimum charge of 100,000 yuan. No problem." Wan Qian nodded with gritted teeth. The client she was meeting with today was very important, and even if it cost an extra 100,000 yuan for the meal, it would be worth it. The waiter nodded and said, "Okay, just a moment, I'll open it for you right away." Wu Feng said, "You're going all out." Wan Qian said, "This client is very important, it's a matter of life and death for the hospital." The waiter handed over the room card with both hands. "Gentlemen, this is the room card for the VIP room." "Wait a minute, I'll take this private room." A man in a suit walked quickly up to the counter. Wan Qian turned around and her face immediately fell when she saw the other person. It was none other than Wang Yikaisi, the director of St. Martin Hospital. "Oh, it's Miss Wan Qian, the beautiful director of the Wanjia Hospital?" Wang Yika once revealed a not-so-friendly smile. Wan Qian said, "Sorry, Director Wang, we were here first, this private room is ours." Wang Yika laughed, "I want this private room." "No way." Wan Qian firmly refused. Upon hearing this, Wang Yika became even more aggressive. "I'm going to fight with you today." "Wan Qian, there are so many hotels, why don't you go to another one?" "Why don't you go?" Wang Yicheng asked in return. "I have important guests." Wan Qian said. "Ha ha ha." Wang Yicheng laughed, "I'm sorry, I also have important guests." "Wan Qian, you." Wu Feng didn't waste any words, and directly took the room card, pulling Wan Qian away. "Stop." Wang Yicheng immediately reached out and stopped the two of them. "Are you sick?" Wu Feng said. "Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Wang Yitsong directly swore. "Who are you?" Wu Feng asked the other person in return. "I am the dean of St. Maud's Hospital and also a VIP customer of this hotel." Wang Yitsong pointed at Wu Feng and yelled. Wu Feng was not very angry at first, but when he heard the other person say that he was the dean of St. Maud's Hospital, his anger shot up. It was this grandson who caused trouble for Wan Qian. Now Wan Qian is talking business with a customer, and he's here to cause trouble. How can he be tolerated? Without saying a word, Wu Feng directly bent the other person's finger. "Ah!" Wang Yitsong screamed, and the pain made the whole person kneel on the ground. Wu Feng spoke, "The dean is amazing? I advise you to be a human being." Wang Yitsong gnashed his teeth in pain. "You dare to mess with me, you're dead." "What are you doing?" The hotel manager quickly jogged over with his men. Manager Huang is beating someone up, hurry and help." Wang Yisaida said. "Ouch, President Wang." Manager Huang recognized the other person and quickly waved for the security guards to surround Wu Feng. "What are you doing?" Wan Qian yelled, undaunted. Manager Huang said, "Let the person go, let's talk about this." "Brother, let him go first." Wan Qian said. Wu Feng nodded, and only then let go, directly kicking Wang Yikden to the side. Manager Huang hurriedly went up to him and helped him up. "Dean Wang, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Wang Yikden pushed him away and got up, saying, "There's only one private room left in the hotel, shouldn't I be given it as a VIP customer first?" Yes. Manager Huang nodded, "You are a VIP customer, you have that right." Wang Yikata pointed at Wu Feng and Wan Qian. They robbed my VIP private room, you solved them." Wan Qian spoke up, "We were here first." Manager Huang said, "I'm sorry, we don't distinguish between first come, first served, we only give priority to VIP customers." Wan Qian's face changed. "What do you mean?" Manager Huang, "Please give the room card key to Dean Wang. You can wait in the lobby. If there is an available room, you will be given priority." Wu Feng said, "Why?" Manager Huang smiled, "Because the other party is a VIP customer, they deserve this treatment." Wan Qian questioned, "Is this the kind of hospitality you offer at your European-style hotel?" "Yes." Manager Huang nodded shamelessly. "VIP? Humph." Wu Feng snorted. "You're not convinced?" Wang Yixi sneered. Wu Feng said, "When it comes to VIP cards, I also have a European gold card." Chapter 50. He is President O's VIP guest. Wang Yixi laughed, "You have a European gold card?" Ha ha ha. Manager Huang also laughed. Wan Qian pinched Wu Feng. Don't be silly, do you know what a European gold card is? I don't know much about it. Wu Feng shook his head. Hey! Wan Qian sighed. Ha ha ha. Manager Huang and Wang Yicheng laughed. Manager Huang, you don't even know what a European gold card is, and you dare to say you have one? It's a joke. Wang Yicheng shook his head. You are at most a small doctor, do you deserve to have a European gold card? Wu Feng retorted, in your eyes, is a Eurocard rare? Manager Huang shook his head. In the entire Qinsheng, there are no more than 10 people who can get a Eurocard. The Eurostyle Hotel is affiliated with the Eurostyle Entertainment Group. The membership cards of Eurostyle's subordinate enterprises are universal. Ordinary consumers can get a Eurostyle VIP membership card after accumulating consumption of 500,000 yuan. Consumption of 1 million yuan can get a Eurostyle bronze card. When the consumption reaches the level of tens of millions, you can have a European silver card. However, the European gold card cannot be obtained by spending a certain amount. Wang Yikata shook his head. Manager Huang, this idiot probably doesn't even know what a European gold card is. Manager Huang said, the European gold card is personally issued by our chairman Oching and is only given to important partners or family and friends. People who can hold a European gold card are either rich or noble, and it is hard to buy. You're just a small doctor, do you think Oching will personally give you a Eurocard? Wu Feng laughed. Coincidentally, I was given this card by Oching. Manager Huang was suddenly extremely surprised. Zong gave it to you? Wang Yichan said, what are you bragging about? How could you possibly know Oching? Wu Feng didn't say anything, and directly took the gold card out of his wallet and threw it on the counter. The receptionist quickly inserted the card into the recognition machine. The computer played a prompt, ding, Eurostyle Gold Card member, welcome to the Eurostyle Grand Hotel. In an instant, Wang Yitsong and Manager Huang were dumbfounded. Wan Qian also looked at Wu Feng with great puzzlement. Wu Feng spoke up, Manager Huang, am I holding a Eurostyle Gold card? Manager Huang immediately bowed 90 degrees, I'm sorry, you are General O's honored guest, it was my lack of discernment, please forgive me. Wu Feng snorted, you're a dog who looks down on people. Manager Huang said with justification, yes, you're right, I am a dog, at your service. Wu Feng asked, the private room, can I use it? Manager Huang said, no problem, you can use it as much as you like, all expenses will be waived, and the hotel will provide you with imperial level service. Wang Yicheng nudged Manager Huang, Lao Huang. Aren't you leaving? Manager Huang turned his head and glared at Wang Yicheng. Wang Yika said, the card is real, but have you ever considered how this person got it? If he picked it up, stole it, or stole it. In an instant, Manager Huang suddenly realized. How could an unremarkable person like Wu Feng get a gold card from Oching? He hurriedly asked the waiter, who is the holder of the gold card? The front desk waiter shook his head, this card has not been registered with a name. Manager Huang asked, sir, can you tell me how you got this gold card? Wu Feng said, I told you, Oching gave it to me personally. Manager Huang asked again, then, would you be so kind as to give Ms. O a call so we can verify this? I don't have her phone number. Wu Feng shook his head. Although he had met Oching twice, they had never exchanged contact information. Ha ha ha. Wang Yitsan laughed. Manager Huang shook his head and said, sir, if you don't even have Ms. O's phone number, how did you get the gold card? Liar, you're nothing but a liar. Wang Yitsong said decisively. Wu Feng asked, I don't have a phone number, but you can call to verify my identity. Manager Huang said, if you can't even fool me, how do you expect to fool our boss? Wang Yitsong said, Manager Huang, just arrest him and turn him over to the public security authorities. Wan Qian was anxious and said, Feng, where did you get this card? Wu Feng said, Oching gave it to me. Even Sister Ba doesn't trust me? Wan Qian asked, how do you know Oching? Wu Feng said, the woman who fell overboard last time was Oching. In an instant, Wan Qian suddenly realized, and she hurriedly said, don't do anything rash. My brother is Oching's rescuer. Ha ha ha. Manager Huang and Wang Yida laughed. Wang Yiran, lifesaver? What a load of bull. Manager Huang shook his head impatiently and said, I'm sick of listening to your nonsense. Arrest him and take him to the police station. Yes. The security guards responded in unison, and they all picked up the rubber batons in their hands to arrest Wu Feng. Stop. A loud shout sounded outside the door. Everyone's attention turned to the hotel entrance. Two burly black men walked quickly into the hotel. Manager Huang's face paled, and he hurriedly rushed forward. Master Hun, Master Ha, why are you two visiting our humble establishment? These two black men were Qing's bodyguards, Tycoon and Era, nicknamed the Hun and Ha generals. Although they were only bodyguards, most of the time they conveyed orders on behalf of President O. Pa! Tycoon slapped Manager Huang in the face. Ouch! Manager Huang covered his face and cried out in distress, Master Hum, what do you mean? Slap! Tycoon gave him 3 more big slaps, and Manager Huang spun around in place. Manager Huang, Master Ha, please say something. Thud! Era kicked Manager Huang in the stomach. Ah! Manager Huang screamed in pain and fell to his knees. Era said, just kneel there. The security guards present were all confused. Why did the two generals beat Manager Huang? Da Heng and Era parted the crowd and walked straight up to Wu Feng and gave a 90-degree bow. Da Heng, I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, for the trouble caused by the European style. Era, President O is so busy at work that he forgot to register your name on your card. We learned that you were using a gold card, and we were afraid of any misunderstandings, so we rushed here as fast as we could. Wu Feng nodded, you came just in time. The Tycoon said, we happened to be nearby. Manager Huang spoke again, Master He, Master Ha, is he really General O's guest? The Tycoon didn't say anything, but stepped forward and kicked him, sending him flying out the door. Ouch! Manager Huang screamed, then crawled into the hotel lobby. Manager Huang, I'm sorry, it's my fault for being blind. I'm blind and didn't recognize Mr. O's guest. Please forgive me, you two grandpas. The Tycoon said, kneel until dawn, and go clean the toilets in the morning. Manager Huang nodded with a sob in his voice, then pointed at Wang Yicheng, he's the one who provoked it, he's the one who provoked Mr. O's guest. In an instant, the Tycoon and Era's gazes fell on Wang Yicheng. Wang Yikata's face suddenly changed, and he subconsciously backed up. Take him. The Tycoon spoke, and the security guards swarmed over and directly pressed Wang Yikata to the ground. Let go of me, you bunch of bastards. Wang Yikata yelled, and then he couldn't make a sound, as there were too many people on top of him. The Tycoon asked, Mr. Wu, what should we do with this person? Chapter 51, Taking over the pharmaceutical factory without a fight. Wu Feng turned his head and looked at Wan Qian, whatever you say. Wan Qian spoke coldly, just beat him up and throw him out. Yes. The Tycoon nodded and immediately waved his hand to indicate. The security guards got off Wang Yicheng one after the other, and Era walked up and personally picked Wang Yicheng up from the ground. Beat him. The Tycoon said. Beat him. The security guards yelled in unison, and they all pummeled Wang Yicheng with their fists and feet. Ah! The entire hall was filled with Wang Yicheng's screams of agony. Wu Feng took back the gold card and pulled Wan Qian away. Da Heng went to the counter and first registered Wu Feng's name. He also wrote Qing's personal contact information on a note and asked the waiter to give it to Wu Feng. Finally, he watched with his own eyes as Wang Yizan was thrown onto the street before leaving with Era. In the private room, Wu Feng and Wan Qian sat on the sofa, while 7 or 8 beautiful waitresses with model figures served them tea and water personally. Wu Feng asked, Sister Ba, who are you meeting today? Wan Qian said, a Chinese herbal medicine supplier we have been working with for many years. The force behind St. Mart Hospital is Wang Kaisha, who is frantically acquiring other Chinese herbal medicine manufacturers. Wu Feng asked, you mean you want to buy this Chinese medicine factory? Wan Qian nodded, this Chinese medicine factory is not large, but it specializes in some Chinese medicinal materials that are scarce in the market. I've seen your list. The few herbs you lack, this Chinese medicine factory has them all. If we can take over this Chinese medicine factory tonight, we will be free from being strangled by Wang Kaisha in the future. Wu Feng nodded, I understand. What do you need me to do tonight? Wan Qian said, you just stay with me, I'll take care of the rest. Okay. Wu Feng nodded. Wan Qian then briefly introduced the owner of the Chinese medicine factory, Mr. Zhang, to Wu Feng. While they were talking, the phone rang, and it was Mr. Zhang from the Chinese medicine factory calling. Wan Qian quickly got up and led Wu Feng out to greet him. Mr. Zhang was a middle-aged man with a kind face who looked like an honest person. Thank you, Director Wan, but I'm just having dinner at the Grand Hotel. Wan Qian laughed, you're too polite, Mr. Zhang. After all these years of cooperation, I know about this little hobby of yours. The 3 of them entered the private room and took their seats. Wan Qian introduced her brother Wu Feng to Mr. Zhang. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the business meeting officially began. Wan Qian raised her glass. Mr. Zhang, may I ask what prompted you to sell the herbal medicine factory? Hey! Mr. Zhang sighed, and the raised glass was put down again. Wan Qian said, do you have something you'd rather not talk about? Mr. Zhang shook his head. Times have changed, and life is getting harder and harder every day. Wan Qian nodded. That's true, business is getting more and more difficult nowadays. Mr. Zhang continued, to be honest, my traditional Chinese medicine factory may look prosperous on the surface, but it has been operating at a loss for the past 2 years. Wan Qian nodded. Our hospital is more than willing to take over your traditional Chinese medicine factory. President Zhang nodded. To be honest, I am also willing to hand over the group to my former partner. Don't worry, our hospital will definitely let you rest assured when we take over your traditional Chinese medicine factory. Wan Qian smiled. President Zhang raised his glass. Director Wan is trustworthy, so let's cut the crap and get to the point. Good. Wan Qian nodded. Name your price. President Zhang held up 5 fingers. This amount. Wan Qian, 5 million? Yes. Zhang nodded. If you have no problem, sign the contract now, and I'll fly out of Qincheng tomorrow, never to interfere with the TCM factory again. Wan Qian was a little tempted, but the purchase price made her hesitate. Wu Feng spoke up. Are you in a hurry to leave Qincheng, Mr. Zhang? Zhang glanced at Wu Feng, his eyes twinkling, and said with a smile, not really in a hurry. A relative is getting married back home, so I'll go back for the festivities. Wu Feng asked, which relative of General Manager Zhang is getting married? General Manager Zhang laughed. Are you offering a gift? Wan Qian laughed. General Manager Zhang's pharmaceutical company and our hospital are in a brother-sister relationship. It is only right that we offer a gift when your relative gets married. General Manager Zhang hurriedly waved his hands. These are all trivial matters. What does Dean Wan think of the price I'm offering? Wan Qian said, at this price, I may not be able to give you an accurate response right away. Oh. Mr. Zhang sighed. President Wan, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. These days, there are many people who want to buy my pharmaceutical factory, and they all offer a good price. I'm only the first to approach your hospital because of our many years of cooperation. I understand. Wan Qian nodded. Mr. Zhang said, how about this, I'll let you have 50 more, what do you think? Wan Qian's face showed joy, I think. Wu Feng patted Wan Qian's hand and interrupted her. President Zhang, I think the price of 3 million is more reasonable. What? President Zhang's face changed. 3 million? Are you kidding? Wan Qian glared at Wu Feng. Don't be ridiculous. Wu Feng said seriously, I'm not being ridiculous. I think President Zhang's pharmaceutical factory may be in some trouble, so he's in a hurry to sell. Mr. Zhang shook his head. Although my business is a bit poor, it's not so bad that I'd have major problems. Wu Feng shook his head. Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid your pharmaceutical factory has been targeted by Wang Kaisha. Mr. Zhang became nervous. How do you know? Wu Feng smiled and didn't continue. Wan Qian asked, Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Hey! Mr. Zhang sighed. Wan Qian pinched Wu Feng's thigh and whispered, how did you know? Wu Feng said, I'm just guessing, so don't tease him. Wan Qian rolled her eyes at Wu Feng, angry and amused. President Zhang said, Director Wan, your brother is really something, I'm impressed. Wan Qian laughed, what are you talking about? President Zhang nodded, it's true that Wang Kaisha has set his sights on him. He wants me to sell the traditional Chinese medicine factory at a very low price. I will never be willing to take this loss, and I believe Wanjia Hospital has the strength to take over. How about this, I'll let you have it for 50 more, 4 million. Wan Qian was about to speak when Wu Feng preempted him, saying, 3 million, no more. Zhang Zong, you. Wu Feng, I don't know Wang Kaisha well, but I have seen the tactics of his brother Wang Busi. In a word, the Wang family is incompetent. Hey! Zhang Zong sighed, and he deeply understood this. Wu Feng said, Wang Buz is dead, and now Wang Kaisha is the dominant figure in the Wang family. People like him will be even more crazy. Wanjia Hospital took over your traditional Chinese medicine factory, and not only will it face losses, it will also face business attacks from Wang Kaisha and the underhanded moves behind his back. President Zhang, if you weren't afraid of Wang Kaisha, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been in such a hurry to sell the traditional Chinese medicine factory. Am I right? President Zhang shook his head, I can see it now, you two are determined to take advantage of me today. Wan Xian, Mr. Zhang, don't get me wrong, that's not what we meant. Wu Feng continued, if you agree, I'll give you 3 million right now and let you go back to your hometown and enjoy peace for 1,000 years. Mr. Zhang took a deep breath, okay, deal. Deal? Wan Xian looked confused. Chapter 52, There's something wrong with this factory. Mr. Zhang looked at Wan Xian in surprise, Director Wan, do you still want a bargain? No, no, no. Wan Xian hurriedly waved her hands. She didn't want a bargain, but she just found it all too unbelievable. President Zhang immediately pulled out the contract, in that case, let's sign. Good. Wan Xian nodded, immediately took out the contract to look through it, and after confirming that there were no problems, she signed it on the spot and transferred the money from her bank card. President Zhang smiled and said, from now on, Zhang's traditional Chinese medicine factory will be called Wan's. Wan Xian raised her glass, Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. I toast you, and congratulate us on sealing the deal. Please. Mr. Zhang raised his glass and drained it in one go. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Mr. Zhang left with a bottle and a half of Maotai in his arms and a smile on his face. Before leaving, he said to Wan Xian, President Wan, I'll remember your brother. He's so experienced for someone so young. Don't decline my requests for his help in the future. Of course, of course. Wan Xian nodded with a smile. I'll see you again sometime. Zhang waved goodbye and walked out of the hotel. The moment he turned around, Wan Xian gave Wu Feng a big hug. Wan Xian, stinky brother, you scared me to death. You killed it at 3 million. How did you do it? Her expected price in her heart was 40 to 50 million, and her best hope was to get it for 4 million. But when he spoke, he went straight for 3 million. And Zhang agreed. Wan Xian still can't believe it's true. Wu Feng laughed, I don't know Mr. Zhang, so I just went for the lowest price. Puff. Wan Xian laughed, what if you'd gone too low? Wu Feng said, well, you're still here, aren't you? Wan Xian punched him in the chest, you little rascal, you're a lucky charm. Wu Feng laughed, I helped you make 3 million, how are you going to thank me? Thank you? Wan Xian smirked, and grabbed Wu Feng's strong point. Ah, it hurts. Wu Feng gritted his teeth and yelled. Wan Xian snorted, stupid boy, you still want thanks? I'm your sister, this is what you should do. I'm sorry, 8th sister. Wu Feng hurriedly begged for mercy. Wan Xian then let go of him, patted him on the shoulder and said, I'll make you some turtle soup to help you recover. Wu Feng looked unhappy and said, I don't even have a girlfriend, what's the point of recovery? Wan Xian said, don't let the grass grow under your feet, I'll keep you company tonight. No, stop. Wu Feng hurriedly waved his hands. Put. Wan Xian rolled her eyes at him and left the private room first. After getting into the car, Wan Xian directly sent a location to Wu Feng. Wu Feng asked, what are we doing in the suburbs at night? Wan Xian laughed, having a field day. Wu Feng pouted, no, 8th sister, don't be ridiculous. Giggle. Wan Xian laughed, and with her jade fingers, she poked Wu Feng's head, stupid boy, what are you thinking? Let's go check out the Chinese medicine factory in the suburbs. Oh. Wu Feng nodded, and only then did he start the car. You brat, you've got a lot of ideas for someone so young. Wan Xian coldly hugged her shoulders and rolled her eyes at Wu Feng. Driving at high speed, the two quickly arrived at the Zhang's traditional Chinese medicine factory in the suburbs. Beep beep beep. Wu Feng pressed the car horn to indicate to the guard to open the door. However, there was no movement at all in the security room. Wu Feng pushed open the door and got out of the car, only to see 4 security guards inside the security room playing mahjong. Busy? Wu Feng asked, his tone relatively kind. Fortune. Pong. Winning. The 4 security guards continued playing mahjong without even looking at Wu Feng. Wu Feng pushed the door open and entered the security room by himself. This time, the 4 security guards stopped playing mahjong and all stood up, looking at Wu Feng with hungry eyes. What do you want? Who told you to come in? Do you know what kind of place this is? Get the hell out of here. They said, and began to roll up their sleeves. You're being a bit arrogant. Wu Feng was puzzled. When had the security guards become so arrogant? We're being arrogant. No matter who you are, you're all going to get out of here today. A burly man stepped forward and jabbed Wu Feng in the chest with his finger. What's the matter? If you don't leave today, I'll beat you out of here. Wu Feng slapped him back with a hand. Pop! The loud sound of the slap sent the big man spinning 3 times in place. Thud! Wu Feng kicked him again, sending him flying, smashing through the glass and crashing to the ground outside the security office. Fuck him! One of the security guards shouted, and the other 3 immediately picked up the handy tools around them and charged Wu Feng together. Pop, pop, pop. Wu Feng took half a step forward and gave all 3 of them loud slaps in the face. Thump, thump, thump. Wu Feng then gave the 3 of them 3 kicks, sending them all into the corner. Wu Feng stepped forward and stamped on the head of one of the fat guys. No wonder the pharmaceutical company is losing money, even a little security guard can be so arrogant. The fat guy asked, "Big brother, who exactly are you?" Wu Feng said, "I'm the new factory manager's younger brother." On hearing this, the other 2 security guards immediately ran out of the security room and ran straight outside, without looking back. The little fat man's eyes twinkled, and he wanted to escape too. Pang! Wu Feng gave the little fat man another loud slap on the face. The little fat man cried out in distress, "Ouch, please spare my life, big brother." Wu Feng asked, why were they running outside? In theory, even if they were going to get help, they should have run to the factory. The little fat man stammered and didn't say anything. Pat pat pat. Wu Feng gave him 3 more big slaps, and the little fat man was confused. "Stop hitting me, I'll tell you everything." The little fat man begged for mercy. "Hurry up and tell me." Wu Feng glared at him fiercely. The little fat man said, "They went to warn someone." "Who did you tell?" Wu Feng asked. The little fat man said, "I told Brother Duffy." Wu Feng asked, "Speak in human words, who the fuck is Brother Duffy?" The little fat man said, "Brother Duffy is the boss of this suburb, he is the one who arranged for us to be in the factory." Wu Feng stamped on the little fat man's hand, "What else do you know?" "Ah!" The little fat man screamed, "Brother Duffy is General Manager Wang's man." "I see." Wu Feng nodded, and kicked the fat man to the side with 1 foot. "Thank you, big brother, thank you." The little fat man crawled out of the security room like a dog and ran away. Wu Feng opened the factory's electric car and got in with Wan Qian, driving directly into the factory. What just happened? Why did those security guards run away? Wan Qian asked. Wu Feng said, "The situation in the factory is a bit complicated. These security guards have all been bribed by Wang Yidan." "That's serious?" Wan Qian frowned. "But it's not a big problem." Wu Feng said, "I'll arrange a few more people for you later." "Okay, thank you for your trouble." Wan Qian nodded. The 2 got out of the car and just walked into the factory building when a woman in a suit came quickly up to them. "Hello, you must be Ms. Wan Qian, right?" "I'm Hu Shaoling, the deputy factory manager." "Hello, I'm Wan Qian." "Mr. Zhang should have told you everything." Wan Qian shook the other woman's hand. Hu Shaoling hurriedly nodded, "Yes, I suggest we talk somewhere else." "Why?" Wan Qian asked. Hu Shaoling shook her head, "Because this place is not safe." P.S. One update today. I wish all the readers a happy and prosperous year of the ox. Chapter 53, The Gangsters Besiege the Chinese Medicine Factory. Not safe? Wan Qian was shocked. Why? Wu Feng asked in return. Hu Shaoling looked embarrassed. The situation at the factory is a bit complicated, and I may not be able to explain it clearly to you 2 at once. Wan Qian said, "That's okay, you can take your time." Hu Shaoling asked, "So, are we going to?" "Right here at the factory, to the office." Wan Qian said decisively. "Okay." Hu Shaoling nodded and hurriedly led the 2 into the factory manager's office. Wu Feng and Wan Qian took their seats, and Hu Shaoling poured them some tea before continuing to explain the situation. The situation at the pharmaceutical factory was far more serious than what General Manager Zhang had said. It was now in a state of semi-stoppage, and the employees were all clamoring to leave. It wasn't the factory's fault, but a gang of nearby ruffians who came here every day to cause trouble. Every night, they sneak into the factory under various pretexts, causing havoc and even harassing female employees. Hu Shaoling said, "If it weren't for you 2 coming, I wouldn't normally open the factory doors." Wu Feng asked, "What's the background of the troublemakers? And why aren't the factory security guards doing anything?" Hu Shaoling lowered her head. "The troublemakers are all under the command of a man named Da Fei from the neighborhood. and the factory security guards are also his men. Wan Qian asked, isn't that like inviting the wolf into the house? Sigh. Hu Shaoling let out a sigh, placed her hands on her long, black silk legs, and a little sadness came over her. Wan Qian asked again, why don't you recruit security guards from other areas to strictly prevent these ruffians from causing trouble? Hu Shaoling shook her head slightly, it's not that we haven't looked. We've recruited several groups of security guards in the past few months, but they were all beaten up by Brother Dafei's gang. In the end, Mr. Zhang had no choice but to bow to that Dafei guy and pay him 100,000 yuan a month. Dafei will send a few of his boys to guard the gate, and the situation of things being stolen from the factory has eased a little. Wu Feng shook his head, isn't this a disguised form of protection money? Yes. Hu Shaoling nodded. Wan Qian said, this gang of people are absolutely lawless. Haven't you reported it to the police? Hu Shaoling said, the police came a few times and arrested someone, but in the end nothing ever happened. Wu Feng said, the police are so busy fighting crime that they can't deal with these petty criminals. Hu Shaoling nodded, it gets really chaotic here at night, so I suggest you two don't go home tonight. Wan Qian shook her head, I'm not afraid of these scumbags. This is our factory, and they're not allowed to mess around here. Wu Feng nodded, you're right, a bunch of scumbags are nothing to worry about. Hu Shaoling, they're outnumbered. Wu Feng waved his hand, don't worry, I've already taken care of those security guards at the gate. Ha? Hu Shaoling covered her mouth in surprise. Wu Feng said, they got a beating, no one died. Hu Shaoling shook her head, Dafei will definitely bring people here to take revenge. Wu Feng said, this is no big deal, there's no need to call the police. Wan Qian said, don't worry, my brother has practiced kung fu and can handle a few punks. Hu Shaoling shook her head, Dafei has done it more than once, bringing nearly 100 people to block the factory entrance. It is said that he has someone behind him, a killer. Before she could finish, there was a knock on the door, Deputy Factory Manager, Dafei has brought people to block the factory entrance again. You'd better go and take a look. Hu Xiaoling's face changed instantly. She hurriedly got up and shook hands with Wan Qian and Wu Feng, you two sit tight, I'll go deal with this. Wu Feng got up, leave this to me, men's business, it's not for you women. After saying that, he pushed open the door and left. Wan Qian also hurriedly got up and walked out of the office. Hu Shaoling, Ms. Wan, please don't be impulsive. Wan Qian said, I am now the owner of this pharmaceutical company. If I can't even solve my own problems, I don't deserve to be the factory manager. Seeing how brave the two were, Hu Shaoling suddenly felt that the gang didn't seem so scary anymore. She also followed them out of the office, chasing after Wu Feng and Wan Qian. The factory gate was in an uproar, with more than 10 social vehicles parked outside. A group of burly men, all of them amateurs at drawing, were carrying weapons and blowing raucous whistles. Open the door, open the fucking door. Motherfucker, bring out the bastard who beat him up. If you can't produce him, no one in your factory will be able to sleep. If you make us angry, we'll burn your fucking factory. The male and female dormitories inside the factory were switching off the lights and jumping into bed, afraid of being implicated. At this time, Wu Feng walked slowly to the front gate, followed by Wan Qian and Hu Shaoling. Quiet. Big Fei, with his curly hair, said, and the men behind him instantly fell silent. Hu Shaoling, your factory has got some nerve, daring to hit my men. Tell that new factory manager to come out. Big Fei said while picking his nose. Since he was young, he loved to watch young and dangerous movies and really liked the character Big Fei. Later, when he got into trouble, he even got the nickname Big Fei. Wu Feng spoke up, you're the sand sculpture who picks his nose, and you're Big Fei? What the fuck did you say? Big Fei was furious, his bulging eyes glaring at Wu Feng. I'm asking you, are you Big Fei? Wu Feng spoke up again, his tone of voice absolutely calm. Hu Shaoling, who was standing behind him, was scared and pale, because she had seen the brutality of Big Fei's gang more than once. I'm De Fei, who the hell are you? De Fei stepped forward and grabbed the electric door with both hands. Wu Feng said, your boss is the Murder King? You know my boss? De Fei looked at the others suspiciously. He had always admired the Murder King as a ruthless character. Some time ago, he had had dinner with the other person and had shamelessly called him Big Brother. Since then, De Fei had told everyone that his boss was the Murder King. On his behalf, I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and get the hell out of here with your men. I won't pursue this matter. Wu Feng's tone was flat. Brother, what's your name? Which gang are you from? Dafei smiled, his tone much weaker, for fear that he had offended some big shot. Wu Feng said, I'm from no gang. Dafei was a little confused when suddenly someone came up behind him and patted Dafei on the shoulder. Dafei, don't be afraid. His name is Wu Feng, he is Wan Qian's younger brother, he doesn't know anything about the Murder King, just do it. The person who came was no one else but Wan Qian's opponent, Wang Yikaisi, the dean of St. Martin's Hospital. Damn, fucking pretending here. Dafei's tone immediately changed, and anger appeared in his eyes. Wang Yikaisi, why are you here? Wan Qian was surprised and subconsciously took a step forward. Ha ha ha. Wang Yixong laughed. President Wan has extraordinary skills, taking over the traditional Chinese medicine factory without a fight. I'm impressed. You deliberately fought with me for the private room at night. Wan Qian suddenly realized. How could Wang Yixong just happen to go to the European-style hotel and also fight with him for the last private room? It could only mean one thing. From the beginning, Wang Yixong had wanted to sabotage her acquisition of Zhang's traditional Chinese medicine factory. Ha ha ha. Wang Yixong laughed. It seems that you, Wan Qian, are not stupid. Wan Qian asked, what do you want? Wang Yixong said, simple, transfer the Chinese medicine factory to me, and you pay me an additional 1 million. Chapter 54, He is the Murderer. Wan Qian's face changed. This is ridiculous, not only do you get the Chinese medicine factory for free, but you also get an additional 1 million? Are you dreaming? Ha ha ha. Wang Yikata laughed, if you don't agree, you won't even have a chance to dream, because I will make you lose sleep and have a headache every day. Wan Qian, you, shameless. Wu Feng stood in front of Wan Qian and said, Wang Yikata, you really have no shame. Throwing you out in front of the hotel seemed to be too kind to you. Wang Yikata's face immediately fell. How dare you mention this? I'm still angry about it. You two sons of bitches humiliated me in front of the hotel. Today, this is my lesson for you. Wu Feng snorted, do you think you deserve it? Little brat, still pretending with me? You're dead today. Wang Yixong gnashed his teeth and hated Wu Feng. Dafei spoke up, President Wang, if you nod, I'll take my brothers and get rid of him now and trash this factory. Wang Yixong's gaze fell on Wan Qian. Wan Qian, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to sell this factory or not? Wan Qian said firmly, you're dreaming, it's impossible in this life. Good. Wang Yixong nodded, and immediately waved his hand, Dafei, take your men and get to work. Yes. Dafei nodded, immediately grabbed a baseball bat and raised it high, brothers, get him for me. 100 or so thugs immediately grabbed their weapons and quickly approached the factory gate. Back off. Wu Feng said. Wan Qian took Hu Xiaoling's hand and the two of them hurriedly retreated to a distance. Almost at the same time, Dafei was the first to flip over the electric door and jump into the factory. You. Dafei was about to speak when Wu Feng kicked him. Ouch. Dafei screamed and the whole person directly lay on the ground. Boss. Brother Dafei, are you okay? The thugs yelled, and they all tried to climb over the factory's electric door. Just then, the headlights of a shiny car shone down, and a Toyota directly drove towards the crowd. The crowd subconsciously parted to the sides. Ha! The car braked urgently and stopped right in front of the factory gate. Dafei got up from the ground and, after seeing the license plate, his eyes lit up. Prince? The door of the hover opened and the murderous king, Haiming, slowly walked out. Greetings, Your Highness. Nearly 100 thugs under Dafei's command greeted Haiming. Haiming's status in the Qin City underworld was only getting higher. The big bosses dared to call him the murderous king, and the juniors had to address him as Your Highness. Excited, Dafei once again pushed open the electric door and knelt directly on the ground. Your Highness, you've come just in time. Haiming did not say a word, but looked around the room, finally fixing his gaze on Wang Yika. Dafei hurriedly said, Your Highness, this is my boss, Wang Yika, the director of St. Martin Hospital. Oh. Haiming nodded slightly. I have long admired the reputation of the murderous king, and today, I see that Your Highness's style is truly extraordinary. Wang Yika walked forward, excitedly extending his hand. Haiming did not shake his hand, however, but just looked at him quietly. Dafei added, Your Highness, these bastards from the Chinese medicine factory beat up my men, so I came here with Mr. Wang to settle the score. Who beat you? Haiming asked. Dafei pointed at Wu Feng inside the electric door. Your Highness, it was him, it was this idiot. He bragged that he was good at kung fu and was arrogant, and he even boasted that you knew him. I almost fell for it. Haiming turned his head, and the moment he saw Wu Feng, his body shook, and he slapped De Fei's face with his backhand. Pop! There was a crisp sound, and the whole audience fell silent. De Fei covered his face and hurriedly apologized. Your Highness, I have shamed you, I can't bear it, I'll let my brothers get rid of him now. De Fei felt that it was his own incompetence that had provoked the anger of the other party. However, Haiming was even more angry, and gave him another slap, which sent De Fei tumbling to the ground. De Fei screamed, Ouch, Your Highness, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Once Wang spoke, Your Highness, what are you? Pat pat pat. Haiming slapped Wang Once's face 3 times with the back of his hand, without warning. De Fei and his men were dumbfounded. This was President Wang, the director of St. Martin Hospital, a member of the Wang family. How could the king of killers slap someone? The question was, why did he slap Wang Yicheng? Wang Yicheng's face fell. I respect you, I called you king, what do you mean? 4 men in black suits quickly walked through the crowd, stood behind Haiming, and exuded an overbearing air. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. De Fei ran up to smooth things over. Your Royal Highness, Mr. Wang, you are both kings, don't get me wrong, we are all on the same side. Get out! Haiming kicked De Fei to the side with one kick. What did I do to you to make you hit me? Wang Yicheng grinned, full of resentment. Papa Tapa. Haiming was rude and slapped Wang Yicheng's face 3 more times. Wang Yicheng was slapped onto the ground, and this time, he dared not speak. The electric door opened and Wu Feng slowly walked out. Seeing this, Haiming hurriedly knelt down on one knee. Yan. Brother Feng. The moment he opened his mouth, he changed his words again, because he remembered what Wu Feng had said. He was no longer the king of hell, just Wu Feng. Get up! Wu Feng said. Thank you, Brother Feng. Haiming then slowly got up. At this moment, Wang Yidu and Da Fei were dumbfounded, and all the 100 or so thugs were dumbfounded. This was the notorious king of killers in the underworld. Even the 4 heavenly kings of the Qin City underworld had to be polite when they met him. This unknown young man in front of him actually made the king of killers kneel before him? Who exactly was this young man? And what was his identity? Da Fei spoke up, Your Highness, he. Haiming didn't say a word, his big eyes staring at Da Fei. Da Fei's eyes darted around, and he hurriedly knelt down before Wu Feng. Master Feng, please spare my life, it was my fault for not recognizing you. I'll kowtow to you. Bang, bang, bang. Da Fei slammed his head onto the ground as hard as he could. Da Fei hurriedly waved his subordinates over. Kneel down, all of you, damn it, kneel down. The brothers hesitated for a few seconds, and then knelt down together. They buried their heads, not daring to fart. This scene exceeded Wang Yichan's expectations. You are all in cahoots? Wang Yichan pointed at Wu Feng and Haiming. De Fei hurriedly said, Your Highness, Master Feng, you both know that I was bewitched by Wang Yichan. At first, he was a bit intimidated by Wu Feng, but once Wang Yicheng revealed Wu Feng's identity, he was fearless. In the end, he was still taken advantage of by Wang Yicheng. Haiming spoke up, Brother Feng, what should we do? Wu Feng turned his head and asked De Fei, Did Wang Yicheng take advantage of you? Yes. De Fei nodded frantically. Good. Wu Feng said, I'll give you a chance to take revenge. I understand, thank you, Master Feng. De Fei bowed to express his gratitude, hurriedly got up, and glared at Wang Yikata with furious eyes. Wang Yikata was scared and crawled backwards. De Fei, are you fucking crazy? I'm your boss. Wang Kaisha is my cousin. De Fei, today, even if the emperor came, it would be useless. I'm not negotiating with you. Chapter 55, Forced Marriage in Europe. De Fei was indeed afraid of Wang Kaisha. But if he had to choose between Wang Kaisha and the Murder King, he would not hesitate to choose the Murder King, Haiming. The Wang family was powerful, but the Murder King was someone who could take his life at any time. The arrogant Wang Yitzhao was thus interrupted by his own people and had 3 of his legs broken. Wang Yitzhao, who had already fainted, was awakened by De Fei's urine. You cheeky bastard, do you think Feng is someone you can mess with? De Fei scolded. Wang Yicheng wiped the urine stains off his face and hurriedly begged Wu Feng for forgiveness. Master Feng, I was wrong. Please don't let them beat me anymore, or I'll die. Wu Feng said, I didn't kill you today, I just didn't want to see blood in front of the factory. Understand? I understand. Wang Yicheng nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. If there's a next time, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Wu Feng's eyes released a cold light. Wang Yicheng was so scared that he shivered all over, and then he peed. Wu Feng waved his hand. Don't dirty the factory, throw it away. Yes. Da Fei nodded and immediately ordered his men to throw Wang Yicheng into the barren land in the suburbs. Heiming once again apologized to Wu Feng. I'm sorry, Master Feng, I was late. Wu Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, I'll give you a job. Really? Hearing this, Heiming was overjoyed. Not being able to stay by Yan Luo's side was his biggest regret after retiring. Wu Feng nodded and pointed to the security booth, saying, I'm sorry to ask you to be a security guard here for a while. That's great, thank you, Master Feng. Heiming was extremely excited. Some time ago, Heiming was hired by Wang Bosi and almost caused Wu Feng harm. Although he eventually killed Wang Bo to atone for his crime, he still felt extremely guilty. Not to mention Wu Feng asking him to be a security guard, he would be overjoyed at any task, no matter how difficult or tiring it was. This was because it just so happened to prove that Wu Feng still regarded him as a good friend and still trusted him. Da Fei was dumbfounded, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. The notorious killer in the underworld actually became a security guard in a small factory? What's even more terrifying is that the killer, Heiming, was actually happy as a child. Disperse. Wu Feng said. Yes, Master Feng. Da Fei waved his hand and hurriedly led his subordinates away. Heiming, on the other hand, drove into the pharmaceutical factory with his 4 subordinates. Wu Feng said to Hu Xiaoling, vice director who, tomorrow, help Heiming and his brothers go through the induction procedures. Entry procedures? They're going to be security guards? Hu Xiaoling covered her mouth again. That's right, they'll be security guards. Wu Feng nodded. Yes, yes. Hu Xiaoling nodded repeatedly. But she still couldn't believe it. Heiming was Big Fei's boss, and he was the legendary killer. This was no security guard, he was comparable to a door god. With such a ruthless person here, not to mention people, even ghosts wouldn't dare to cause trouble. In a state of shock, Wu Feng drove Wan Qian away. Wan Qian leaned back in her seat, her long, thin legs propped up on the center console. Stinky brother, you're something. Wu Feng laughed. This kid used to be in the army with me, and he listens to me the most. Wan Qian nodded. I see, so you're not as good as your own little brother? Wu Feng looked embarrassed. Sister Ba, what kind of train of thought is this? Shouldn't you be curious about my identity? What kind of identity do you have? Special Forces King? Border War God? Forget it. My useless son-in-law. Wan Qian was disdainful, and she teased Wu Feng hard. Wu Feng was too embarrassed to say anything. When it comes to arguing with people and driving a car recklessly, Wan Qian is a heroine among women, riding alone in the dust. In the following period, Wu Feng followed Wan Qian rushing between the hospital and the pharmaceutical factory. With Heiming in charge, no one dared to cause trouble at the factory. Wan Qian carried out a major reshuffle of personnel internally, dismissing all the useless people and promoting the capable people in the workshop. She also promulgated a series of new benefits and regulations. The originally chaotic traditional Chinese medicine factory began to get back on track. The ambitious St. Mart Hospital was shelved due to Wang Yitzuan's disability. The Wang family also arranged for a few pranks, but they were easily diffused by Wu Feng. After this period of busyness, Wu Feng finally collected all the medicinal herbs needed to treat Xiaoye. After boiling the medicine at the hospital, Wu Feng called O Qing and arrived at the O family villa that night. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw an elderly man and a young man in a white coat chatting happily. The elderly man was dressed in traditional Chinese clothes, his sharp eyes like those of an eagle, and his eyebrows, eyes and facial features somewhat similar to O Qing's. The elderly man stared at Wu Feng and asked, "Who are you?" Before Wu Feng could say anything, O Qing hurriedly ran down the stairs and said to the elderly man, "Dad, this is the little miracle Dr. Wu Feng I was telling you about." "Oh." The old man nodded slightly. Together with the young man in the white coat, he surveyed Wu Feng. Wu Feng took the initiative to say hello, Uncle O, I am Wu Feng. The young healer said, "This is Master O, you don't just call him Uncle." "Hello, Master O." Wu Feng corrected himself, feeling an ominous feeling in his heart. This old man and young man were not simple. Master O asked with a stern face, "How long have you studied medicine? Who is your teacher? Which hospital do you work at?" Wu Feng said, I have been learning Chinese medicine from my foster father since I was young, and I am currently working as a part-time doctor at Wanjia Hospital. Part-time doctor? The young doctor shook his head in disdain. Master O asked, is it true that you have saved my granddaughter twice? Wu Feng nodded and said humbly, I happened to save Xiao Yazi, and I dare not show off in front of the seniors and peers. I knew you were a charlatan. Master O said, his tone firm. Master O is right, that's what I think too. The young doctor chimed in. Wu Feng looked embarrassed. He was just being modest with the other person. Why did they put the name of a charlatan on him? This old man and this young man seemed to be deliberately targeting him. Oh Ching said unhappily, Dad, the visitor is a guest, why are you talking like that? Grandpa O said, Wei Chang studied under a famous doctor and is several times better than Wu Feng. He is now the chief specialist at the first hospital. Do you think he can't save your daughter? Oh Ching shook her head, Dad, I believe in Wei Chang's professionalism. Grandpa O nodded, that's good. Let this Wu Feng go, and let Wei Chang treat Xiaoya's illness. Oh Ching shook her head, Dad, when it comes to Xiaoya's illness, I'd rather you trust Wu Feng. Rotten. Grandpa O slapped the table. Oh Ching did not continue to argue with the old man, but took Wu Feng upstairs to his room. My benefactor, I'm sorry, I didn't expect the old man to be so rude to you. Oh Ching shook her head, her eyes filled with tears. Wu Feng laughed, I can see that the old man is also stubborn. Oh Ching shook her head, he's stubborn as a donkey. I don't know where he found this Wei Chang, but he insists on believing that he can save Zaya easy, and also made me. Made you what? Wu Feng was curious. Made me. Oh Ching lowered her head, a little embarrassed. Wu Feng asked, it's not that you were asked to fall in love with him, is it? Oh Ching said, it was to marry that Wei Chang. Wu Feng, this is your real father? Chapter 56, he is the real liar. It is indeed the real father. Oh Chang nodded helplessly. Wu Feng asked, what's this Oh Chang's background? Oh Ching said, he claims to be a world-famous doctor and has a bunch of trophies and certificates. But I had someone investigate and found that there is a lot of water in the story and some of it is adulterated. I seriously suspect that he is a liar and the real purpose is... Oh Ching's words were not finished when the door was kicked open. Who are you calling a liar? Master O and Wei Chang just walked in. Oh Ching's face instantly changed. Dad, why did you come into my room without knocking? Master O asked, I'm your father, why should I knock? Oh Ching angrily said, You were eavesdropping on our conversation? Master O said, what's the matter, do you have to talk behind my back? You. Oh Ching was completely speechless. Humph. Master O snorted, and his sharp gaze turned to Wu Feng, this one, that's the liar. Wei Chang spoke up, my master said that 9 out of 10 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners are liars, and the remaining one is an old man in the grave. Master O spoke up, young man, leave the O family now, and I won't pursue what you did before. Wu Feng looked at Master O in surprise, sir, why does it sound so wrong to me? You're not stupid. Master O laughed. Wei Chang said, Wu Feng, I have already investigated your information at the hospital. You have never been a doctor, and even if you were a part-time doctor, you just started, and you were still at a small private hospital. You're right. Wu Feng nodded, not avoiding it. Wei Chang pointed at Wu Feng and said to Master O, you heard it from the kid himself. Master O snorted, I did indeed say something to the outside world, whoever saves my granddaughter, I will marry my daughter to him. But young man, your intentions are too obvious. Do you think being my son-in-law is that easy? Wu Feng was confused and quickly looked at Oh Ching. Oh Ching explained, earlier, the old master did say these things, but I never told you, for fear of burdening you. Wei Chang sneered, burdening me? He would be happy to be the O family's son-in-law. Grandpa O continued, Wu Feng, Zhao's son-in-law, recently divorced, am I right? Wu Feng nodded, you are both right, I was once a son-in-law, and only recently became a doctor. But, I, Wu Feng, save lives based on my conscience, not out of greed for everything you have, O family. Wei Chang shook his head, it seems that this Wu Feng not only cheated people, but also stole the heart of President O. Upon hearing this, Grandpa O was furious. Wu Feng, if you don't want to die, get out of the O family right now. Master O was furious. Oh Ching immediately stood in front of Wu Feng, I hired him, so nobody move him. Master O shouted, Oh Ching, have you gone crazy? You'd rather believe a liar than your own father? Qing retorted, Wu Feng saved the lives of Yi Zi and me. Why don't you believe me, but a liar from abroad? Is the moon really that round abroad? Wei Chang was furious. Zong, are you calling me a liar? I, Wei Chang, studied as a young man under the leader of the top 4 medical experts in Jizhou. I went abroad for further studies at the age of 18 and won numerous awards. My master said that I have surpassed him and am even better than him. Doctors all over the world are liars, and I can't be one either. Wu Feng asked, the top doctor of the 4, could it be that your master is Zhu Xin? Exactly. Wei Chang puffed up his chest, full of courage. Good. Wu Feng said, I'll give Zhu Xin a call right now and see if he has a disciple like you. You know my master? Wei Chang's eyes showed signs of panic. Wu Feng immediately dialed Zhu Xin's phone number. Hello, Grandmaster, what can I do for you? Zhu Xin, on the other end of the line, was extremely excited. Wu Feng asked, have you ever taken an apprentice named Wei Chang? Zhu Xin said, Wei Chang, no. Say it louder. Wu Feng pressed the speaker button on his phone. Zhu Xin's voice rang out, Zhu Xin, I have never taken Wei Chang as an apprentice. In an instant, Qing and Oya's faces both changed, and they looked at Wei Chang at the same time. It's fake, it must be fake. Wei Chang said decisively, my master travels all over the world, ordinary people can't find him at all, how could you possibly have his contact information? Zhu Xin on the other end of the phone was furious, are you fucking calling me fake? Are you crazy? Wei Chang was stubborn, you crazy old man, you're the one who's crazy. How dare you impersonate my master? I'll report this to him and have your legs broken. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng laughed, Zhu Xin, you come to the O family right away and let Master O see who's real and who's not. Zhu Xin, don't worry, Grandmaster, I'll be there in a flash. How dare he impersonate my apprentice? I'll get him. I'll be waiting for you. Wu Feng hung up after saying that. Wei Chang's mouth twitched a few times, and his heart began to panic. He didn't know Zhu Xin, and he had only heard that he was a famous doctor, so he pretended to be his apprentice. The problem is, Wu Feng is just a small character, so how could he possibly know Zhu Xin? What's even scarier is that Zhu Xin just called him his master? No way, absolutely not, it must be fake. Wei Chang kept comforting himself in his heart. Master O asked, Wei Chang, are you really Zhu Xin's disciple? Wei Chang said seriously, I studied with him when I was young, but I haven't seen him for many years. Master O nodded, good, as soon as Zhu Xin arrives, we'll know who's the real deal. Qing said, Father, you really missed the mark this time. Master O asked in return, I missed the mark? Zhu Xin is in Yecheng, how could he suddenly come to Qincheng? Qing shook his head, I saw Zhu Xin not long ago, and he was indeed in Yecheng. What? Oya's face changed, and when he turned his head, Wei Chang suddenly disappeared. Where is he? Qing asked. Yi panicked, Wei Chang, where did you go? Clang. The sound of a broken window at the end of the corridor sounded. Almost at the same time, the 3 chased to the end of the corridor. They saw Wei Chang running away like a rabbit. Master O, I have an emergency. I'll see you later. Stop right there. Master O shouted, his heart sinking. I'm not a liar, you have to believe me. Wei Chang shouted, and the moment he ran out of Master O's front door, a Passat drove head-on towards him. Thud. Wei Chang was knocked to the ground. Shit. The Passat braked hastily, and the person who got out was exactly Zhu Xin. Young man, are you okay? Zhu Xin immediately went up and grabbed the other person's wrist. Upstairs, Wu Feng yelled, Zhu Xin, he is Wei Chang. Zhu Xin, you are Wei Chang? Zhu Xin the miracle doctor? Wei Chang was dumbfounded. He didn't know Zhu Xin, but he had studied Zhu Xin's information a lot. He never thought in this life that he would be caught by Zhu Xin while committing fraud. Then Qing, Master O, and Wu Feng ran into the courtyard. You really are a liar. Master O looked at Wei Chang with raging anger. Chapter 57 Master O, he is my master. Master O, you have to believe me. Wei Chang shook his head, still stubbornly refusing to admit defeat even though he was about to die. Pa! Master O gave Wei Chang a loud slap in the face. Wei Chang, Master O. Master O's eyes seemed to spit fire. He immediately told the security guards who had arrived, break his mouth and pull out all his teeth, so that he can't speak for the rest of his life. Yes. The security guards immediately picked Wei Chang up, one holding pliers and the other prying open his mouth. Ah! Wei Chang's screams echoed through the courtyard. Master O shook his head inside. My old eyes are failing, mistaking a bear for a hero. Thank you, Dr. Jueshin. Not at all. Master O punished the villain and also cleared my name. Jueshin said with a smile. Master O excitedly shook Jueshin's hand. You also know this Wu Feng, Doctor? Jueshin said, he is my. Master O laughed, he is your apprentice, and it is precisely because of him that he is as low-key as you. Jueshin hurriedly shook his head, Master O, he is not my apprentice. Before he could finish, Master O immediately turned his head and looked at Wu Feng. It seems I have overestimated you. You, a young doctor, are not yet qualified to be Jueshin's disciple. However, since you have seen through Wei Chang as a fraud, I am willing to take the lead and let Jueshin take you as his disciple. Jueshin became anxious. Master O, how can you say that? Do you know who he is? Master O laughed. Who is he? Just a barefoot doctor? Wu Feng also laughed. Thank you, Master O, for your kindness, but I have no interest in this at all. Master O was unhappy. Why don't you know how to appreciate a good thing? Jueshin was impatient and rushed to the two of them. Master O, can you let me finish? Speak. Master O looked arrogant and didn't care. Jueshin immediately said, my father is only Master Feng's named disciple. I, Jueshin, want to call him my grandmaster. Your words are slapping the face of our peerless clan. What? Master O was dumbfounded when he heard this. Jueshin immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Wu Feng. Grandmaster, please forgive me. Your disciple, Jueshin, would never dare to be presumptuous. Please understand. Wu Feng is your master. Master O was stunned, feeling as if his entire worldview had been turned upside down. Exactly. Jueshin nodded. Please don't insult my peerless clan. Jueshin's face turned red. This seemingly unremarkable young doctor was actually Jueshin's master? Jueshin was already a towering figure in the medical world of Jizhou. But his father was only Wu Feng's named disciple. The Zhu clan would never act recklessly, and they would never falsely claim a master. So just what kind of person was Wu Feng? Master O didn't dare think about it, saying that it was beyond his imagination. Ahem. O Qing coughed twice and said deliberately, it's not a shame to apologize to the Zhu clan's master. Aye. Master O's right hand trembled, his lips quivering, and he couldn't even speak. O Qing smiled. Even though the other person was his father, it was still very gratifying to see someone make him look bad. After shivering for half a minute, Master O spoke. I'm sorry, Master Wu. I was blind and mistaken in accusing you. I bow to you in apology. After saying this, Master O bent over at a 90-degree angle and bowed. Let's deal with Xiaoye's illness first. We'll talk about the other things later. After Wu Feng finished speaking, he entered the villa first. Master O hurriedly chased after his daughter and said with a smile, Daughter, you really know how to judge people. Ahem. O Qing coughed twice. Who was it that just said that I trusted a liar? Master O said, Dad was wrong, and I apologize to you. You really do have good judgment. If the O family were to find such a son-in-law, we would really have found a treasure. O Qing shook her head and sighed. Dad, how can you change your mind so quickly? You just looked down on him, and now you want him to be your son-in-law? That's just... Grandpa O laughed. Different times, different circumstances. Your father and I were just blinded by petty concerns for a moment. I'm going to take this son-in-law. I'm tired of talking to you. O Qing ignored her father and followed Wu Feng straight upstairs to find Xiao Yizi. Xiao Yizi was playing house with the nanny in her room, and when she saw Hero come in, she threw herself into his arms. Uncle Hero, you've finally come to play with me, I've missed you so much. Xiao Yizi gave Uncle Hero a kiss on the cheek. I've missed you too. Uncle Hero and Xiao Yizi kissed affectionately. Xiao Yizi broke free from the embrace and held up the teddy bear, saying, Let's play house together, you be my father, I'll be your wife, and the bear will be our child. O Qing said, Xiao Yizi, don't be silly, how can you be Uncle Hero's wife? Okay. Xiao Ye nodded, then, Mom, will you be Uncle's wife? Yes, that's great, let's play like that. Grandpa O, who was standing in the doorway, joined in the fun. Great, I have a dad. Xiao Ye jumped up excitedly. On the other hand, O Qing, who was standing aside, blushed like a tomato. You all come out here and let my good son-in-law heal my granddaughter. After Grandpa O finished speaking, he pulled the nanny and his daughter out of the room. Wu Feng told Zhu Weixin to prepare the herbs, while he himself examined Xiaoya's physical condition. Fortunately, Xiaoya's condition was relatively stable. After coaxing her to fall asleep, Wu Feng began to administer the acupuncture needles. 9 needles were inserted with pinpoint accuracy. Zhu Weixin, who was standing nearby, widened her eyes. Wu Feng then burned the needle holes with herbs. Afterwards, a foul smell filled the room. A black liquid slowly welled up from the acupuncture points where the needles had been inserted. Zhu Weixin's eyes widened. What is this? Wu Feng said, this is the poison that has been lurking inside him. Zhu Weixin nodded, his mouth wide open in amazement. Half an hour later, Wu Feng removed the silver needles and then clapped his hands together, saying, it's done. It's done? Zhu Weixin's mouth hung open in shock. Wu Feng said, it's because I'm not skilled enough that I'd made a minor illness into a major one. If the old man were here, I'm afraid it would have taken less than half an hour. Zhu Weixin was speechless. The condition of the young leaves was well known in Jizhou, and it was listed as one of the top 10 strange diseases that no one could cure. But such a condition was actually considered a minor illness in Wu Feng's mouth? What was even more terrifying was that he had done it in just half an hour. At this moment, Zhu Weixin suddenly realized that he had made a great deal by calling Wu Feng his master. With Wu Feng's medical skills, he will surely become famous in the future, and his reputation will spread far and wide at home and abroad. Wu Feng handed Zhu Weixin the boiled medicine bag. This is the medicine I have prepared. You heat it up and take it once a week in the future. I'll leave it to you. Yes, master. Zhu Weixin was extremely excited and left the room with the medicine bag. How is it? O Chang, who was waiting at the door, asked. Wu Feng said, most of the poison in the body has been removed. Next, take the medicine on time, and you will recover within 3 months. O Chang excitedly knelt down again. Benefactor, thank you. Wu Feng hurriedly helped him up. Sister O, I already said, don't call me benefactor anymore. O Chang nodded repeatedly, wiping away tears. Chapter 58, The Killer Kidnaps Xiaoye. Then, O Chang went back to her room to take care of Xiaoye. Wu Feng sat down in the living room, and Master O personally served him tea. Good son-in-law, come have some tea. Wu Feng didn't take the teacup, but looked at the other person with a puzzled expression. Ha ha ha. Master O laughed. Wu Feng said, isn't this kind of address a bit of a close relationship? Grandpa O said, I, Olao, have said from the start that whoever rescues my granddaughter will get my daughter's hand in marriage. Wu Feng said, I also said that I rescued Xiaoye only out of my professional medical ethics, and I won't take advantage of your family. Grandpa O nodded, I understand, but my family will never treat a benefactor badly. Although my daughter is a few years older than you, as the saying goes, a woman is worth 3 gold bricks when she is young, and a gold mountain when she is 30. Wu Feng gave Master O a knowing look, without saying anything, and picked up his teacup to sip his tea. Master O smiled awkwardly. It's okay, if you think O Ching is a bit old, I still have a younger daughter who is still in school and has never been in a relationship. Puff. Wu Feng sputtered a mouthful of tea in Master O's face. It's okay, good spurt. Master O wiped his face with his hand. Ahem. Wu Feng put down his teacup and said sternly, Master O, you are an old-timer, can you be serious in front of your juniors? You're still angry, aren't you? I'll bow again to apologize. Master O got up and bowed again to apologize. It's fine, let's forget about it. Wu Feng waved his hands, feeling a bit helpless. No matter how bad the O family is, it is still one of the 5 families in Xincheng. The head of the mighty O family was actually acting like a matchmaker trying to sell his daughter. This was truly shocking. Grandpa O nodded repeatedly and said, you have saved Xiaoya's life 3 times, and she is so close to you. Why don't you let Xiaoya recognize you as her godfather? Wu Feng shook his head and said, we'll talk about it later. Why? Grandpa O asked in return. Wu Feng turned his head away and didn't say anything. If he recognizes Xiaoye as his goddaughter, then he will become old Master O's godson. This is obviously not a good deal. Old Master O grabbed Wu Feng's hand and said, no matter what, you are my honored guest. Shut up. Wu Feng suddenly spoke, his tone cold, his gaze looking out the window. Old Master O said, I know, I was wrong before. I told you to shut up. Wu Feng suddenly stood up and looked into the backyard. Master O, I. Wu Feng ignored him and pushed open the back door. Master O hurriedly followed him, brother Wu Feng. In the small forest in the backyard, there were faint flashes of black shadows. Wu Feng asked, "Where are the two generals?" Master O said, "I gave them the day off." Hearing this, Wu Feng's heart tightened. The next moment, the black shadows in the forest flashed out. "Get out of the way!" Wu Feng yelled and kicked Master O directly into the house with one kick. As Wu Feng closed the back door, several iron arrows shot at him. Dang dang dang. His eyes trembled as the arrows pierced through. Master O suddenly looked nervous. Assassins? The next moment, 3 dark shadows flashed in the backyard forest. Clang! The gate was kicked in, and the 3 masked assassins, armed with long knives, rushed in. At this moment, Wu Feng took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and was standing in the hallway. Wu Feng asked, "Are you here for OE? Since you know, get out of the way now." The assassin said in a cold voice. Wu Feng shook his head and said, "If you want to touch her, you have to go through me." Attack! The killer yelled, and the 3 of them charged at Wu Feng at the same time, brandishing their knives. Wu Feng did not retreat or dodge, but instead stepped forward and dodged 2 of the blows with lightning speed. When the 3rd man swung his knife at him, Wu Feng also swung his knife. And Wu Feng's swing was much faster than the other man's. Swish! A flash of cold light flashed, and the killer's right arm was neatly severed. Ah! The killer screamed, covering his right arm, which was spurting blood, and rolled on the ground. The other 2 killers went berserk and slashed at Wu Feng at the same time. Wu Feng took a half step back, grabbed the wrist of one of them with his left hand, and then chopped off the other killer's wrist with his right hand. Ah! The scream resounded again. The last killer tried to break free from Wu Feng's grip. But Wu Feng's hand was as strong as iron. The killer yelled, "Let go of my hand." Okay. Wu Feng let go, and the next moment there was a swift head-turning kill. Click. Thud. The killer fell to the ground, and it suddenly became quiet. Wu Feng quickly turned around and rushed into the living room, where Master O and Zhu Exin were hiding behind the fish tank. Seeing that the 2 were fine, Wu Feng hurried upstairs. Just as he was about to push open Xiaoye's door, a female assassin took O Chang and her daughter and walked out of the room. She had a knife in each hand, and she put one on the mother's neck and the other on the daughter's neck. O Ching's face was pale, and she didn't say a word. Xiaoye's tears fell like rain, but she didn't cry out. The female assassin stared at Wu Feng, and her eyes showed boundless hatred. There were 4 of them in total. When they infiltrated, they realized that there was a master there. So, 3 of them held off the expert, while the female assassin took charge of holding Xiaoye. Unfortunately, the 3 assassins did not hold off Wu Feng, but were instead killed by him in seconds. Wu Feng angrily said, "Let them go." The female assassin shook her head and asked, "Did you kill my 3 brothers?" "That's right. Come after me if you want revenge," Wu Feng said in a strong tone. "Do you think I'm stupid?" The female assassin snorted, "Now I have the mother and daughter in my hands, and that is your weak point." At this point, Master O and Zhu Exin also rushed up. "If you let my daughter and granddaughter go, I will give you whatever you want." "Good," said the female assassin, "I want a car, get one ready for me right away." Master O nodded and immediately took out his car keys. "I can give you my car right now." "Throw it over here," the female assassin said. "Okay." Master O nodded and immediately threw the car keys at the female killer. The female killer turned her head and bit the car keys directly with her mouth. This action surprised Master O. The female killer looked at Wu Feng and said, "Put down your knife." Pat. Wu Feng threw the cleaver to the ground. Xiao Yi cried, "Wah wah wah." The female killer spoke again, "Everyone, back off." Okay, we'll back off, don't get excited." Master O gave Wu Feng and Zhu Exin a wink, and the 3 of them slowly backed down the stairs. The female killer took O Chang and her daughter hostage, and walked down the stairs step by step, out of the villa. The female killer kicked O Ching to the ground, then picked up Xiao Yi and quickly got into Master O's car. The 3 of them hurriedly tried to rush over, and the female killer's knife was once again placed on Xiao Yi's neck. The female killer said, "Don't come over, or she will die now." "Back off, we're backing off." Master O pulled Zhu Exin back. Wu Feng, however, did not move, but asked the other person, "The 3 killers still have a chance to be saved, are you going to abandon them like this?" The female killer's face suddenly changed. Are you threatening me? Chapter 59, Sister Wu when Yue calls. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Wu Feng's tone was calm and expressionless. The female assassin was indeed moved. She couldn't bear to abandon her brothers here. You, help them all into the car. The female assassin pointed at Wu Feng and said. Okay. Wu Feng nodded. You'd better hurry. The female assassin threatened Wu Feng by placing the knife in Xiaoya's face. Wu Feng immediately turned around and entered the villa, carrying one of the killers over his shoulder. The female killer ordered, throw him in the trunk. Okay. Wu Feng nodded, reached for the trunk, then shook his head, it's locked. The female killer glanced at the car keys and then pressed the trunk release button. It was at this moment of looking down that Wu Feng suddenly stood in front of her and patted her shoulder lightly. You want to die. The female assassin was furious and immediately drew her knife, but suddenly she felt a sense of powerlessness. Pat. The knife in her hand fell to the ground. You. The female assassin turned her head and realized that a silver needle had been inserted into her shoulder. Wu Feng grabbed the female assassin and pulled her directly out of the driver's seat and onto the grass. Go! Master O yelled, and several security guards immediately captured the female assassin. Wu Feng quickly picked up the little Yi Zi in the passenger seat. Hero, uncle. Yi Zi cried on Wu Feng's shoulder. It's okay, it's okay. Wu Feng patted Yi Zi's back gently. Yi Zi, are you okay? O Qing came forward with tears in her eyes and grabbed her daughter's hand. Mom, Yi Zi is not afraid, don't cry. Yi Zi gently wiped the tears from her mom's eyes with her hand. Wu Feng placed Xiao Yi into O Qing's arms, and the mother and daughter cried together. On the ground, the female assassin's angry gaze fixed on Wu Feng, but she couldn't even speak. Wu Feng turned to O Yi and said, Old man, the assassin came at the perfect time. Yes. O Yi nodded, luckily, you were here today, otherwise our family would really have suffered. Wu Feng said, what I mean is that someone in the O family tipped off the killer. What? Master O was shocked. Wu Feng asked, where's the nanny? In an instant, Master O's face changed. The usual nanny was extremely hardworking and would definitely be cleaning in the living room. However, from the appearance of the killer to the kidnapping of Xiaoya, the nanny had not been seen. Master O said, someone, go find the nanny for me. No need to look. Wu Feng pointed at the garage, the nanny's car has already left. Exactly. Master O was furious and immediately called the two generals. He gave a direct order to bring the nanny back and to send additional security to the O villa. O Qing took Xiaoyi back upstairs, and dozens of security guards guarded the villa inside and out. Before they could interrogate the female assassin, they found that she was already dead. In the backyard, the two assassins, both of whom had broken arms, had stabbed their knives into each other's chests and died together. Of the four assassins, excluding the one killed by Wu Feng, all three others had killed themselves. Juexin shook his head and sighed, these people are really ruthless. O Qing walked downstairs and said, I recognize them. What's going on? Master O's eyes widened. O Qing said, before on Linjiang Road, it was them who drove my car into the river. Thud. Grandpa O slammed his fist on the table. No matter who was behind this, the O family will not let them go. Wu Feng spoke up, they are after Xiaoyi, probably because of the strange illness she has. This was not an alarmist statement from Wu Feng. From the car accident at the beginning, to the nanny feeding Xiaoyi sweets, causing her to go into a false death. And then today, they lured the killer into the O family, all of which is inextricably linked to Xiaoya. Master O nodded, from now on, send someone to protect Xiaoya 24 hours a day, never letting her out of your sight. Wu Feng nodded, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Master O personally saw Wu Feng and Juexin out the door. Before getting into the car, he patted Wu Feng's shoulder heavily, my family, oh, was you a great favor. Wu Feng said, you're welcome. To find the person behind the assassins, we might start by looking at the tattoos on their arms. Good, thank you. Master O nodded heavily and waved goodbye. As the car pulled away from the O family villa, Juexin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Master, there are no acupressure points on the shoulder that can paralyze someone. Why was the female assassin unable to move after you gave her just one needle? Wu Feng laughed and said, let me ask you, how many acupressure points are there on the human body? Jueshin, there are 720 acupuncture points in the human body, 402 of which are used in medicine, 108 of which are vital points, and 36 of which are death points. Wu Feng shook his head. The human body actually has 1024 acupuncture points. Jueshin, is this recorded in the Nine Needle Classic? Wu Feng nodded. Jueshin subconsciously swallowed. This is amazing. Do you want to learn? Wu Feng asked. Jueshin said seriously, I dare not covet, I dare not daydream, I dare not presume, I just want to be by my master's side and be a slave. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng laughed. That night, after returning home, Wu Feng sent the killer arm tattoo he had taken to He Zhan and asked him to help investigate. Early the next morning, Wu Feng woke up and received a call from his fifth sister, Wen Yue. Wen Yue has been the president of Yecheng Private University for a long time. She is beautiful, has a sweet voice and doesn't say much. Wu Feng, hey, fifth sister, why did you think to call me? You've been divorced for half a month, fifth sister, I'm just worried about you. Wen Yue's voice is gentle and sweet. Wu Feng laughs, fifth sister, I've been very happy since the divorce. Don't worry about me. Wen Yue laughs, I've already said I'll introduce you to 10 beautiful female students. Wu Feng shook his head, fifth sister, don't be ridiculous. Wen Yue, I'm not being ridiculous, one of our beautiful female students is doing an internship in Xincheng today, so you can get to know her. Wu Feng sat up straight, fifth sister, forget it, I'm married. Wen Yue interrupted him, she'll be at the station at 10 o'clock, I've already given her your contact details, don't think of it as a blind date, just as a way to make friends. Why is it a blind date? Wu Feng looked embarrassed. Giggle. Wen Yue on the other end of the phone laughed. Sister Wu is hanging up, so take good care of it. Before Wu Feng could refuse, the phone had already hung up. He opened WeChat and sure enough, a beautiful woman had added him. Wu Feng clicked to agree to the other person's addition, and then the girl sent a location. Young man, I'm Xia Xia, principal Wen student. This is my first time in Xincheng. Would you be able to come pick me up? No problem. Wu Feng replied, got dressed, and went downstairs to get ready to drive out. He suddenly remembered that the Land Rover was being repaired at his fourth son's shop. And Mu Jiejia's Porsche was limited to number 7, and Sister Su Xianyan happened to drive a BMW out shopping in the morning. After thinking about it, Wu Feng went out and took a Didi to the train station. Chapter 60 Wu Feng's blind date with the female school flower. Xincheng Railway Station. A beautiful woman with a melon-shaped face wearing hot pants dragged a suitcase and slowly walked out of the platform. She was Xia Xia, a talented student at Yecheng Media University and a famous beauty in the university. Xia Xia took out her mobile phone and dialed WeChat, and then she saw a young man in the crowd waving at her. Hi, young man. Xia Xia bounced and waved to the other person. Hello Xia Xia, I'm Wu Feng. Wu Feng quickly took the trolley case from the other person. I'm Xia Xia, thank you for picking me up. Xia Xia pursed her lips and bowed her head slightly. She found that this young man was still very handsome, and she was a little satisfied. Wu Feng walked in front, and Xia Xia followed behind him carefully. Xia Xia asked, are we going to? Wu Feng stopped in his tracks and turned around and asked, right, where are you going? Xia Xia lowered her head, I'm going to see my best friend in the afternoon. I've been on the bus all morning and I'm a little hungry. Wu Feng nodded, then I'll take you out to eat. Well, thank you, young man. Xia Xia nodded slightly, her eyes always fixed on Wu Feng's beltline. Wu Feng said, wait, I'll call a taxi. Upon hearing this, Xia Xia's face changed, call a taxi? You didn't drive here? Wu Feng shook his head, no. Do you have a car? Xia Xia couldn't help but ask. I don't have a car myself. Wu Feng said. In an instant, Xia Xia's face lengthened, and she was very unhappy. After a while, the taxi arrived. Wu Feng put her suitcase in the trunk of the car, then opened the door, get in. Thanks, I'll sit in the front. Xia Xia smiled insincerely and got into the passenger seat. Wu Feng didn't think much of it and simply sat in the back of the taxi. Driver, there's a breakfast restaurant in the university town. Okay. The taxi driver shouted and drove towards the university town. After entering the breakfast restaurant, Wu Feng simply ordered some breakfast, as he hadn't eaten in the morning. However, Xia Xia, sitting opposite him, was clearly unhappy, and there was no expression on her little face. Order whatever you want. Wu Feng handed her the menu. I suddenly don't have an appetite, you eat first. Xia Xia's tone was a little cold, no longer the enthusiasm she had when they first met. Okay then. Wu Feng nodded, eating and drinking as he should. Xia Xia, however, gritted her teeth in anger. She was a shining star at university, with more than one handsome guy after her. She had thought that when Yue would introduce her to a rich second-generation heir from Qin City, handsome and rich, with mountains of gold and silver at home. But she had no idea that the man she was meeting didn't even have a car to pick her up, and that they were eating at such a shabby place. Now Xia Xia was full of anger, and she had more and more complaints about the man in front of her. Xia Xia asked, "Young man, what do you do for a living? Is President Wen your real sister?" Wu Feng said, "I'm a security guard. Wen Yue is not my real sister. We're not related." Xia Xia's face suddenly turned ugly. "So you're Principal Wen's adopted brother?" Wu Feng nodded. "You can put it that way." "I see." Xia Xia nodded and asked, "Brother, what do you do for a living? Have you bought a house yet?" "I'm a security guard. I don't have a house yet." Wu Feng finished, put down his chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with a paper towel. "I'm going to the bathroom." Xia Xia grabbed her phone and hurriedly left the table. After entering the bathroom, Xia Xia called her best friend Wang Yan to complain. "Yan, something's happened." "Wang Yan, what happened? Weren't you on a blind date?" Xia Xia said, "It's the blind date that's gone wrong. Principal Wen introduced me to a loser." Wang Yan on the other end of the phone was surprised. "What? A loser? Isn't that Wen's brother? He must be a rich second generation." Xia Xia sighed, "That's what I thought, so I agreed without asking any more questions." Who knew that he was Wen's brother, the real-life jerk? Wang Yan said, "Then you should leave quickly. What's the point of meeting him? Someone like that is not good enough for you." Xia Xia shook her head, "But after all, he was introduced by Principal Wen, and I'm embarrassed to say something hurtful, for fear that he'll pester me." Wang Yan laughed, "I understand what you mean. I'll do the hurtful thing." Xia Xia laughed, "I knew it, Yan, you're the best." Wang Yan said, "How about this, you drag him to the International Hotel with you at noon, and I'll bring a few friends over, so that he'll know what it means to know when to quit." "I love you, CC." Xia Xia kissed the phone fiercely before leaving the bathroom. "Have you eaten?" Xia Xia asked. Wu Feng nodded. Xia Xia said, "So, how did Principal Wen introduce me to you?" Wu Feng said, "She told me that a female student was coming to Qin City for an internship and wanted to be introduced to you." Xia Xia let out a sigh of relief. "Yes, that's what I meant. I'm new to Qincheng and don't know anyone, so the more friends I have, the more opportunities one have." Wu Feng nodded, "If you need any help, just let me know." "Thank you, big brother, you're really a good person." Xia Xia smiled. "I'm done eating, where should we go now?" Wu Feng asked, getting up. Xia Xia said, "My best friend just called, she's treating me to lunch, let's go together." Wu Feng laughed, "No wonder you said you weren't hungry, you were saving room." "Sort of." Xia Xia said. The two left the breakfast restaurant, took a taxi and wandered the streets for a while, before heading to the Qincheng International Hotel just before noon. In the private room, Wang Yan was wearing a short, petticoat dress and leaning against her boyfriend, cooing, "My handsome husband, whether my best friend can escape from the fire depends entirely on you today." Zhang Dishuai smiled, "It's no big deal. Your best friend is my sister-in-law, and my sister-in-law is half my brother-in-law's, but how could my brother-in-law treat her badly? Naughty." Wang Yan pushed her boyfriend Zhang Dishuai and rubbed herself hard against him. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Dishuai laughed, "Let Xia Xia stay at our house tonight, and the two of us will take good care of her." "Hubby, you're so nice." Wang Yan excitedly grabbed Zhang Dishuai's arm. "Of course." Zhang Dishuai gave a wicked smile. As long as his girlfriend's best friend moves into his house, there's no chance he won't get his hands on her, right? At this moment, the door to the private room opened, Xia Xia walking in front of him, Wu Feng dragging a suitcase behind him. "Xia Xia, you're finally here, I've missed you." Wang Yan got up and went over to give Xia Xia a tight hug. "Swallow, I've missed you too." Xia Xia hugged Wang Yan tightly, then asked softly, "How's it going?" Wang Yan whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, this table is full of my husband's people, wait and see the show later." "That's great." Xia Xia couldn't stop smiling. Zhang Dishui got up. Come on, everyone sit down, let's eat and chat.